Yes, we are back. And Mississippi State just hit a field goal in what is a close game in Arkansas between two clubs desperately needing a W. Similar to Auburn and Kentucky, if we're going to be real about it. Auburn and Kentucky both need some wins. Anyway, my name is Jay Tate. I am the Commodore at auburnsports.com. And it is great to be with you here on this Saturday night of football. I see Gene Chizik on my screen. I didn't know he called games. With my friend Taylor Zarzer, no less. I'm probably not going to be listening to that one. Anyway, guys, it is amazing to be here with you guys. And I would, of course, if I didn't have you there with me, I would be nothing but a chump stuffed inside a can, as Fred Durst would say. Listen, a couple things I want to tell you. I got some super chats. One coming through from Dion, who's a legend, and also one I suspect is Cleveland Brown, but I'm not sure. Grad 778. Also, Hayden jumps in as well. We'll get to those in just a second. I always tell you guys when you super chat, and I appreciate you. You guys don't have to do that, but I love it when you do. I use the money to upgrade the show. I hope Runner 24 is here because we got a whole new computer. Doesn't look any different right now. The show doesn't, hopefully. But I got a whole new computer. Here's a picture of my scenario here. I bought the new Rode mixer there on the right with the multicolored buttons before the season started. That's the way that I get the telephone to work. And then that little computer you can see in the middle of the screen to the left, that is a Mac Studio with the M4 Max chip in it. And I upgraded it to the highest chipset you can get. So thank you guys very much for your super chats. And that's the kind of stuff we do with it. We upgrade the equipment on the show so it doesn't fail so often. And it really doesn't do that too much anymore. But I only have you to thank. So thank you for that. Lewis is also concerned. Why is it coming up as my email? I think it has to do with YouTube has done something. I don't think it's Jay. And it happened last week, too. Also want to show here Halloween last night. This is me to the right. I was Buckethead, the guitarist. My friend Cuz was the Vandy Pimp from SEC Shorts. And then my neighbor was Michael Myers. So really went all out for my Buckethead costume with the bucket, with the funeral, with the long hair, with the mask, and with the actual guitar. But it's not it's not the actual Gibson, but it's like the Temu version of it anyway. Worked out great. Thank you guys so much for being here, and we're going to be getting to it. I guess at the end of this game, I am concerned a little bit that we're not going to start on time or it's going to be somewhere else, and that means I probably won't be able to watch it as easily, but that's just life. Dion with the super chat coming through says, here's for another brain drain. Let me give you the super chat right here, bro. Super chat. There it is, Dion. Thank you for being there with us back safely in the States. He has been known to travel internationally at times. Also, Cleveland Brown jumps in to say, stay hydrated, bunk. Hauk, YouTube TVs. Yes, this is a difficult situation for those of us who are YouTube TV people, and I do have my Owala, the Twilight Zone colorway, full of ice water, and I will be staying hydrated tonight. By the way, I'll be drinking Backbone Bourbon right here. And the reason I choose Backbone Bourbon is because it's not from Kentucky, because I don't want to drink Kentucky stuff tonight. This is from Indiana. No, it might be from Ohio, actually. But I know, no, Indiana. Definitely not Kentucky. Not drinking Kentucky stuff tonight. There's just no way I can do it. Hayden jumps in with a super chat as well. Says, walking to Jordan Hare now. Wardham Eagle JG. It's going to be a great night for football, my man. The weather's been terrific here tonight. It might be a little chilly. I think the temperatures tonight are going to be in the low 50s. The last time Kentucky played in Jordan Hare, 2 times ago in 2009, it was like in the 40s, and everybody was freezing their balls off. Don Proper Dickens says, Kentucky is dangerous. I mean, any game with Auburn at this point is dangerous, isn't it? It is. I will do my very best to recognize you guys by your avatars. I'm pretty good at it. I'm not perfect at it. And I'll see what I can do. I see Ephesians has got his right name up there. Daniel D has his right one up there. The Kanuman's obviously easy to tell. So hopefully we can get that straightened out. There were some folks on the show last week that were able to change their name back to where it was. And I think they said YouTube had just forced that change. I don't know. By the way, something that was mentioned earlier from Don Properdicken is that ESPN, a.k.a. Disney, was taken off YouTube TV. Was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. And that means that our early Saturday viewing, we couldn't get our multi-box properly because we couldn't watch the Florida-Georgia game, which sucked. And there were a couple games early. I think it was the Miami SMU game, I think. I had to go to the ESPN app to watch it. Kind of sucks. It doesn't really bother me too much because I've still got ESPN app working for me. But for folks who went all in on YouTube TV, it's BS, and I hate it for you guys. It's not fair. James S. says, Dylan Cardwell got his first NBA start. # proud. Did not see that coming, James. Not necessarily the start, but the true opportunity for an NBA career. I really like Dylan. You guys know that. You guys like Dylan. I know that. Just didn't know that he had enough skill offensively to be able to stick on an NBA roster. But sometimes you don't necessarily need that. Jalen Williams, who plays for my Oklahoma City Thunder, Jay Will, is kind of similar to Dylan. And we just gave him like a $7 or $8 million contract, and he's going to be part of the team for a while. So there is hope for Dylan, and I'm so stoked that he's out there doing it because he's wholly positive. And everywhere he goes, he makes a place better. And that gives, the longer he's in the NBA, that gives him more lives to touch and more people to affect positively. And you can have no better ambassador for life or for Auburn than Dylan Cardwell. So I'm glad that you're able to see that, James, and I'll be keeping a close eye on him as well. Feel like a stranger jumps in with another super chat. It says, word up, much love, Drainers, Swoogans, and Tates. A matchup tonight of two teams fighting for playoff position. Do we have a laugh on that? Maybe we do. Fired coach playoffs. Uh-oh, feel like a stranger thinks that Hugh Freeze has got to go. Let's talk Baby Pearl and our new guys at some point tonight. A big win last night. I think it was 100-71 over the hated Memphis Tigers, led by the hated Penny Hardaway, formerly adored but now hated. And we had a lot of coverage from there. Caleb was up talking about that, writing about that. B-Matt, Hoke as well. We're going to talk to Hoke after the game tonight, too, and we'll definitely bring that up. Feel like a stranger. Appreciate you, as always. Mike, who is an awesome brain trainer, also a member of the Bourbon Blend crew, part of the Dozens, says the Cats are not good. Win or else, Hugh. War, damn Eagle. I have to agree with you on that. And I've already told you guys my opinion. I think you guys agree with me, or I agree with you, that he was cooked. I think he needs to not be the coach next year. And if we're talking real, and I mean, it's not like I'm going to be sad if he's the coach next year. Oh, wow. Mississippi State just caught a really tough pass on 4th down. I just think that a win tonight is probably going to solidify the position of influential people who feel like Hugh's the right guy to stay here. And I think those folks are pretty close to wanting to keep him regardless, barring some kind of cataclysmic fall apart. I do think Hugh's going to end up being the coach next year, but you know, I guess if he loses this game by 3 touchdowns, things could change. I don't anticipate that happening, but you never rule anything out. Martin jumps in with a super chat, says, cheers to a great November, my man. Thank you for the super chat. And I love November. I forgot it's the first of the month, isn't it? I usually put out a tweet saying first of the month from Bone Thugs, but I forgot to do it. Frustrating. Anyway, Martin, thank you for the super chat, and thank you for reminding me that it is another month. A new month to go out there and dominate for all of us. Shane jumps in with a super chat to say, War Eagle fam, let me give him one of these.
Is pimping easy? Big Daddy Kane would say
it ain't easy. Says War Eagle fam, let's get this dub. Hey, appreciate you, Shane. And Shane's been here with us a bunch of late. Like late meaning the last 6 years. And love to have Shane around, supportive and friendly guy in the chat. I also do want to give a shout out to, we were trick-or-treating, well, we were hosting trick-or-treaters, I guess, at the house last night, us here, and then Cousin Becky across the street, so we had a little complex going here, and by the way, Cousin Becky give out full candy bars, which is the best deal in all of Halloween if you're a trick-or-treater, and we met a guy named Justin, who lives in the neighborhood, one street over, and he says he watches every single Brain Drain, and so I was pretty fired up to have met him. A subscriber and a brain drainer. So Justin, who said he was going to be in Vegas for work today and for the next few days, just wanted to, I'm checking you to see if you're actually watching, bro. It was cool meeting people on the street. Midro was in here in the chat with us. Says JG, what up, bro? Good to see you. Revenge jumps in with a super chat as well. Says optimism, want to win for our players. Word amigo, I love Reven's positivity. I think me and Raven are kind of aligned as far as how we feel about Hugh, but I would never want Auburn to lose a game, and nor would he. Also, Pocket Watch. I don't know how I popped over that one. I just went on that little rant. I'm sorry. Dr. Goose. Jay Goose is rolling at what he thinks is a tree at his Santa Fe retirement home. We won the game by his standard. Dr. Goose. He's in He's in New Mexico, JG. Yeah, I got you. Let's see. James S. comes back and says a bad loss against Vanderbilt will get Hugh. We'll worry about that when we'll cross that bridge when we find it, right, my guy? That game's going to be next weekend in Nashville, and we will keep an eye on that. Thank you guys again. I mentioned this at the top of the show, but we got a new computer running on a Mac Studio today. First time we've changed computers since we were in the throes of COVID when I bought a iMac Pro, with Super Chats. And that thing lasted us 5 years, and it was already 2 years old when I bought it. So it was an absolute monster, and very, very appreciative of you guys for that. Nick jumps in to say, shout out for my boy P. Holmes. Said he hasn't missed this show in over 5 years, so I'm tuning in for the first time. Glad to have you, Nick. And also, P. Holmes, thanks for being an ardent supporter of what we do here on this channel. Wizard D says Kentucky's passing game makes me nervous. They do have a freshman quarterback who's been pretty good. He's been a lot better than Zach Calzada. Familiar saying. Auburn people have heard that before. And they have a pretty good run defense too. So if you think about, when I go into a game, I'm always like, all right, let's run the football because it's Auburn and we got good tailbacks. And I like the offensive line in general. And then Hugh doesn't like to run the ball. And then we end up in that kind of conundrum. Maybe the Kentucky game, maybe they will force Auburn to go away from the run game and pass a little bit, and we'll see what Ashton can do with that. Renard, who's definitely one of our legends here on the chat, says, JG, time to win. Look at that. He's pulling for the Tigers. He's always pulling for the Tigers. Appreciate you, Renard. Looking forward to what you had to say in the chat tonight. It is awesome, as usual, for you. Runner 24, I got to put this up here. Says, glad to see the computer working well. Runner 24 had some skepticism, some well-founded skepticism, I might add, considering some of the telephony problems I've had this season. But I noticed that when I was putting all this together and I upgraded the firmware on the mixer, that the phone worked better. I don't have to use Bluetooth now. I actually have a hardwire connection. And anecdotal evidence suggests we're going to have a great night of telephony. So looking forward to that. Let's see. 9-time champion. This is great with a picture of Tub, no less. Doug Amos was broadcasting this morning from Chappie's. A bunch of Auburn people saw him and yelled, oh, hell no, and walked out. Oh, no. Doug Amos, a guy I've known for a long time. Doug, he's not anti-Auburn, though, is he? I mean, he may. I don't think so. I don't know. You guys probably know a little bit more about his specific areas of expertise, but he seems like a pretty much an all opportunities guy. And I'm going to be seeing him in January. The Faulkner men's basketball team is going to be celebrating 20 years since their title run. Is it 20 years? 20 or 25? I guess it would be 25 then, wouldn't it? And I'm going to be there. Doug, of course, works at Faulkner, and I will be there because I was chronicling their journey as the only reporter that went with them the whole way. Let's see what else. I know you guys, some of y'all are really struggling for finding this game because of it not being on YouTube TV. You can check the ESPN app, which I get through my cable provider. Believe it or not, I have cable and YouTube TV. It's stupid, but I do. And a lot of people were saying in the bunker that you can find the game on regular YouTube. There's going to be people that put it out there, so you can keep a look on that. Keep a lookout for that. It is going to be on the SEC network. Nick says, Wardam Sling TV Day Pass. Folks were saying you can just do it for one day if you want to. Yeah, so that might be a good idea, too, if you don't want to sail the seas. Piracy. I'm going to go ahead and bounce over to our in-game, and hopefully our chat will populate and everything will go smoothly as I expect. That is at least my expectation. I figured there would be at least one thing that didn't work when I switched to the new computer. I did send out checklists for folks to make sure we're going to have our calls. And it populated before I hit save, so we're going to be good, I think. Another super chat coming through, this time from Parker M., last name redacted, says, I was late commenting last week, making sure I'm early this week because I'm very much not sober, hoping for another win before I have to stream college football at 6 a.m. on Sundays. Hashtag Auckland, New Zealand time. Parker, glad to have you here. Glad to have you here last week and the week before that and the week before that. Appreciate you, big dog. Tonight, Auburn against Kentucky. We're waiting for this Mississippi State Arkansas game to complete. Mississippi State just got away. They're going to get into the end zone to go ahead with less than a minute to go. Absolutely edge. Wow. Mississippi State. I know they're not a good football team at 0-4 in the SEC, obviously. But remember how bad they were like a couple years ago and last year, and now they're like competitive, you know? They're similar to Auburn, which is really kind of, it's tough to say, honestly. Mobile alum jumps in, says, hey, JG, love to have you here, young lady. Mobile alum, one of our most ardent Auburn supporters, in my opinion. And also Reynolds, who is quite possibly my favorite meteorologist, short of Christina Abernathy or Cindy Presler. Says, looks great, Commodore Tate. That's my guy right there. Thank you for being part of the family, my guy. Pretty fired up to have a new computer, honestly. The other one was just getting really slow. I'm using it over here for non-serious use now. I want to make sure I had something good. This is way overkill, by the way. Those of you who are computer nerds like me, I've got 64 gigs of RAM in this bad boy. I probably used 20 of them, but you never know. Maybe I'll start doing LLMs real soon. Blake jumps in with let me give a laugh to that one for the computer nerds out there. Blake R jumps in with a super chat to say, JT, sipping some more Russell's Reserve Single Barrel, which is an amazing choice. Yeah, by the way, somebody was just asking, I think it was, I'm sorry, I missed. Somebody was asking about what's going on with the game. We got the kick pushed to 6:40, trying to deal with this Mississippi State Arkansas game. I suspect that it's going to kick on at 7:40, and we're going to probably miss the first little bit because it's going to be on the app only. Appreciate you, Blake. Also, he says, ready to be happy with the win, but prepared for more disappointment. That guy's been watching a lot of Auburn football. By the way, Russell's Reserve Single Barrel, that's what I was going to say. Certainly one of our most recommended bourbons for those of you out there who like bourbon, who are not sure what to do. You go into ABC and there's fucking 5,000 bottles or whatever, and you don't know what's good and what's not. Russell's Reserve Single Barrel is a winner every day of the week. Sometimes it just says single barrel, and then there's a very similar version that's the Russell's Reserve 10-year. You're good with any of those. Those are great ones. Heaven Hill Bottled in Bond is always a strong hitter. Elijah Craig Barrel Proof is always a strong hitter. There's definitely some stuff that you can get done there. Terrence says, JG, we're all connoisseurs of bad football. We'll give you this one right here.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
That's the truth right there. Wish we could get this daggone Mississippi State game over with. That would be awesome. Like to see some Auburn football. I've been pretty fired up about this one. Awesome Sauce says, deserved upgrades. There's no doubt. Thank you. I think they are too. I mean, to go 5 years with a used computer, it was used when I bought it, is amazing. And again, I thank you guys so much for making it happen. The real test, as Runner 24 would attest, I didn't mean to make that rhyme, is telephony. That's always been the bugaboo. And hopefully tonight we'll get right through that. Again, I tested it Thursday. I tested it Friday. I tested it again today. It's working all when I'm wired. It's 100% good. Mike, speaking to the truth that a lot of us can say. Mike says, Reynolds, some of my earliest crushes were the ladies on the Weather Channel. Oh, my gosh. Yes, Janetta Jones, Christina Abernathy. Great forecasters, meteorologists, first of all, and also just good people. Good people. Let's see what else is going on here. Stu Pup jumps in with a super chat. Stu Pup, of course, has super chatted us every show we have ever done. And when we're talking about upgrades, you got to include Stu Pup in that because he's been such an ardent supporter. War Eagle fam at a soccer game. Y'all hold it down for me until the second half. I want to clarify that is his child's game. He's not chilling it like Atlanta United. He's doing it because he's a dad, and that's the kind of dedication that he shows. You know what I mean? And that's good. That's what Auburn people do because they believe in hard work. They believe in family. 9-time champion comes in again, says weather is spelled we at her because we all look at the weather girl. Reynolds works often with one of the legends of the Weather Channel, Kelly Cass, who's certainly a legend in her own right, and Jen Carfagno, who's also a legend. I believe she's a Penn State girl, though, so that might be a minus. I'd like to see more I don't know about Auburn girls. It's probably going to be unlikely, but Southern girls anyway, Mississippi State folks. Maybe. I take that. Let's see. CFB Addict says, I knew Janetta Jones in Atlanta Sultry. Oh, so good. CFB Addict is, I'm telling you, this guy, if I was on a desert island and I had to have one person with me, I think it'd be CFB Addict. And I'm going to tell you why. Incredibly bright, resourceful, and he's going to tell great stories. I mean, I don't know. Reynolds does confirm that Jen is Penn State. I had a feeling that was the case, which is generally thumbs down, but she's obviously great at what she does. My all-time favorite, though, was one that I don't think Reynolds knows, but Cindy Pressler, who had been at Weather Channel early on, and then she went to a station in Lexington, Kentucky, back in the early 90s, and she was amazing as well. Super, super good. Ephesians says, JG, we got football on. I do not, and I don't really have a way to do that, so not easily anyway. So what I'm going to do is I'll go ahead and click over to first quarter. I will pull up the stat broadcast, which I already have queued over here. And we're going to kind of do this through words. First play of the game was Ashton passes to Cam Coleman. So Cam Coleman did get the start. Then Jeremiah had a run for 5. Jeremiah had a run for 1. And Jeremiah had another run for 1. So we're already Pac-Manning, I should say. So the challenge, I think, tonight, as I mentioned earlier, I thought was going to be Auburn running the football. Auburn's good at running the football. Kentucky's got a pretty good run defense. So I thought that might add some complexity to the task. But Auburn doing okay so far. It's going to be a 3rd and 10 right now on the Auburn 26 is what I'm looking at. And the pass to Cam was incomplete, so it's going to be 4th and 10. That's not ideal. We're going to have to go ahead and chalk up Auburn and 0 for 1 on 3rd down. As you guys know, and as you probably remember, Auburn is typically a very good team. About their first drive is almost always really good. We always joke about how great they are when they're on script, and then they get bad when they're not on script. Unfortunately, this Arkansas game is going to slow down because Taylon Green is down, and this is going to slow things down a little bit for this game. All right, so Hudson Cock punts, 47-yard kick, and UK is going to take over on the 38. We're at the 12-11 mark of the first quarter. I still don't have it here on my TV. I know a lot of you guys are watching on the app. I'm not able to use the app just because of my TV situation's a little antiquated, I would say. Mike says the Weather Channel's music used to be the bomb. Absolutely. The locals on the 8s back in the 80s was like whatever kind of... Oh, I didn't realize it was on ESPN News. My bad. I think I can find that. I think it's 300-ish. Oh, wrong one. Let's see if I can find that. No, I'm not able to find that. ESPN News. Nah. I'm not able to find it. D-Meek says, I saw the punt 4th and 10. Did we get any yards at all? I think Auburn got a first down, unless there was a penalty involved. Auburn did get a first down, and then it just shut down immediately. I swear I have ESPN News on here, but I don't see it. Oh, well. He'll be on here eventually. Still waiting on UK to pick it up. Meanwhile, they have the National Papa Shot Championship on this ESPN thing I'm watching. I don't know why anybody would care about that. I mean, I like Papa Shot, and I wouldn't watch that. I'm just going to leave this on SEC. All right, they're actually killing the game now. So, big win for Mississippi State to go to Arkansas. I know Arkansas is not very good, and they're even worse with an interim head coach, but I know we're all happy to see Petrino lose, though. Come on now. First SEC win for Mississippi State since October 21st of 2023. Oh, my God. God, they were really patient last year, weren't they? Good golly. All right, let's get on with it, guys. Congratulations to Mississippi State. Let's get some real football on our screen. Come on now. Let's see. Yabo says ESPN app is better than YouTube TV anyway. FUY2. Why YouTube TV for playing these little games? All right, here we go. They did kind of wait, I think, to get this next drive off because it just took off. First down for UK, and they're going to get a short gain there. Looks like Robert Woodyard and Sly Smith on the tackle. Sly was playing, I think, as a reserve last week, but it looks like he's getting the start tonight. Good-looking UK uniforms, I think, with the blue helmet and the whites. Sometimes they get a little crazy with their chromes and whatnot. I'm not a big fan of that. Of course, we all love Auburn most in the Stormtroopers, but it's still a very classic and nice-looking uniform they've got out there right now, the Home Blues. Nice play. They tried to do a quick screen. Caleb Harris and Xavier Atkins. Debo was all over that ass. Terrence says, JJT, Cornhole wanted too much money for broadcasting rights. Papa Shaw was more reasonable. Yeah. Exactly. Let's see. Hunter says he's at a Halloween gathering, but he may be able to make it or he may not. I'm going to check back with him. Also, J-Head, a.k.a. Allen Head, is going to be ready to go post-game. And haven't heard back from AK just yet, so we'll see what's going on. Shaver Kia says, driving down I-65 yet again, living vicariously through the bunker. Oh, Key almost got the sack, but Debo was there to clean it up, and it's going to be 4th and 3. It's going to be a 3 and out for the hated UK Wildcats. And it looks like Keldrick was letting the quarterback know how he felt about it. Jay Boulware, an assistant coach at Kentucky, I see right there. Special teams coach here at Auburn many years ago. Good guy, like Jay Boulware. Key Crawford almost got him on the backside there. Great effort. And they're going to have to punt. So let's go ahead and give Kentucky an 0 for 1 on 3rd down. And I believe Ashton is 1 of 1 for... No, he's 1 of 2 for 6, and that's Cam's catch. And let me update to see what Jeremiah got on that first drive. 3 carries for 5 yards. I didn't have a chance to see him, so I don't even know what that looked like. Ashton Daniels. This is exciting. I'm sure it is. You know, their son was a starter at Stanford for a few years. But God, they had to go across the country to see him play. Now he's one state over, probably just a couple hours. Boy, Jeremiah was in a tight spot there and was able to make a cut and get out for a modest gain, 2 yards, maybe 3. Rich Anvil says this feels like a 3-2 affair. When Auburn's offense is involved, I wouldn't expect scoring. Would not expect scoring. Parker M says credit where it's due. Great punt by them. I mean, great punting. That did not go well there. I'm trying to see, did that have counter action, or was that just like a pin and pull power? Nah, just pin and pull power, or even kind of a buck sweep, I guess. Just didn't get going due to inside penetration there. I guess we're giving Ashton his flowers right now. Good kid, though. And I think he's a good quarterback. I really hope he just gets some opportunities tonight to play, to make a difference in the game, because I feel like Auburn's offense can be so flawed, primarily because of the play caller. But B. Frazier gets mighty close to a first down. We're going to get the Georgia. We got the Georgia spot there, so we got a little extra. Did you see in the Georgia-Florida game where that deep throw where the Florida receiver caught it and they called it an incomplete pass? Yet more Georgia home cooking, man. I'm telling you. I swear, SEC has said, protect them at all costs. I don't understand it. Robert Smith notes that Kentucky's trying to load the box. This is an interesting look here. They've got 4 down, but 3 shifted linebackers. Ashton with a quick throw there to Cam for about 6 on first down. That's not a problem at all. We'll take 6 yards on first down all the time. It's actually technically 5. He's now got 2 catches for 11. And Parker's fired up to see a first down from a tight end. I do need to get a first down sound that doesn't drive us crazy when it's repetitive. Just kidding. Probably wouldn't hear it that often, would we? Oh, that was a 3rd down conversion, though, so we get we get to put Auburn on the board for that one. Better than the the Missouri game, I think, that Auburn went 0 for a billion, or was it the Georgia game? I can't remember which one. They all kind of mix up. This is an interesting formation. I like Cam coming out of a condensed look there. Ashton on the run. It's a first down run for Ashton. I like it. Schaefer Kia jumps in, says, if you bet, I hope you took the under. Yeah. We're glad to have you here in the car, Schaefer Kia. I feel like this hit would have really hurt because he kind of banged his head really hard. But dice seems fine. That's good. Auburn, considering they're at the 25, this has been a very matriculating drive. Oh! Perry Thompson goes up to make a catch that I didn't think there was a way for him to even get in position to compete for that ball. And not only to do that, he damn near caught it. There's Horatio Fields on the sideline. We learned this week that it looks like he's going to redshirt and be able to come back next year. That'd be a nice addition. I like Horatio a lot. We didn't have a chance to see a lot of him in games before he got hurt, but I've seen him in practice a bunch prior to the injury, all through 2 days, and he looked pretty damn good. I thought that was a big-time addition. He's not Cam, but he's good. Yeah, Yabo said he almost caught the throwaway. That's true. It was a hell of an attempt to get that ball, to get up to that ball. Shows you what a freak Perry is physically. Hugh's been talking the past couple of weeks about how Perry got here, and he was a physical freak from the moment he stepped on campus, but he just didn't know how to practice. He didn't really know how to read coverages and know where to be, honestly. Aside from just running a route, there's a lot more to it than that. And over time, he got better because he cared about getting better. And now he's at a point where he's trusted, and he's a very effective player, both in practice and on the game field. So big up to Perry, and I love seeing situations like that where players, they improve and they get better. That's what kids do. 3rd and 8. Ashton gets away for about 6. So you're looking at a 4th and 2 here, and I don't think Auburn can afford to take this risk right here. They're still on the minus side of the field, probably at the 40-ish. Somewhere in that range. They're going to have to go ahead and punt the ball away. Hudson Cock. Looks like they may be short of where I said, more like the 35. That was a fine punt right there. Gets them back to the 16, where they will take over for their second possession. Yabo says we're warming up with a new quarterback. He's looking okay so far. I agree. ACC Tiger says we are so bad. We've got a new name here. I think he had a different name last week. Mang says, eat a dick, YouTube TV. I think it was eat a dick, YouTube last week. Hello, Jay and fellow drainers. Let's give him a laugh for that one. It's pretty funny. Let's see. Daniel D says, two bad teams playing each other. And AU Taxman says, is the baseball game on you? Everybody's fired up to be watching this. Ashton is 3 of 5 for 19. And Cobb is now 7 carries for 12. I did kind of make a reference to it being a little bit tough sledding. Tough sledding because of this Kentucky defensive line is pretty good at run defense. And also Ashton has 2 carries for 12 as a rusher. So, kind of a slow start from Auburn so far. Toomer's Corner says he's okay with it so far. No sacks yet. Terrence says, JG, is Memphis basketball really that bad? I think they're average. I think Auburn's a little better than average, probably. I know if you guys watched the Oklahoma State exhibition, you might have gotten a little bit jarred by some defensive lapses that they had. Certainly didn't have any scoring problems in that game. And I cautioned you guys that, exhibition play is what it is. It's an exhibition game. It's the first time this team's ever played a competitive game. Everybody's new except for Tahad, so you got to give them some space. And I thought defensively they were much better. They created a lot of problems for Memphis, particularly in the first 5 to 10 minutes of that game, and just jumped on them. So I think you're still going to see an Auburn team this year that's when they get going, they're going to just blow people's minds by how quickly they can score the ball. Defensively, I think it'll be just an adjustment period. I think they'll ultimately be a pretty good defensive team. I do think that their strong point's going to be getting out in transition and using their speed. There's Dorothy squeezing out some lemons there at Toomer's for a Toomer's lemonade. Everybody gets out of the way of the camera. Don't be shy, homie. See, LB Puppy says JA would have been sacked twice by now. No joke. It's probably true. Bobby Jamison Travis getting some love here. Definitely elevated his game last week against Arkansas. He was a menace. He's kind of been a menace all year. I love that the clip highlighting Bobby is actually Debo beating somebody's ass again. Oh, man, that was a nice play. Did you see him? He broke he crossed the face of his blocker and just stood there like a Hulk. Like, I dare you. Really, really nice job there on the sweep. Auburn's end-man online attacked the first blocker in that 2-blocker flow, and everything clumped up behind it after that. That's how you defend that play right there. I want to make sure I know who do I need to give the salute to here on this sweep play. I'm going back to watch it a little bit. It was key. And then Keldrick caught him on the backside, so good teamwork there. Oh, man, I thought Kensley had a chance for a pick there. Ball was in his paws, but he wasn't able to pull it down, and it's going to be 3rd and 10 for the UK Wildcats. Justin asks, what's our record if Sean White is our quarterback? That's probably a wash. I know that there's some retroactive opinions about Sean White that he was better than he was, and he had a particularly good game, as I recall, against Kentucky up there one time. Auburn loading the line of scrimmage here. Let's see. They're going to drop into a cover 3, but is it going to be inverted or not? No, it's not. They're going to bring dudes. A little slow on the drops, though. I'm not sure what happened there. Usually when they crowd on 3rd down like that, they drop out immediately. This time they took about 2 steps forward and then dropped. But unfortunately, they dropped into kind of a clump. They were all together, and the ball just went right over their head. That's not ideal. I guess they were expecting that throw to come out a little bit later than it did. Got stack receivers here on the short side. They just motioned out of it. Keldrick got run over there a little bit, but that happens. CFB Addict says we don't have to blitz every third down. He definitely likes loading the line of scrimmage on third down. Now, right there was kind of a weird. I don't really know what he was doing there. Maybe we'll talk to Hunter about that one later in the week, or at least at halftime. Wizard D says Sean White was a baller. He was definitely better than I think a lot of people gave him credit for, but he was not an incredibly effective quarterback. He was solid. Oh, tell me he caught that. Tell me he caught that. Oh. That could have been another pick for Rayshawn, bro. And he just kind of was bumbling it a little bit. The ball came right to him. No, he's out of bounds. He did get control of it, but his foot was half in, half out when he did get control of it. So no go on that one. 3rd and 5. Mike says we need an alpha quarterback. Word. Ooh, Key Crawford absolutely popped the quarterback right there. He had a clear shot. And that's going to be a stop on 3rd down for the Auburn defense yet again. They're 1 of 3. I take it back. I give them 0 for 2. It's like Malcolm's back to field this punt as is customary. I feel like Auburn has more than one, don't they? Auburn's 2 for 4 on 3rd down, excuse me. All right, stats are updated. Malcolm's going to have to take a fair catch there because it was a nice high punt. So Auburn takes over plus 11 here. I'm sorry, minus 11. And we shall see how this goes. I guess we're going to take a timeout on that one. Daniel D says, I feel so bad for our defense. A. Robinson says, I'm bored. I don't think it's going to get much better as soon as Auburn's offense takes the field. Spicy Pete says something that was noted earlier in the chat that this has 2007 Mississippi State vibes. Yeah, it's getting a little bit like that. People say my feed is behind. I'm live as can be, man. I'm hitting that live button. Live. Let's see. A Taxman says, got some bookers in the Swoogan glass tonight. A Taxman was such a generous dude. Last time we had a in-person bunker meetup for bourbon in Birmingham, he couldn't go, but he still donated a bottle of bookers to the group, which I thought was incredibly legendary of him. Appreciate that, of course. And I think we still have it because I would only take it to Auburn bourbon events, bunker bourbon events. And my recollection is that we only had like 1 or 2 sips that night. And then it's been to Orange Beach a couple times. So we definitely got some mileage out of that. Robert says, is this the worst offense at Auburn ever or in running? I have seen the 98 offense, guys. I don't know if you guys are old enough to remember that one, but it was a disaster. Like, this isn't that bad compared to that. Yabo says, how's the run pass distribution looking? Sounds like a Mike G question, but I'm happy to answer. Ashton has 5 throws. I'm thinking that's something like 7 dropbacks-ish, because he had to escape a couple times. So 7 dropbacks, and that would mean that you have 7 designed runs to Jeremiah. So 50-50, I guess. 14 plays from scrimmage. But I'm estimating it a little bit. Not Salty says, JG was meant to be a joke. I'm sorry. I didn't pick up on that. My bad. If I were home, I could pause the YouTube to match them, but I'm at a beach bar and have no control. I hope you get control before you make a bad decision tonight, my guy. I'm just teasing. Feed works fine. Just glad to be here. Appreciate you, man. I'm sorry that I didn't read that the way that I should have. Beppo. Excuse me. Bourbon friends are good friends. Sorry about that, Beppo. That's how I feel about it. Bourbon is the great equalizer. I did mention we were doing Halloween here at our house, and then Chris and Becky across the street, so it was kind of a complex here. And we had bourbon out. We had adult trick-or-treating. I think we had 5 bottles of bourbon out, and I was surprised by how many people were, we had some cups too. Dixie cups or whatever, like, the plastic cups. And I was surprised by how many people partook. I thought it would be a couple. I didn't think that strangers would be like, yeah, I'll drink out of an open bottle, but everybody seemed completely at peace with doing that. So again, bourbon friends are good friends, Beppo. All right, 1st and 10 for the Auburn Tigers at the 12. Ashton running a, I would call that like a Steeler read. You could also call that a quarterback power read. Got about, 4, something like that. Midro asking the real questions. How did the eagle fly? Not the game. There's so many things that go into a great game day experience. I mean, did the band play good? Did the eagle fly good? How many, elephant ear machines are there? Was it easy to get cotton candy? There you go, Cam. Boy, Cam added probably 8 to 10 yards on the end of that catch because he's Cam Coleman. That was an amazing play right there. Let's see. Taxman reminds us that in 99, Heath Evans led the team with rushing with something like 300 yards. We didn't even break 1,000 yards as a team. I covered every game. I was at every game, and I don't even remember how bad it was in 99. I remember Ben being pretty good, though, throwing the ball around. But I guess so much of my memory from that season would be like them just blowing out Georgia. Pocket Watch says he already reported how Dr. Goosh responded to the eagle flight. He loved it. He was watching from Santa Fe. JG, are the toilets flushing good? Spicy P says something that annoys me, and it's not really big. It's not really you're doing it because a lot of people are saying this, but they're saying that enjoy Cam while he's gone, while he's here, because he's absolutely gone, and I don't believe that for a second. He may end up leaving, but the idea that it's just a foregone conclusion to me is silly. It's a different deal now. If he gets paid and he's satisfied, oh God, Ashton's running for his life again. At least he throws the ball away, though, right? LB Puppy was saying something earlier about how if Jackson were playing, it would have been 2 sacks. That would be another one right there. That'd probably be 3 sacks. Nelly says Cam is legit. Imagine how good he'd be, or how good he'd look with a decent quarterback and offensive coordinator. Yeah, I think Cam's amazing anyway. He makes absolute, minus a couple drops, although I don't think of him as a dropper, but he's had a couple tough drops. That's going to be another punt. Yeah, Luke Duke says that, and don't love the snap there. Bryce Kane is there to get the ball downed. Spicy Pieces, I need you to be right, JG. Just what I hear. Fair enough. Talking about some stuff with Cam Coleman potentially leaving anyway. CDF jumps in with a super chat. Super chat. Says, as I've said since Pastor Hugh arrived, this isn't a quarterback issue. Can't say I disagree, because I think that the biggest bottleneck in this entire offensive operation, which is a word that Alex McPherson uses a lot, and I love it. He calls about it the whole operation is what he likes to say. I think the bottleneck is the offensive coordinator, or the play caller. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say offensive coordinator. The real offensive coordinator. Yeah, you better think twice, homie. Kentucky quarterback scrambling for his life. He's got Debo coming in on his head, and he thought better about it. Got down. Pretty smart. Hey, can you remember a season? I'm sure this has happened, and I'm forgetting. Everybody's just gone apeshit about Indiana, and I understand they're 9-0 and they're a great story. Can you remember a team out of nowhere like that being such a big story like this? I mean, I guess, yeah, that was probably the right decision to go ahead and keep that ball because the tailback is about to die. Jay Hardy with the tackle, by the way, and a first down for the UK Wildcats. That's going to end the quarter. A team that kind of came out of nowhere. I mean, I know Indiana was good last year, but it's like Indiana. Like, what? When's the last time that a team that kind of came out of nowhere became such a big deal? Was it like Boise State 20 years ago? Or was it like, do we have to go back to like Colorado being really good in late 80s? And then into 1990? Rich Anvil says UCF, which is a good one when they went undefeated and kind of came out of nowhere. They definitely came out of nowhere. I mean, and they did kind of sweep the nation, didn't it? It was like a big, big deal. It was like, oh, Scott Frost, he's like the next great coach. And went to Nebraska. McNarshall, good stuff, man. Northwestern 95, that's a great one right there. That's the season where Pat Fitzgerald was the middle linebacker, and they were so good. Great call. That would definitely fit. AU 2010 is a good one, too. A team that I'm very familiar with, as are you. Didn't even think about that. I mean, to me, like, yeah. And Cam's, I had a feeling Cam was going to be otherworldly. JD says, do you think Hugh is fired if we lose this? Probably not. My question would be this, and you got to think about this not from our perspective, from somebody with actual responsibility. Okay. What's the benefit to firing him now? Because you're watching all this shrapnel around the LSU situation, right? And it's pretty clear that the LSU culture was toxic AF, similar to Auburn in 98. And he got to go. And I bet everybody in that program is happier that he's gone, right? Brian Kelly, I'm talking about. It is definitely, I promise you guys, it is not that way at Auburn. Now, I'm not trying to defend Hugh. I've said many times, and I'll say it again, I think he should not be the coach next year, but it is not a toxic situation here. So you got to tell me how you benefit from getting rid of him right now. Revenge jumps in with a super chat to say, I can't say that I'm impressed with the offense. It's funny right now. Spicy Pieces ending this shit show. Huge benefit. Durkin can't be worse. Oh, he can be worse. I like DJ Durkin. I'm just saying he can be worse. He can be worse. I don't even know what happens. Like if you fire Hugh, okay, now your play caller's gone. No one at Auburn has any play calling experience. I mean, I don't think D. Nix really does. I mean, I know at Ole Miss, blah, 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 but we know who calls plays at Ole Miss, right? I mean, Ken Austin, no, he hasn't been calling plays. And then you're down to like Josh Thornton or no. Ambitious Engineer says, get this S over with. We gain nothing keeping him until the end of the season either. I just don't agree. I don't think you gain anything, but you don't lose anything really. I mean, it just kind of is what it is. Chip Bunk says, pimping is easy.
Is pimping easy? Big Daddy Kane would say it ain't easy.
AU fandom, not so much. No, it is definitely not easy. Runner 24 says, dumping Hugh. Benefit, better chance to win games this season? No guarantee, but the odds are decent. I don't think I'm a fan of that. I'm a fan of him not being the coach next year, but I'm not a fan of firing him right now. I think it's good. P-Pass says, I want Ken Austin to be the quarterback coach at Alabama. That is amazing, dude. I'm going to give you one of these. That's amazing, dude. Is that loud enough? Can you all hear it? There we go. Oh, he was like, oh my goodness. Auburn had a loss of 10 yards on that play, and they had two guys miss the tackle concurrently. And then he breaks away and gets 10-yard gain, and it's a first down. Mother flipper, man. Come on now. It was Sly, and I guess it was the cornerback over there, Cahan. Yes, it was. Cahan had a good lick, but didn't wrap up at all. And that's kind of been the hit on Sly, is that he misses too many tackles. His positioning is good, but his tackling is not great. And that's a big L. That's a big L right there. Nick says, wrap up. Another nice play by Auburn. Great penetration right there. I bet you that's Debo. I don't even see the number. It is Debo. These sweeps are not going to work. Kentucky's going to have to put a cap on that shit. The last three sweeps have been absolute, I was going to say a bad word, but you get demolished. It's because Auburn's ready for him, and that end man online is attacking the shit out of that first puller, and it just blunks everything up, and there's nowhere to operate, and then the backside pressure just catches him. That time it was more like penetration from the middle there. But Auburn's got the sweep handled. Now, see, that's a good counter to what they were doing. They ran away from the puller right there because Auburn was doing such a good job of blowing the puller up. Rose McGowan with a nice little run there. Watch, he's going to run away from the puller. So puller's going left to right, and then the run's going to go right to left. Look how aggressively Amaris and I think Chris Murray were going after that puller, which is good. It's good football play, but somebody's got to have that backside too. I want to make it clear that Amaris was doing his job there. Debo, again, making a great play. He's putting together one of the great linebacker seasons. I don't think we've seen an Auburn linebacker have this good of a year, I think, since Joshua Bynes was playing here. Some people don't realize how freaking good that guy was. Played in the NFL for like 10 or 12 years. Midro just says, WTF are we doing? We might lose to Kentucky. And Neil J., who is here, I saw you earlier. I'm sorry I didn't call you out when I saw the flag. Says, how many field goals win this game? I bet Cassidy P is counting too. He's a big field goals wins games kind of guy too. Bush Hamden, who's been the coordinator there for a minute, I think. Basically, him and Liam Cohen just kind of trade off whenever they're around. Whoever's available. Third and 9. Auburn's got Malik Blockton in there. Keldrick Falk in there. Debo's on the line of scrimmage here. No, he's not. He's backed out. My bad. That was Amaris. Debo made an amazing play right there that I don't think he was even supposed to make. Auburn completely lost contain to that wide side of the field. And he saw that, and he immediately darted over, but he over-pursued on purpose to establish leverage again over there and force the run inside, and that saved the play, I think. He's just an absolute freaking animal, I'm telling you. UK is going to have to go for a longish field goal here. This is probably 48 yards, something like that. Melee says field goal is a touchdown in this game. And that one's right down the middle. My goodness, that's like a Daniel Carlson kick right there. And UK's on the board. CFB Addict says game over. People be real worried about the Auburn offense. Hey, still got a long way to go here, guys. Let's see. P-Pass says, I've never seen that. Quarterback tried to play action and almost got sacked. Incredible work by Debo, though, to reset that defensive situation. He just such a wise football player. He's just got instincts, man. God just put programming in his brain to make him a damn good football player. That's all I can say about that. I really believe he intentionally over-pursued to try to, without a doubt, force that play back. It was really smart, man. Joshua P. asks me, be honest, JG. Lane was choice 1. Yes, Lane was choice 1. Spinnaker Sailor, who's actually Raven, says, go ahead and get J-Head on the horn. Not Salty says, time to play Danger Zone. Guys. That's amazing. The Danger Zone. This is your redhead, your strippers, girl's named Tiffany. By the way, that was a 9-play, 44-yard scoring drive in 4 minutes and 10 seconds. Let me get some of these numbers put back together. Notably, their quarterback's not doing shit. 2 of 6 for 19 is all he's got. By the way, Ashton is 4 of 8 for 33. Let me go ahead and get some of these numbers put back together. And let's see, Daniels is a rusher, 3 carries for 15, not too shabby. Jeremiah's had a tough go of it. I don't think it's really his fault. 8 carries for 15 yards for him. And I know Cam has another catch, so let me get his numbers here. Cam has 3 catches for 25. All right, it looks like we're updated there. CFB Addict says our AI summary, which if you come into the chat, it gives you like an AI summary to get you up to speed. It says some commenters are calling for the coach to be fired. That's the one from a month ago. Tell me the new one. I'm just kidding. I know that's not. There he is. Spinnaker Sailor, a.k.a. Ravin, says, pissed off BMAT will be glorious to hear tonight. I hope he doesn't take it out on the Sonic car hop delivering the Nanner pudding shake. I wonder if we have a soundbite for that, guys. Do we? I think we do. Yeah, right here.
Yeah, like a medium banana pudding milkshake.
All right, so 3-0. Gunner says, put Jackson in. We need a spark. Got to give Ashton a little bit of time, right? Just some. Tim, the tool man, my man, who's one of our great chatters, says, fire him now. Just right now. Also, Mick Narshall says we need some Coxcat. I'm trying to think. Mick Narshall, you might like. There's today was a big horse racing day in the Breeders' Cup, and they had one of the juvenile race yesterday, and the horse that whoa that Oklahoma guy, is he hurt or something? The colt that won the juvenile race has a mixed name like you did. I always forget which one's right. I think it's Ted something. And the only reason he's called that is because somebody messed up the name of the bloodstock agent and transposed the letters. Anyway, it makes no sense. I don't know why I went so long on that. Let's see, Ephesians. I'm trying to follow you here. JG, I think ESPN cut the feed on the wrong UK Auburn game, remembering back to that basketball game. I don't remember that. I have never in my life seen a player called a true junior. That's a new one for me. Boy, this offense sucks. Good golly, Miss Molly. Just got word from AK that he's good to go for halftime. That's what you love to hear. That's what you love to hear. So we've already gotten yes for sure on AK, yes for sure from J-Head, and a probably or possibly from Coach Hunter. So that's a good start. That's a good start. ACC Tiger just says, Jesus, take the wheel, man. It's ugly. 3rd and 19, guys. It's not too bad.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
That pass by Ashton Daniels on 3rd and 19 was as bad as we've seen this year from anybody. He's got a wide open receiver. Granted, it's probably not going to be a first down. He was throwing it about 6 or 7 yards. But he missed that throw by an unimaginable margin for a Division I quarterback. My goodness, that was a bad miss. Boy, Hudson just added about 15, 17 yards onto that punt, got him down to the 29. Ambitious Engineer, my man, says, we are close. Wait to the end of the season. Dave Rockefeller says it's always shit. Not maybe good, maybe shit. It's just always shit. Yeah. Let's see. Blake R says this ain't Ashton's fault, but Hugh needs an excuse to put Jackson in. Terrible play calling. I got to agree with you. It just looks bad. Super, super bad. Let me update a few of these. 3rd down. Auburn is 2 of 6. They're 1 of 4. And I don't know if these other numbers really matter. Mike says, who's our number 3? I would say Deuce is probably the number 3 at this point. Some people were advocating bringing in Sean White. Jay Berry says, I'd even say bring in Stan White. I love that you guys have a sense of humor with all this. Terrence says J.G. Daniels gives the offense consistency instead of being awful for the second half. They are now awful for the entire game. It's consistency. Let's see. Heckhouse says the only thing we're close to, and he knows ambitious was BS, and the only thing they're close to is getting shut out for an entire half against Kentucky. And also small victories. Wants to know if TJ Finley's available. I don't think he's even playing. He's at Georgia State, but I don't think he's playing. People are clamoring for Jeremy Johnson at this point. Oh, my goodness. It's tough. Awesome Sauce says I'd be willing to try the janitor. Oh, guys. It's during calamitous evenings such as these that we learn how good of a family we are, okay? Wizard D says Hugh will not play deuce. I kind of agree with you on that. I mean, at this point, might as well. Melee wants to know if Daniel Cobb's available. Oh. I've literally got tears in my eyes from that one. Wow. The chat is amazing. You guys are the best, man. I'm telling you. Reynolds is advocating for Zeke Pike. The pride of the bluegrass. Fighting fire with fire. I like that idea. Let's see. Feel like a stranger says viewers in the chat are expressing frustration and disappointment, seemingly regarding a sports game or team performance. Some are calling for the coach to be fired and suggesting alternative players. I like that FLAS GPT. I like it. Andre Woodson. That's that 2009 game. When Andre Woodson was the quarterback and they had Randall Cobb too. Something like that. Dave Rockefeller pulling for Cord Sandberg here. Cord. Defense is not having the same problem. Looks like Keldrick Falk was doing Keldrick Falk things there. Kensley was in there to help. Woodyard was in there to help. Kentucky having a tough go of it right now with the running. They really had just a couple decent run plays, and everything else has been trash. Auburn's defense has been gobbling up the run game. And I'm not at all shocked by that, but I am shocked a little bit by how dog shit this offense is. I know it's bad. I just figured it would be better, Like I figured like Hugh would say, "Hey man, I know everybody's mad at me. I know everybody wants me to be fired. Maybe I should just go ahead and put a little extra time in the offense and make it a little bit better, Great catch from their tight end right there. Good God. Great defense from Debo. Not a first down, but it's going to be 3rd and short. I feel like a stranger jumps in again to say, what's Austin Davis up to? Is he coaching the NFL again? I think he's on our board, isn't he? As Austin Davis with a Z on the end, I think. There's DJ Durkin right there with the his trademark at this point, just a plain blue and white Auburn swoosh. Folks have been clamoring for him to wear something a little more Auburn-y. Boy, nice lick from Robert Woodyard. It's going to depend on the spot here. New Boy Fagan's in there also. And Bryce Diaz in there as well. Some hard hitting going on in that run game, I tell you. I personally think he's about half a yard short, but we'll see where they spot this. Blake Robinson says, get over to Plains and Park and ask Gabe Gross to suit up again. Old number 22. I remember. I think he's short, guys. That's the truth. Now, I'm not saying they're going to spot it there. Okay, so they're going to spot it as a first down. I thought he was about half a yard short, but whatever. Luke says, JJ, I heard if Freeze is fired, Gruden's name has come up for replacement. Is it true? I have not heard that. Not from one person. The people I haven't found one person that I would consider. Look at this. That's how you fucking run. That's how you run defend right there. You see Keldrick Falk? Football player, man. Football player. End man online, establishing an edge, maintaining his edge, and forcing a stretch play all the way to the sideline and no gain. Great play. That's called doing your job. You hear that a lot when people talk about, we need, we got 10 guys doing their job and 11th guy screws up or whatever. That's an example of a player doing his job right there. Looks like he's out for this play. They put Amaris back in there. 2nd and 9. Got Woodyard and Debo. Looks like Debo's a spy. And they got a first down on that. kind of like, I don't know if that was a spy or a green dog. It looked like a, and then the space that he vacated, the throw went right into that spot. So that might not have been a great choice by Debo. Can't fault him for being aggressive, though. He was being aggressive, trying to make a play. Let's see, Christopher B. Man, this is a very cynical take. Jay, any chance the internal plan, I don't even know what that means really, is for Hugh to use cancer as an opportunity to resign after the season to save face with the firing? That's an interesting idea. I think it could happen. I don't think that's a plan, no. But it is a possibility. It's something that I will be keeping my eyes on. Perry Unlikely. Great handle. I like that. Although I suspect you've been around under a different handle. If Lincoln Riley is a quarterback whisperer, Freeze is a QB screamer. Let's see. Melee says, not a green dog, but a dog doo-doo. Yeah, that was not great. Let's see. Spinnaker Sailor, a.k.a. Raven, says, can y'all imagine if UK puts in calzada? He will cook us like a microwave. I think Amaris might have been offside on that one. Number 9-3 is frustrated. He thinks he was going to the house with that one. Let's see. Reynolds says Gruden hasn't been relevant since 2003 when he coached Tampa to a Super Bowl. Most kids playing today weren't alive then. It has been a long time, and I'm a Raiders fan, and he was our coach, and I didn't hate him. I hated his GM, Mike Mayock, who was very good at talking about players, was very bad at signing good players. But I did like Gruden, and I think he's pretty good. But I don't have any reason to think that he would be great coming to Auburn. I just don't have any reason to think he would be good at that. All right, Auburn's going to have to make this tackle here. Yep. Debo and Chris Murray over there to make the stop. Forced him out of bounds. Nice job. Joshua P., last name redacted, says D is giving up. I don't see that at all. I'm not noticing that at all. Neil J. says, how long until the defense turns on the offense? That's a great question. We've seen it happen a few times in Auburn history. Well, no, in 08, it was just all bad, right? In 11, it was getting that way a little bit, even though Gus was still here, right? In 11, I think. Yeah, he was here in 11. Then 12, it got real bad like that. Nice catch on a bad throw by number 7 right there. Rayshon Pleasant there to make that immediate stop on that one. I think he might have gotten some help from Kensley on that. Auburn's defense they've been playing some pretty good football, man. And, obviously not a lot of fuss in the chat about the defense. There never is really, unless it's 3rd and Durkin. But even in the 3rd and Durkins, they've been pretty good tonight. Kentucky is currently 2 of 6 on 3rd down, which is within we can deal with that. We can deal with 2 of 6. Mike says these Gruden simps are so pathetic. I like the idea of them being simps. Let's see. Beppo says Alyssa Lang, who's the sideline reporter in this game and a frequent contributor at mostly SEC networks, says she's a solid 7, but a potential 8. I happen to be a big fan of hers. She's pretty and she's really good at her job. Unlike other people that I think are ahead of her in the totem pole at ESPN, I think she's better than most of them, even though the other ones get pushed further ahead. I don't really understand. But she's also a very nice person, which is a big plus. I like stars, like journalism stars, if you want to call her that. She's more of a presenter, I guess, than a journalist, but you know what I mean. When folks like that are really cool, I like those people. Marty and McGee are both incredibly cool dudes, and both are really good writers, too. So those guys are my favorites. And Alyssa Neal is a great example of a girl that's just cool. She's just a good reporter, a nice person. Let's see. James T. James, last name redacted T. Studios says, will this be the last straw for Freeze if they lose to UK? I mean, I don't want to sit here and we cannot assume that the game's going to continue down this road, right? We've seen a lot of games that they change a lot. If this game were to continue along this line, I'm not saying it will. If it did and finished 17-0 or 14-0 or something, I think that would be. There have to be some hard questions, and we would need better answers than kicking the can down the road. Now, you know that John Cohen hasn't said a word about this publicly, really. He had a couple comments that he gave AL.com that to me were wishy-washy, but to get on Twitter and defend his guy or whatever, hadn't seen it, and I think that's pretty telling. Beppo says Alyssa seems genuinely fun. She's a nice person, and got a lot of respect for her. She's a nice person. The one that I was giving trouble to is Laura Rutledge. I'm not saying she's bad, and I'm not saying she's mean. I'm just saying I think she's just overexposed. Like, they put her everywhere doing everything. It's, I don't know, man. Let's see. Ephesians thinks that John Summerall, the Tulane coach, who, by the way, got his butt beat, says they think he's going to LSU. I would be very careful if I were John Summerall about taking that LSU job. There's going to be a lot of heavy lifting. It's going to go into reclaiming LSU, I think. And you guys are going to say, oh, it's LSU. They can recruit Texas, and they can recruit Louisiana, and they can recruit Arkansas. But I think you're going to have to go in there and fix the culture, and I mean from a zero. I know Kanuman says, what a really weird complaint about Laura. I just think she's everywhere. It's too much. I just think so. I don't know. That's just one take. Sorry if you're mad about that one. I mean, she certainly is making a lot of sacrifices to be everywhere like that, and I respect that. But okay, so that was going to be a sweep, basically, and Cobb made a decision that it was moving too slowly, and so he just outran his blockers, which, in my opinion, was the right choice there, and was able to turn that into an 8 or 9 yard gain. So that's good. Joshua P, last name redacted, says, JG, seriously, do you think the 80s hunting club boosters, that's an interesting idea, are the reason we're here? I kind of don't really know like who you're talking about there, but I don't know. I just feel like my opinion differs from a lot of y'all's opinions. I don't see a lot of value to firing him right now. I just don't. I know a lot of you guys are ready for him to be fired 3 weeks ago, and I'm not hating but down that, but yeah. So how do we get talking about Brad Law on here? Josh L says, give the defense points. They account for every game. They really do. This defense is absolutely balling. Ronald said Auburn's offense is as lame as Brad Law's takes. To which point, All Trade says Brad Law's takes are embarrassingly bad, very similar to this offense. So you guys are agreeing with each other on that one. Keep thinking Awesome Sauce is right, saying we won't be trash for long, boys. We're just in a low spot. We're going to climb, and people are going to fear us. I'm just waiting. You know, Auburn, to be an Auburn observer or supporter, you know how it goes like this. You know, it's been like this for generations, but it seems like we're in the bottom of one here. It's just, it's a long time to be down. Let's see. All Trade says, why wouldn't you want to fire him now, JG? Because I don't see any value to that personally. Nice little throw there, Eric, on first down to get it to 2nd and 5. I like the culture. I know that it's probably not the team's not mentally tough enough, I think, in pressure situations, but just being around the culture at Auburn, it's a very harmonious, friendly, positive. And if you guys are NASCAR people from like 10 years ago, it's like JP Montoya's pit crew, right? Or their voice communications. It's always a sunny day when JP was racing, and they had a great rapport, and you could tell they liked each other, and it was very positive, and I think they got the absolute most out of JP Montoya. Look at Ashton. Look at him. Getting some extra yards there. Adnod probably 15 to 20 yards on that run. Nice job. Easily the best play of the game for the Auburn Tigers right there with 3:24 to go in the second quarter. On a scramble, of course. I'm going to text with Coach Hunter and see. See what he's looking for here. Okay, the Auburn Tigers are now in Kentucky territory, so that's good. That was the wrong decision by Ashton to hand that ball off. And Jeremiah got crushed. Ambitious. I know this is a very reactive point, and I know a lot of people are going to agree. They're going to say, give me a toxic culture with 10 wins, but I just don't see any benefit to firing him right now. I think there is benefit to saying he's going to go. Here's the thing that bothers me on this. I'm talking about the second down run here. So he scrambles, and he probably had 5 seconds to find somebody. He didn't see anybody that he judged would be open. It's very possible nobody was open. Somebody's got to be open, man. God bless. Somebody has got to be running with him and getting open in that amount of time. It's got to happen. I just don't understand that. Oh, my goodness. Now, this is something I'd like to say is Dave says, stop the RPO bullshit for the love of God. I do feel like that's just a huge failure. I feel like the whole RPO thing at Auburn has just been like an implementation that just was corrupted or something. You know what I mean? Like, it's just never really worked much for me. And Spicy Pieces throw the ball more than 10 yards. Like, yes. I just if you're going to run all these, like, quick hitting routes, let's get the ball out, right? Like, there's got to be some pace and some tempo to it. Instead, it's like they're running all these short routes, but it's like a 6 or 7 step drop back, and then he's rolling out of pressure, and it's just like, what are we doing? Beppo says stop the RPO, but I don't think you can do it now. I mean, you're too far in. You can't just say, okay, we're going to ditch all these plays we've been running for fucking 18 months or whatever, and we're going to do something else. Like, you can't really do that. Now, this is actually an interesting take here. Steve May says the only reason why Hugh Freeze is still here is because he makes people feel like there should be an altar call after every team's speech. Just there's some truth to that. That's kind of what I'm talking about. It's like the culture is really good. I'll say this with not even a hint of sarcasm or anything. If I had a son, which I don't, but if I did, and he was a good football player, I wouldn't hesitate at all to send him to play for Hugh Freeze. Some people say JG's crazy. He's a homer or whatever. I just think that Hugh's a great. He cares so much about the kids, and he's a positive influence on them, regardless of what happened before. He is now, and I'd love for my kid to play for him. But I don't have a kid like that. All I have is a girl. All I have is a poor girl. Actually, she's doing good. She's a nurse in Atlanta now. Robert says that doesn't equal good culture. See, everything is kind of a parallax, right? It's like, what I think is important may not be what you think is important. What I think is, what I see may not be what you see. I'm around it more than you are, but that doesn't mean I'm more right than you are. Does that make sense? And I respect that. Argue that it's too much, though, right? There's too many people. Like when Auburn parted ways, if you want to put it that way, with Terry Bowden in 98, they were out in front, right? That was on October 23rd of 1998, so they had a lot of time. But the truth is that they had already gotten going with Tommy within probably 2 weeks, who was at Ole Miss at the time, for you young ones. You guys probably know that. But now it's like, okay, Virginia Tech's they fired their coach forever ago. Florida, LSU. Now they're competing for probably the same people. And you got Arkansas, which is probably going to try to pull an end around and bag somebody that they shouldn't get, like somebody better, because it kind of underwhelmed with Sam Pittman, so I think they're going to owe it to their people to overperform. Joko says they're Pine Box. Oh, the Pine Box. Yeah, that's exactly right. Damn. Coach Hunter says no go. Says he hasn't watched enough to feel informed. Man, I gotta get a sad sound for that one. Sad. We love having Coach Hunter on, but if you hadn't seen the game, it's hard to comment on it. That was a very quick throwaway, wasn't it? And damn near hit Jeremiah right in the hands. 4th and 6 are going to go for it on the 41. I respect the decision, but if this goes wrong, I'm going to bitch about it. Okay, there's a flag on the field. He threw kind of a go-get-it ball to somebody that I don't think is going to go get it, which is Preston Howard. And the ball fell incomplete, but there is a flag. Let's see that this is going to be adjudicated in Auburn's favor. The fact that the official is speaking with Ashton makes me think it's going to be against the hated UK Wildcats. It is a defensive holding call. Let's see, Jay Barry says, put Freeze in a pine box at halftime. Spicy Pieces, Preston Howard, LMAO. Yeah, it's probably not the guy that I'd be wanting to throw deep for in double coverage, right? Kenny says this is some ugly football, and I cannot disagree with a single word of that. I really did. I mean, I never would have seen Auburn going scoreless for a half. I know they're not good, but come on, man. At home? Really? All right, 4th and 6. And probably a timeout for the Auburn Tigers. Oh, it looks like Kentucky. Let's see. Jay Barry says, yes, Coach Hunter, you have watched enough to comment on it. Cole Kublik. A guy I've known since 98. Center for the 98 team. Also 99. And guy knows ball, man. He took a lot of shit early in his career for not knowing ball, but I'm pretty damn sure he knows ball. Really like Cole. I text with Cole. He knows a lot of stuff. Let's see. Gunner says, JJ, you should switch back to Kentucky. I wouldn't blame you. That's funny. For those of you who don't know, I'm a UK graduate. I actually went there for graduate school. And in the very beginning of my time at Kentucky, I covered Mark Pope, who was a senior. But I actually got more into it later and got a little closer with Saul Smith and Steve Mazziello and Jeff Shepard, Scott Padgett. Oh, shit. No, that's really bad. 4th and 6, and Ashton just lost 15 on a sack. To be fair, they've gotten that push up the middle a few times, and he was able to kind of push away from it a little bit. But that time, he thought he could, and he just didn't. And that goes down for a 15-yard loss or something like that. And now Kentucky's going to have a real opportunity here. Golly, this is bad. Marcus Davis is like, man, this sucks. There it is. Let's see. Blake says Hugh's the problem. Point blank period. I completely agree. The problem is Hugh Freeze. The problem with this offense is Hugh Freeze. There's no doubt about it. I've been saying it for a while. A lot of you guys have been saying it for a while. So I wasn't like the lone guy out here on a limb all by himself. But we've all got to come to an agreement now that it's him. And we can shit on Ashton and we can shit on Jackson and we can throw them out there. We can say Preston Howard can't catch a damn ball when it's 4th down and it hits him in the hands. Blah, 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 blah. It can all be true, but it doesn't change the fact that Hugh Freeze is a terrible play caller and the offense is discombobulated because he's not the one putting the game plan together. He's just the one calling somebody else's game plan. Does that make sense? Because he's got other shit to do. He's not like he's asleep. He works hard. He puts in plenty of hours. It's just he's doing other shit. That was a nice catch. I feel like a stranger says we all deserve someone to support us unconditionally like Freeze does with Preston Howard. That is such positive. I like how you took a negative, but you made it a positive. I like that. That's really, really good if you feel like a stranger. And I know why you did that, because you're trained like that and you're like that. Terrence, great question. I'm so glad I get to expound on this. Is JG, so basketball draining Monday? No, we're not going to be basketball draining Monday. Now, here's why. We've talked about this. I've talked with Hoke about this. I really like writing about basketball, right? Taxman, hit the refresh the page. It's as simple as just refreshing the page. Sometimes the YouTube just gets messed up a little bit. Just hit refresh, start the feedback where you were, and you'll be good, okay? I'm going to probably just instead watch the game on Monday against Bethune-Cookman, and I'm going to write up my thoughts on the game basically afterward. I think me and Hoke are going to do a quick podcast like right after the game. Hopefully we'll have it out within an hour of the game being over, and we're going to do that for a little while. So there'll be no brain drain for the Bethune-Cookman game. Now, if you remember last year, we talked about how we were doing every game as an experimental measure. Nice knockdown right there by Bobby Jameson Travis. Gives him the old Dikembe Mutombo. I like that. I said it was an experiment. We may change when we get to the conference season. I don't know, but I think in the non-con, I think I'm just going to write. And I really enjoy writing. I didn't write it all last year, like post game. So I'm going to do that. Hope that doesn't disappoint you, Terrence, or too much. Hey, Robinson said, I knew you didn't love us. No, I do love you. I mean, it's not like I'm just taking it to the house. I'm just going to write about it. Oh, we got to pick Elijah Melendez. Go, 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 go. That's what I'm talking about right there. That's what I'm talking about. Nice. I like how it says turnovers. 1. Auburn 0. Give Auburn that credit. Elijah Melendez got burned a little bit on some plays that were specially formulated to burn his ass last week. Not necessarily his fault, but man, he snatched that one. He ended up being kind of an inadvertent robber on that when he was dropping like he often does, but that quarterback just didn't see it. And snatch city. Nice grab, and he turns it into probably another 25 yards. So Auburn's already technically in field goal range. You know how it goes. It's a little power run, like a one-back power that Jeremiah's going to take for a first freaking down. Eat a Dick YouTube TV says, it's year 3, man. This ain't it. Mike says, all UK had to do was run the ball. Boy, Auburn seems energized on the offensive side now. I couldn't tell if that was a power or a sweep. But similar concepts. Back-to-back really nice runs there. Ashton, by the way, 5 of 11 for 36. However, Jeremiah has added to his total significantly here lately. 12 carries for 42 now. And rushing, Ashton's now 9 carries for 33, although he's been sacked some, and it's not really his fault. All right. Let's see. Nathan says, hopefully someone is packing Coach Hugh Freeze's office at halftime. What? that super chat from Feel Like a Strangers, that's one of my favorites of all time. I want to be supported unconditionally the way Freeze. We got another. Damn. Really trying those pullers, man. Auburn's been pulling the heck out of this. Reynolds asks, if Hugh was fired and we didn't have an offense coordinator, how would we really know the difference? These are the metaphysical questions we all wonder. Perry with a nice catch there to convert a third down. That's nice. EU Taxman updating us that the Game 7 of the World Series is still scoreless, going to the bottom of the third. Interesting. Not Salty says Hugh Freeze playing for a field goal, LOL. Bro, he just wants to score. I mean, golly. Jay Barry says it's always been a Hugh problem, and LB Puppy agreed. Oh, look at that. Look at that Auburn kid. It's doing. Ashton Daniels' parents don't look as happy right now. I get it, man. You hang out with Hugh long enough and you just get disappointed, right? All right, so situation is this. First and goal at the 9 with 17 seconds to go. AU88 jumps in with a super chat. Says, I hated Freeze before Auburn sniffed him. He's a lying, cheating, philandering, fake Christian and always has been. Now he's embarrassed my alma mater. Hold on. If he scores a touchdown here, we're going to redact all this. Throw the ball. Now he's embarrassed my alma mater for 3 years. I hope we lose this game and fire the buck-toothed hick. Goodness gracious. We need a special sound for that one. I mean, golly, you gave him the full business right there, my guy.
Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40.
I like the intensity there, AU88. Not sure I agree with that. In fact, I don't, but I do not think he's a fake Christian. But I know where you're going with that. And I understand your anxiety. Well, no, your rage. Excuse me. Cam Coleman is an inside receiver. You don't see that very often. If Eric Singleton was open there, he's open by about an inch. That was a very difficult throw there. Third and goal. Auburn doesn't have any more time. They're going to have to go ahead and take the 3. 9-second play on first down. Spicy P notes. It's going great, guys. Yeah, James C's with me. He says, I don't think you can call or say Freeze is a fake Christian. I do not think that. He really does live it. I believe that. Now, I could be wrong. All right. So Alex saves the drive. Should have done more damage. But they end up with 3. And I do have a field goal sound, if I can ever find it. I don't know why I'm just terrible about finding my sounds. I got too many in here is the problem. Is pimping easy? Where is my field goal? There it is. Finally, I found it. All right. So it will not be a 3-2 game. Small Victory says we're better than 3-2. And then Yellow Cake just says whores. Oh, that's not right. He lives it so much by cheating on his wife with some whores. That's not very nice. Also, Andrew L., last name redacted, says sound should be a fart. Ambitious Engineer says recruits got to be dying to play in this offense. Like, they should be able to get the best punter in the country, at least. Also a great field goal kicker. Alex is that guy. He's just, not quite himself. Kickoff goes out of bounds. Yucky. Our group chat's getting a little spicy here. The On3 group chat. I shall not talk about it. But it is pretty yucky. Abepo says we need a fart sound. I will work on that. My Tesla has one, but I don't have one on my soundboard. That's disgusting. Mobile Alum says, JG, this feels like that 3-2 Auburn, Mississippi State game. It does. And Ryan D says, who farted? Gulf Tiger says, are we close? So close to the game's tied, my guy. 3-3. Actually, outstanding defense, I think, for this half. Kentucky's going to take this one to halftime and think it over, come up with some new ideas about how to beat the Auburn Tigers. Fewest combined points entering halftime in an SEC game this season. It ties that of the Vanderbilt-Missouri game. It's exciting TV. It just means more, guys. Akon says, halftime interview, we are so close. You home 100% going to say it. He may not say it on this interview, but I bet he says it on the radio interview. We left a lot of points on the field or some bullshit like that. I don't know. I just saw Jordan Crawford walk by, and he's not in pads. I did not know he was inactive tonight. That's news to me. He played, was it last week or 2 weeks ago? Oh, Mike says Bo Bichette just hit a ding-dong to give the home team Toronto Blue Jays a lead. I don't know what the lead is. It's at least one. Andrew L says, should be the Benny Hill soundtrack as they run off the field. And Golf says Jackson is starting the second half. I don't know if he actually said that. Let's see what Ronnie Brown says. Or I couldn't hear it anyway. Whew. That's a bad half of football, you guys. 3-run bomb off Otani is what Taxman says. Wow. By the way, a little piece of trivia. Tom Slater used to coach at Auburn, a former friend of mine. He actually managed Bo Bichette early in his career. It's a true story. And he told me at the time, he said, this kid's going to be amazing. I was like, well, yeah, his dad's Dante Bichette. I'm not surprised. Let's see. RR Big Cat says he was about to cry heading into the locker room. Not Salty says, I'm close to dating Sydney Sweeney. If you call close that I'm on the same continent. Oh, look at Ole Miss wearing those. Those are badass helmets, man. I like that. For some reason, I don't love Ole Miss in the red, though. They're replaying the Elijah interception. And again, as everybody predicted in the chat, if there's going to be points scored by the Auburn offense, the defense is going to either have to score them straight up or set them up. And that's exactly what happened here. Terrence says, JG, we left a lot of points on the field. Did he actually say that? So that was what our scrambling quarterback was tripping off for the first half. User just says, keep on walking, Freeze, and don't come back. Bubba says, are we in the football valley yet? Auburn's got a win in the SEC, so back up, Big Daddy. Tired of your negativity. I'm just teasing, man. Just trying to have fun. By the way, we're going to have AK on here in a minute. Just wanted to consolidate some chats here. Ambitious jumps in with the super chat, says, and in true Freeze fashion, he blames Ashton for not turning it loose. Definitely not his outdated playbook or his terrible sequencing. You're 100% right on there. Did he really? He really did blame Ashton for not throwing the ball down the field. Good God. First it was Jackson won't throw the ball down the field. Now it's Ashton. Let me guess. Put Tom Brady in there and he doesn't throw the ball down the field enough. Yeah, okay. Put Jim Plunkett in there. He doesn't throw the ball down the field enough. Like, what? He's in the Hall of Fame because he threw the ball down the field, Hugh. Disgusting. All right, let's see what AK's. I'll see if AK's good to go. I'll check with him real quick. I don't like to call people cold, even though he said he would be good to go. Love having Alex on. He's one of the things I love about Alex, he's super straight up with you. No bullshit with him. That's one of my favorite things. D Lucky is in the chat. Yes, it is. D Lucky, one of our absolute pillars of the community, says, bad news, I didn't upgrade to watch this. Good news, I didn't upgrade to watch this. Love it. That's good stuff, man. Let's see. Mike says Ole Miss used to wear red only in the biggest of games and not that often. Okay, AK says he is good to go. Guys, check this out. It's going to be our first call, Runner 24, on the new paradigm here. Let's see if I can find. I've called myself so many thousands of times trying to test my phone that it's like the top 55 calls. All right, here we go. AK. Let's get him on the horn.
What are we thinking, Jay?
Not good. I don't like the looks of this at all, Alex. I'll be honest, dude.
It's somehow uglier at halftime than last.
How can it be this bad, dude?
It's a bit of a head scratcher to me. I'm not really sure what they're trying to do offensively. I don't understand how we don't have a better game plan for Daniels in the game. Did the coaches game plan this week? Did they put together some packages and plays and sequences that they liked that Daniels felt confident in? I don't know. It feels like half the playbook not able to execute with kind of the same motions and the same full suite of plays that Arnold had. I would have expected to see more quarterback design runs this week, and I'm not seeing that. I think the only thing that they seem to be doing well is running power, and times they've been able to bump it outside and kind of push it there, and we had some success there coming off that turnover. But it's bad. I mean, it seemed like we're putting the players in the best position to win, putting them in the best plays where they feel comfortable with. I don't understand. I mean, they talk about Deuce tonight. I know, you and I talked about it a while ago. Had that bad outing against Ball State. But how do they not have a package for that guy? He's a 5-star quarterback. Are there not 4 or 5 plays where you think he can win on the field? It's just bizarre. I mean, Kentucky is the 89th ranked defense in the country, Jay.
Yeah.
It's not acceptable. If you can't throw the ball down the field, you can't win. So for me, I mean, I'm a pretty quick trigger when it comes to making changes. I would say, if you want to give Daniels one more series coming out of half, great. But I would put Arnold back out there, see what he can do. If you're not getting much from Daniels, I think you got to see what else you can do. Sometimes when you get more out of him coming out of being benched than you'd expect. So really what they're doing right now is just not working.
The dig on Jackson was that, he wouldn't throw the ball down the field, and then you change to Ashton, and now the complaint is that he won't throw the ball down the field. I'm starting to think this is a Hugh Freeze problem.
He just doesn't throw the ball at all. I mean, we haven't seen how many throws has he had beyond 10 yards? Like 2? I know he had that one nice pass to the slot receiver named Singleton last week. But other than that, I mean, he's averaging 3 yards a pass. This is like free academy, type passing game here.
It's bad. Listen, there's been a lot of criticism of the offensive line. Do you think that's justified at all?
They have not played great. I don't critical mistakes. They've just been haven't been the reason they're winning the game. They've been the reason that it's a 3-3 kind of, ugly football game here. They, on that sack, they gave it up after, I think, 3.5 seconds. Ideally you'd like to give Ashton some more time, but, it's line. So for me, they're putting more folks in the, more hats in the box. You're not going to get as many runs up the middle because you can't keep the defense honest, which leads to, if you can't throw the ball, the defense is just going to adjust and put more hats in the box to where you're not going to, they're going to take that away. So that's why you've seen some of the runs where they're running power and they've been able to fit kind of outside and bounce the power. To me, you've got to challenge the defense more than what we're doing from a play perspective, and that would open things up a little bit more. But I'm not going to say the offense has played good. It's been average to below average from what I've seen. It's a little bit tough for me to tell individually for each guy without kind of the end zone tape. Watching it from the sideline view is a little tough, but it's certainly not good enough to win.
If they were to lose this game, would you be out on Hugh at that point?
Yeah, to me, it's just what's going to change next year, right? Who do you think you can get? To me, you don't kill the king until you've got the guy that you want to replace the king with, and that was what caused the clusterfuck of 2021. They killed Gus and hired. They didn't have a plan. They missed on their guy, and you wound up with Brian Harsin. So Hugh is certainly at this stage doesn't seem to have any answers as an offensive coach. Could he be more of a program manager and you bring in an offensive coordinator? I don't think that's the right answer. But you have to take all that into account. Or if you fire Hugh and you miss on your first or second candidate, you could wind up in a worse position, as crazy as that is to think about.
Yeah.
So I don't know what those coaching searches look like in the background, but it has to be better than this. This just isn't acceptable. So yeah, I think the change is probably what you'd see. This is just. I don't understand how they're this bad offensively against a defense that's not great. It doesn't make any sense.
I know it. I think your first question was, did they game plan for Ashton here at all? I don't see any evidence of it either. I think there's a disconnect because you've got a play caller who's the head coach, and then you've got an offensive coordinator who's putting a package together. And I don't necessarily know those guys are totally on the same page because they're not working together at practice.
I don't see any plays for Ashton that they weren't running with Arnold. So you've essentially scrapped half your playbook. And Kentucky, word to the wise, they got the same tape that all of us saw. They knew exactly what Auburn ran against Arkansas, and we don't seem to have added much for Daniels in the off week, or not in the off week, in the game planning here. So it's just bad.
Yeah, it's just bad. What would you do? How would you fix this for the second half? Would you just run more and just try to force the issue on that, and try to?
I'd pull Daniels. I'd give Arnold the first series. See if you can get a little bit more momentum. If he doesn't have it, then I'd switch him every series. And maybe, if you don't have a quarterback that can throw, maybe Cobb's the best quarterback. I don't know. That, as crazy as that is.
That would be crazy. And Deuce, I guess, is just not even an option right now, right?
Yeah, I mean, when I was playing in 2015, we didn't have a quarterback there for a while. Sean, I think, got hobbled, and Jeremy obviously had some struggles there. And we had we ran Wildcat. We put an extra offensive lineman at tight end, and then we ran with a big 3-back. And we just ran over people, and it was really ugly football. We weren't able to really throw it very well at all, but we pretty much ran the Wildcat just to get the points we needed to win some games.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's what you do as a coach, though. In my opinion, if you're a coach, you look at where your personnel are, you look at what they're good at, you look at their strengths, and you manage the offense appropriately to get some points. You've got two great athletes in Singleton and Coleman, and somehow you're not able to get them the football at all.
I know.
I think if you put some of the best offensive play callers in the country out there, I mean, can we not get jet motion, literally anything to get the ball in these guys' hands? It's just bizarre.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm rambling at this point, but you're watching the same thing I'm watching.
And you're confused just like we are. That makes me feel better, because I know I'm confused, but I didn't play the game at the level you did. If you're confused too, then I'm pretty sure that it's just a fuck up. I'm pretty sure of that.
Yeah.
All right, my guy. I appreciate you spending some time with us and educating us a little bit, Alex.
Get the balls in the playmakers' hands. It's not that hard, Jay. Have a good one.
See you, brother. There he is, Alex Kozan. Had a couple great things to say. Get the ball in the hands of your playmakers is what he ended with, which is, I don't understand why this isn't more, why this doesn't proliferate. Maybe it does with other programs. I don't watch a lot of other games, honestly. I watch pretty much Auburn, but that isn't happening. And also his comment about don't kill the king if you don't have the next guy lined up. Somebody in the chat said, please don't call him a king. But I mean, come on, guys. He's just saying, he's going along with the medieval concept of that. But that is a good piece of advice. You don't fire people until you know exactly where you're going. Now, they did in 2021, as he correctly pointed out, ended up being a cluster because they didn't have it actually set up. And they got way ahead of themselves on that one. But the Tommy hire back in 98 is exactly what happened. Bowden resigns under pressure in October, and they had Tommy locked up by November 1st, even though he was still doing the pine box and all that bullshit. So a smart AD, and I know it goes beyond just the AD, but a smart group of people are 100% with what Alex said. You've got to know where you're going. So I don't think they know where they're going yet. I have good news. First of all, the call from Alex was amazing, as is customary. Second of all, Coach Hunter got back with me and said, I am available. Let's chat. So let's do that. Let's get Coach Hunter on the horn here and see what he has to say. I don't know how much he's been able to watch or listen, but that doesn't really matter because we love listening to Coach Hunter even when he doesn't have a chance to watch the game because he's such a badass. Let me find his number here real quick. We haven't talked to him for a few weeks, I don't think, because he had some stuff going on. And here we go.
JG.
What up, man?
Hey, man. What you got going on this evening?
Nothing. Everybody's just really pissed off.
Yeah. With good reason.
This offense sucks, dude.
It's laughable. It's laughable. I heard Kozan say talking about getting the ball to the playmakers. Remember, I'm not pining for the days of Gus at all, but remember how he used Ryan Davis like as an extension of the run game, where there was that fast bubble option on at least 30% of all the plays out there. Where's that? That's not a novel concept when you got a guy like that.
Leading receiver in Auburn history.
Attach that bubble to the backside of every power counter zone that you run, and get that thing out there when it's available. But it looks so disjointed and not purposeful and not organized and not structured. I don't understand it.
I mean, are there things he can do right now to fix this? Like tonight, what would you do here?
I don't know. I don't know about tonight, man. I don't know. I think you got to just pray to God that the defense bails your ass out enough times tonight with the way that it looks. They don't have a good game plan for what Kentucky's given them in the box. As far as the multiple fronts, they're not motioning to dictate where Kentucky has to shift a line and fit to create things for themselves. The couple times they popped counter with Cobb, they're late, and then Kentucky adjusted that. Well, then you got to come back with a counter to their counter. Give me a quarterback read on the backside of the counter, or a play action, or a quick bubble on the backside of the counter, but nothing systematic. Nothing links together.
And that's how you lose football games. That's how you score 3 points and a half.
I remember 4 or 5 weeks ago, you and I joking about, well, maybe hell he was telling the truth with all this. You got a first down guy and a second down guy and a third down guy calling plays. Maybe so, because it looks like they're all calling different shit for different schemes.
I think it's guys putting together a game plan and he's not involved. And then he's the guy that calls the plays.
I'm too worried about the damn fairway on hole 7 at Wicker Point, maybe.
Uh-oh. Hey, listen, in real life, how does it work? Yeah. The person who designs the offense is the guy who calls the offense. That's what happens in a normal world, right?
Without question. Yeah. It doesn't work any other way. You have guys that give you data. Your analysts, your coordinators, your GAs give you data off specific things that they see, and different guys are responsible for different data. But it's up to the offensive coordinator and the play caller to assess that data and use it to put together a scheme.
And that's not happening.
It's not happening at all.
Thoughts about if he loses this game? Do you think that's it?
Who knows at this point, man? I don't understand anything that's going on. I personally thought that was going to be the case, or kind of needed to be the case after Missouri, because you're looking at 3 years of evidence of the exact same problem, and that problem's not going to magically solve itself. It has to be solved. It has to be remedied.
Yeah, the athletic director hasn't said a word really. Hasn't gotten on social media. Hasn't talked in a press conference. Not supported Hugh at all. If that were you, would you be concerned? If that was your AD that didn't want to talk about you?
If that was me, I'd be more damn concerned about putting together some yardage and some points than anything else.
Yeah, you're a different cat though. Well, you're a defensive guy.
The hell with what my AD says. I gotta do something that's gonna go win a ball game.
Yeah. Well,
and I don't know, man. And the lack of emotion is concerning to me.
Mm-hmm.
The body language, the demeanor is concerning to me. Like me, how I'm wired. I don't like that.
No, no one would ever accuse you of that. No.
No. Man, your guys can't look at you and looking like a broke big dog on the sideline and feed off of that. And
okay, I got you. But you were a linebacker. You were a snot bubble guy.
Yeah.
I don't think Hugh was.
But I don't know, man. I like the aggression. Defense has had a couple of busts, but overall, it's been losing leverage on man coverage when they bring a lot of pressure. And then that one missed tackle when the two guys missed the tackle on the swing route. Other than that, they've done a really good job disguising the coverage and getting them to throw that ball, stick it in Melendez's chest. Obviously, big play. They need to keep playing the way that they are. Hopefully, they can just keep setting up field position to where something breaks and something positive happens at some point.
All right, Coach Hunter, appreciate you jumping on. Kind of short notice on that one. I know you've been doing some other stuff, so appreciate you.
Man, it's all good. Hopefully, we see something better, man. Hopefully, there's a swing in the second half.
All right, brother. We'll see you.
See you, Jake.
Bye. There he is, Coach Hunter. educating us again. Just as looks like the second half's about to start. I thought the best thing he said was talking about the lack of emotion. Also used the word broke dick dog, which I have never heard before, but I like it. And the lack of emotion is something we've talked about. I've talked about. You guys have been talking about. The nonverbal communication coming from Hugh Freeze on the sideline just looks like he's going to cry. It looks like he's sullen. And usually coaches are like Muschamp, like, well, maybe not quite that far, but they're usually very fiery. And Hugh is not that way. And I think you just kind of, it sets a tone, you know. Josh says Hugh doesn't know what a snot bubble is, except the last time he got the flu, right? All right, so we're going to take off here in the second half. We're underway already. Boy, some good calls there, AK and Coach Hunter. AK, of course, I think making the good point that you don't take out the he said the king, you don't take out the coach until you know where you're going. And I think that's what we've got to think about here. Like everybody's like fire him, but you got to have a plan. You can't just fire him and say, we'll figure it out later. You got to know where you're going. And especially in this environment where LSU's open, Florida's open, Arkansas's open, and there probably will be other ones that are open. You've got to really know where you're going. We had some super chats while we were on the horn. Fuzzy01, who's one of our all-time favorites, says, is this what Vanderbilt felt like all those years? We're in purgatory. He is 100% right. It does feel like that old school Vanderbilt, and it was a good stab by Crawford, but he didn't quite finish the tackle there. Moving to the third quarter, by the way. Let's see what else. Appreciate you, Fozzie. Thanks for jumping in with a super chat, my G. Also, Trent jumped in with one as well. Says this is terrible. Auburn football is in darkness. Hello, darkness, my old friend. 8888 says all Auburn Patriots are now rooting for the Stoops Cats. 8888 has definitely reached his limit with Hugh Freeze. There's no doubt about it. It says Hugh is the Tony Barbie of Brian Harson's. Oh, man, that's tough. Boy, that run right there was a little disheartening. Auburn made contact 1 yard short, and then he dragged him another 5 or 6 yards, which you don't necessarily see too much of with opponent running games against the Auburn defense. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. Appreciate the super chats, guys. Thank you very much. Also, Schaefer Kier jumps in with another one. I think he's on the road tonight. Finally get to watch part of a game. Oh, there he goes. He's been able to watch some of this. So good to hear you're back home safely, Schaefer Kier. Our Big Cat thinks there's going to be some business decisions coming on defense. Well, that wasn't a business decision right there. Auburn beat his ass. Keldrick Falk's playing for real. So is Rayshawn. I think Keldrick's had a fantastic game so far from what I've seen. Let's see. James C. says, JG, this is a nut check for the defense. This is the type of game where some defenses break. I bet you Coach Hunter would think that too. He would never allow his defense to break spirit, but I'm sure it's something he would have to kind of defend against as a head coach to make sure that didn't happen. DJ's pretty good about that. It was a nice stop by Rayshawn Pleasant. It's going to be 3rd and long. Turtle says, remember when fools tried arguing that Freeze was a better coach than Harsin? LMAO. Funny. Yeah, they're about the same. Harsin's bad, but Hugh's also bad at this point. I mean, I think there were days when Hugh was really good, but I don't think it's now. In fact, I'm pretty damn sure it's not now. No. All right, 3rd and 11. Some people would say this is 3rd and Durkin, but he's been better in the last 2 or 3 weeks on these 3rd and longs. Auburn loading the line of scrimmage again. Looks like Kenzie's going to blitz. He got picked up by the tailback, and that's going to be a first down. All right, Auburn's 3 of 8 on 3rd. They're 3 of 7 now. No, 3 of 9. Excuse me. Auburn's 3 of 8. They're 3 of 7. Excuse me. I'm telling you, man, if Kentucky were to score a touchdown, that might be it. Might be it. See, All Trade says Harsin was better than this weasel. James C. says, JJ, how is Philip Montgomery the best offensive play caller Auburn's had in the last 4 seasons? Doing pretty decent work at Virginia Tech, no kidding. offense makes more sense than this one. Boy, Auburn is just all over that, dude. These power concepts, power and counter concepts that UK's running, I'm telling you, Auburn's just absolutely gobbling them up. Jay Hardy made a nice play there. Dallas Walker, Debo. So 3rd and 11 again. Auburn just gave up a 3rd and 11. Let's see if they can hold this one. Let's see. Mike says Hugh cannot be allowed to coach at Auburn next year. You guys know how I feel about it. 3rd and 11 from the 50 here for UK. Auburn's cornerback made a incredibly bad miscalculation on how to play that pass. I don't know who it was, so I don't want to lay blame until I see who it was. But that's going to be like a 35-yard gainer right there, and it's because of quarterback. Oh, it's Kensley. Never mind. It wasn't a quarterback. Kensley made a very curious decision on how he was going to defend that throw. I think he was going for the interception, and the ball was higher than he thought it would be, and then he just misplayed it completely, and the ball went over his head, and the wide receiver was able to get another 20 yards. So now they're at the 18. Not great. Nice play by Jaquez. Go ahead and continue pursuing that laterally. Also, DeMarcus was out there as well. See, Beppo's calling for danger zone. Oh, man. Turtle says, people who don't understand that Philip Montgomery is and always has been a good OC don't know ball. That's interesting. I had some concerns, but I did feel like he was getting interfered with a lot. Jordan says, I don't know how you do this every week. I just have fun, man. I love hanging out. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus, no. Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you, jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
The danger zone. This is your redheads, your strippers, anyone named Tiffany. This is where your car gets keyed, you get a bunny in the pot, your tires get slashed, and you wind up in jail.
I got to call the danger zone, guys. Kentucky scores on about a 18-yard run, or 18-yard catch right there. That was a 13-yarder, excuse me, consummating a 10-play, 75-yard drive in 5:33. And Kentucky hits the extra point and gets to double digits, and I'm just not sure Auburn can get to double digits in this game. Wow. I don't like saying anything bad about the Auburn defense because I feel like those guys absolutely ball their nuts off, but that was a pretty easy capitulation. 2 really long 3rd downs converted on that drive, and that was just yucky, man. Yucky. And you could say, hey, man, they're getting no help from the offense and they're just giving up, but I don't think that's true. I just think maybe the focus wasn't there or whatever. I don't know. Terrence says, JG, at least Auburn football got me to the Auburn basketball season. And Diego thinks Hugh's going to say that they're close post-game. OG Barner says, it did look like the giant chicken flew well. So we have that going for us. Let's see. All Trade says, basically, if they lose, he's done. I don't know. I think a lot of folks are probably just done as it stands. Chris W asks if the scoreboard's going to help. A new scoreboard on the other end zone. I like that. Ambitious says a Freeze era turned Jordan Hare into protective stadium. Hashtag Yahtzee. I like it. That's good. It's pretty clever. AU88 says, heck yes, sick it, Hugh. He means to say suck it, Hugh. Yeah, he's AU88 just wants Hugh to go. So he's going to take do whatever it takes, cheer for whatever it takes to get the Auburn Tigers in the L column. Partner is saying that Auburn needs to get Signetti. It's going to be tough. I know his buyout's not massive, but it's tough. It's going to be a tough sell here if they can't score. Come back in this game. But remember now, Auburn did have an amazing Was it fourth quarter? It was definitely second half last week, but it could have been fourth quarter. They outscored Arkansas by a lot. And it's not like Kentucky's some formidable powerhouse here, but my goodness. Joshua P., last name redacted, says, nothing. Just a super chat. Appreciate that. Let me give you one of these.
Is pimping easy? Big Daddy Kane would say it ain't easy.
Appreciate that, my guy. If you say something else in the chat, if you wanted to include a message, I'd be happy to call it. Wow. Chris M. just says, this is terrible. It is super bad. And now people are just randomly kicking out ideas in the chat about who should be the next coach. Let's see. Roy S., last name redacted, says 5-7 is our new standard. We got a bunch of asshats running Auburn football. All Trade says, hell, even the stadium has no hope. Even the stadium's a disaster. I like it. Reynolds wonders if Hugh gets fired, do they roll tumors? Oh, my goodness. Jordan S., last name redacted, man. You were asking me, thanks for doing this. I don't know how you do this every week. Shoot, we love this, man. We live for this. Let's see. Bo wonders if they're going to make a coaching change during the swag surf to start the fourth quarter. It's not going to be much of a surf. There's not going to be enough people to hold folks up. Oh, my goodness. Eric wonders if Bill Snyder's still alive. Oh, geez. And Rayshawn just got tackled on the 8 or 9 on a return that probably was ill-advised. Tackles for loss I have not updated tonight, and I'm going to do it right now. I think it's going to blow your mind. 6. Lost in the shuffle of all the other bad things going on. Kentucky has 6 TFLs tonight. My God. Probably not going to get to where Oklahoma was, which was like 14, but still way too many. All right, so that's the quarterback power read. Anyway, he handed that off to Jeremiah. We got a late. I wonder what that call is going to be. We got a flag down near the end of that run. I think that hit. I think that hit took a toll on Jeremiah, but he's tough. Let's see. Our Big Cat says, so glad our boosters were aligned on the worst hire in the history of our program. Also, Joshua P., last name redacted, says Cobb has guts. He sure does. And we've got a hold against Auburn. Mother. Oh, we got a targeting call. Oh. We got a targeting call against Kentucky, I guess, at the end of that run. Tumors must be younger. He says, can you remember a worse time in Auburn football? Absolutely, I have. 98 was worse and 12 was worse, but this is getting bad. If they're going to lose to Kentucky at home like this would be one of the worst I've seen. I have seen worse, but this is pretty damn bad. Well, so here's the thing on that. So I don't think Cobb's defenseless. And you absolutely cannot say he's leading with the crown. I think he hit him with the back of his head. And I feel like Cobb kind of initiated contact, not illegally or immorally. I think he was doing exactly as he's taught to do. But to me, I think this is an injustice if this is targeting. I don't think that's fair. I just don't think that's targeting. And I know we all probably, I guess we're kind of split on what we want to see here. It's just not targeting. This is not the spirit of a target. It's a pretty light holding call, if you want my opinion. That's I'm assuming that's on Perry, and I really don't think that was a hold. I feel like a stranger says, did the light show good? Did the swag surfers surf swag good? There's lots that go into a good game day experience. My guy. Call overturned. I think that we all agree, even the Auburn folks, which 99% of you guys agree, that's not targeting. It shouldn't have even had. I'm surprised this was even like considered targeting. Chaotix is also not holding. I have to completely agree with you on that. Perry and B. Frazier, I didn't think either one of them were holding. Felix, my guy, jumps in to say, "Sup, Commodore? Do we just offer DJ during the start of the fourth quarter and by the end of the game?" DJ is taking questions. Hell, I'm here for it. I think a lot of folks in the chat would say it can't get worse. So, got a little stretch play there on 1st and 13. Got about, 3 or 4 yards on it. Small Victory says he heard it was a really good tiger walk today. Well, shit, that's good enough. If we could just get better tiger walks, I think that would make the difference in this game, not the play caller. Okay, Schaefer Kia says his hands were outside. It was holding. Fair enough. I respect the opinion on that. He did. That is true. His hands did get a little bit out. Hey, that's a nice play by Ashton. Had a lot of pressure coming from his right side, threw to his left, got the ball out to B. Frazier. And I think that's going to be a first down, depending on where they mark that. It's going to be very close one way or another. 1st and 10. Okay, that's good. 1st and 13 due to a hold, and then they're able to get out of that. So that's, hey, baby steps, guys, baby steps. There's Brent Bedsole standing right in front of Jackson Arnold, Coach Bedsole. He's the book guy. I think B. Frazier's short on that one, but I'll take it. Small Victories wonders that, or he heard that they painted the lines on the field as the best they've ever been painted. And that's something that Hughes really takes a big push for. He's like, hey, let's be very specific on our painting. And he's got a certain formula that he's really pushed the grounds guys to use to kind of get the numbers to really pop, It's important to him. He cares about the little things. Josh says, JG, if somehow we win, does Hugh get another week even with all the openings and potential hires? Yes, absolutely. Schaefer Kia says, Bedsole is good people. I couldn't agree more. Probably known him longer than any Auburn coach because I knew him when he was, I think, a GA at Auburn in the 90s. And I kind of followed him as he went to various places to coach. He's just a great guy. And also something that you may not even know about him, Schaefer, is that he was a great DJ back in the day, in the 80s. On Y102 in Auburn. Montgomery. And dude knows his music. This is when he was he was in high school. Harb says, is this serious or sarcasm? Kind of give me a little bit more, like kind of what you're talking about. If it's something if I need to address it, I will. I don't know what you're talking about. AU88 says, philanderer, liar, embarrassment, failure, sad man. Sad man, I'll agree with you on that. He doesn't necessarily seem that way on like a Tuesday, but he does on the game days. All right, 3rd and 1. Auburn's loading up. It's actually a really nice play. I like that design. Was that Ty Buster or was that I couldn't see the number. I know it was a 50. It's probably just it's D Wade, my bad. Tate Johnson and D Wade in the backfield there. And Ashton gets the first down on that play. I like that. Small Victory says, heard the ticket admissions was the best. They're so efficient, man. It really makes the game day experience so much better. Nobody really even cares about winning. 4 of 9 for the Auburn Tigers on 3rd down now. What do you got for me there? What's that top? I like it.
Do you need anything?
No, thanks for bringing that. Okay. Appreciate you. Got your hair up too. Yeah. You good?
You good?
You're ready for work there.
What does that mean?
What's up? You had a chance to watch any of this? It's been beautiful football.
No, it has not.
They're playing some great offense. Well, we heard the Eagle. We got another penalty on Auburn. We heard the Eagle flew good. The band played good. The concessions have been second to none.
Okay.
The War Eagle Plus,
Discount.
Yeah, the discount has been like 17 cents. I think they upped it to 18 cents on a $35 order.
Well, they better not discount as much because they got to pay out.
Let's see. Ravin says AD does not look enthusiastic. And Joko says, hi, AA.
Hey.
Look at Ashton. Ashton is balling his nuts off. Look at him. Look at him. He won't go down. He says no. First down. You love to see it. That was a second down run, wasn't it? 4 out of 9 for Auburn. They're 4 out of 8. So that's where we're at on that. God, nobody open, dude. Not a soul open. But Hugh can continue bitching about him not throwing the ball down the field. I like it. All right, so I like this right here. So on a first down throw, they're going to go for a quick out to Eric, and he gets like 8 or 9. So now you got a 2nd and 1, and that's a wonderful place to be in. Let's see. Mike says, love you, Courtney. Oh, she's gone. Oh, she's back. Bye. She just came to bring me a ice cold Sprite. Have a little bit of that. Beppo says Courtney with a K. I like it. First down run for Jeremiah right up the middle. He's been playing better. They wouldn't keep getting penalties on his runs. He'd have a bunch more numbers. That's for damn sure. Let me update him. He's 17 carries for 56. I love it. Just keep giving him the ball. He should have like 80 yards. Keeps getting stuff called back. I don't like that run on first down at all. Let's see. Zetho says, JJ, I'm at the game. I'm disgusted. Can I call in? No, we don't usually take calls during the game. I just feel like it's bad. We'll just let me kind of handle this during the game. After the game, we'll let it rip. I feel like a stranger says, where's the charcuterie? Great question. So feel like a stranger. I've been on kind of a need to lose some weight kick. And so I've been kind of being very careful with what I eat and stuff like that. So no charcuteries for me. I kind of eat just a certain amount of food and then I'm done. That's kind of an interesting quarterback read there. Running away from the blocks again. I think that's pretty cool. Well, not a runaway play there. Only got about 3 or 4 yards, but I like the design. Actually dropped a lot of weight in the last year or so. Down 35, I think. Uh-oh, Ashton's in trouble. Don't see a penalty flag down for intentional grounding on that. That was nice. But these defensive linemen are eating Auburn up right now. Let's be real about it. Auburn says power run, not this finesse BS. I mean, it technically was a power run, but I know what you're talking about. That's like a lowercase power, not an uppercase power. Let's see. Beppo says Gate 33 is offering fan refunds. My man. Oh, you guys are amazing, man. And here comes Hudson Cock to punt it away again. Kentucky will take over on the 7. Auburn once again can't get much done on the offensive end. I know that's surprising. Let's see, 4 out of 10 on third down for the Auburn Tigers now after that failure. And we just continue the slide. Feel like a stranger says, right on, Jay. Takes a lot of discipline to do that. I got to get it done, bro. It's now or never. I mean, I don't know how much longer I got. So if it ain't happening now, it ain't happening. So, yeah, down, let's see, year over year, something like, let's see, almost 40. Well, no, it's 35. 35. And it's really just been, got to be real careful about what I eat. And drink, too. That's why I drink less now on the show. I probably drink a third of what I used to. EU88 says, I wonder why Hugh gets a nosebleed every 28 days. Colby says it's all O-line, Jay. Clear as day. No, it's not. I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not. The O-line's not helping, but I got bigger problems than the O-line. There's so much going on. Shay Monk says, damn, we were so close. So close. Just so close. Felix says, this is so damn embarrassing. Can't score on a sorry-ass Stoops team. I know Kozan was talking about that on his call. He's like, bro, this is like the 128th defense and can't score, blah, 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 you know. Turtle says, remember when we used to score 20 points? Boy, it seems like old times, huh? They did score that much last week, but usually no. Like, what their record would be if they could just score, 20? Is it 23? They'd be like undefeated in the SEC if they could just score 23 a game. See, that's all you got to do. You don't got to be like Houston 1990 or whatever. Ooh, that was a pretty good one right there. Courtney's better at that, of course. Mike would know. Raven would know that. Kanuman, if he's still here. Pocket would certainly know that. Let's see. Robert says, why can't they let Ashton roll out? He's running for his life already. Josh P says, we're so close, JT. So close, man. We're so close. Felix the Cat pulling for Dirk and hoping that, there's runner 24. Hear that solid pop. I learned my technique from Courtney. She always does it from the boobs. She just goes boom like that. I got a different technique, I guess. Maybe because I'm a guy. I don't know. Ardia says even ESPN commentators, one of them being a Auburn graduate, are baffled at how bad our offense is. Ravin says they had a Halloween crackle to the cork pop. I got to bring something to the table. There's a lot that goes into the brain drain experience. I mean, did the cork pop? Did the bourbon go down good? Beppo says we're so close to the bottom. Yeah, everybody's pissed. I get it, man. Hugh's got to know, like, this shot right here of him just looking like his usual self. He's got to know. He's like, dude, I'm fucked. Like, I'm cooked. Boy, it's bad. Sam H. jumping in with a super chat. We love Sam H. He says, why is offense so hard? That's what she said. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's kind of baffling. I don't know how it got so bad. There's a lot of talent on this offense, but there ain't much. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of coordination to it. Turtle says, any chance Mike Jacobs gets a look at head coach somewhere? The Mercer coach. Yeah, I mean, somewhere. Not here, but somewhere. I think he's got to go to like a lower tier school and kind of prove himself, which is kind of what I would have said about Signetti, who went from James Madison when he was playing. He was coaching his balls off at James Madison, and then he goes to what I would consider a lower tier team at Indiana. But he's so damn good, he turned them into a top tier team. And they were arguing on, I don't even know what those shows are called. I so rarely watch the morning shows on ESPN, but I watched it today just to kind of give YouTube TV the finger. And I think it was McAfee was saying that Indiana ought to be number one, even though Ohio State is actually number one. Nice tackle by Sly Smith right there, number 19. He's kind of a boom or bust guy when it comes to tackling, but that was definitely a boom right there, big daddy. 3rd and 7. Mike says Mercer might beat our ass. They're pretty damn good. I'll give you that. They're really good at that level, actually. And the thing about a team like Mercer is they've got a really good first team usually. I mean, like their starters are usually really good. It's just their backups are not. Nice catch by number 17. Great coverage from Jay Crawford, honestly. But Gilmore makes a nice grab there. Scott C says, at least the game's going fast. Thank you for the clock management, Hugh. Thanks for keeping the game moving so we don't have to deal with this too much longer. Let's see. Jesse says, you got to be a real Auburn fan to actually watch this shit. There's probably former players that turn this shit off already. You got to be a real one. These are the real ones right here in this chat. These are the realest of the real. Everybody in this chat, with just a few exceptions, sit here in this poopy diaper and just take it and bitch about it and wish for better times. And I respect the hell out of that. because you don't let it, you know what I mean? Like you don't let it kill your enthusiasm for Auburn University. You just have to sit there and hope that somebody in a position of power or influence sees how bad it is and says, this is just not acceptable. All right, moving to the fourth quarter. Yeah, B. Mays says that was a quick quarter. It sure was, man. That was about as fast as you can do it. I wish I'd known the times. Small Victory says this chat makes it somewhat palatable. It's a great chat. It really is. And a Global Exec says the real ones, like the dog pound, easy. Hey, talking about the Browns fans that are constantly getting their brains beat in. Felix says the shit is going up my back, JG. Talking about a poopy diaper. I love it. And Ron, last name redacted, Ron R says, can't wait until next year, LOL. A. Robinson says, sadly, I'm not even drunk. Let's see. James says, JG, how much of Auburn's football struggles are the result of a weak and ineffective athletic department and university administration? I wouldn't put any of it on the university administration. I wouldn't put it on an ineffective athletic department, although I think the time for action may be at hand. But previously, I don't really look at it that way. I think there's people out there, obviously, Captain America or I can't remember what he goes by on the bunker now. I just forgot his name. You guys know what I'm talking about. The guy that's always giving John Cohen hell. I know him personally. It's just he changes handles all the time. His name is I just forgot it. But anyway, there's a guy on there that's always giving John Cohen hell, calling him Gene Cohen and stuff. I don't think he's been as bad as some people say, but again, Uncle Baby Billy. Thank you, James. That's what it is. Yes, of course, Uncle Baby Billy. He's been giving Cohen hell for like a year now, but I think he's doing fine. He's not very likable is the problem for me. And even though I give Jay Jacobs trouble, he was kind of likable. I mean, he wasn't a bad person. But and I don't think Cohen's a bad guy. I just think sometimes he has a messaging problem, you know? Let's see. Terrence says, JG, I don't want to be a real one. Terrence wants to be someone that watches a winning team and gets to celebrate this stuff. Yeah. Ambitious Engineer jumps in to say, I'm impressed the offense actually practices and can only get 3 versus this defense. Same defense gives up 56 and 30 plus 3 times per year. Also, let's see. A couple of these I think I might have missed. Guy Forks just super chatted, no message offered, no message needed. Thank you, Guy. Appreciate you jumping in there with that. Trent jumps in again. See, I don't know what we do, but Freeze ain't it. Yeah, I kind of been thinking that way myself for a little while. James C. says, question is, can Cohen lead Auburn to building a successful football program? Capital F, capital P. I have my doubts. Baseball guy. I don't see as much evidence to suggest that Cohen is a problem or would need to be fired. If I were Christopher Roberts, I wouldn't fire Cohen. I don't really feel like he's on the block right now. I just wish his messaging was a little bit better, and I wish he was a little more approachable, a little more friendly. Not necessarily to me. I'm talking to everybody. I think people don't really find him approachable. That doesn't mean he does a bad job, though. Steve Jobs was not approachable at all. He's a fine CEO. Crime dog behind Coach Freeze there. Coach Durkin right there. Calling plays off. Looks like a kind of a menu that a restaurant server would have. Sorry, when they take their thingy. Let's see. R. Big Cat says, just told reporters. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'm excited, though. Freeze says Jackson is coming in. Oh, interesting. What is he going to do? Boy, that quarterback really put that ball in jeopardy. Debo damn near got there. 3rd and 1. All Trade says this is a comical ass clown show. Too Much Corner says, Jay, we need to run routes across the middle. That's going to be a penalty on the Auburn Tigers there. Nice. Like 5 to 12 yard routes, like we don't use our receivers to attack. It's like we just tell our receivers to go out and I will hit you. It does not look particularly complicated, does it? They certainly make offense look complicated, but I don't think that the Kentucky defense is flummoxed at all by Auburn's passing concepts at all. All right, so on the strength of the holding call against Auburn defense, nice play. Sly Smith was in there to beat some ass. Also, Amaris got in there. Now, you talk about a player that I think will be gone. I think Amaris will be gone. I think he'll leave. And I really like him, too. He's the kind of kid you really need in the program. Super smart. Plays hard. Good player. He's explosive, too. I wish his junior year would be here. It's just fun to cover him, because he's good people. I like that. I do have some other super chats I got to get to. Hold on just a sec. Oh, Morris just got himself a sack. Nice job. He's been balling his nuts off on this drive, hadn't he? Another super chat. Let's see. SR71 Blackbird, who's a legend, says, late getting on here. Are both teams having fun? That's all that matters. Come on, give him a laugh for that one. Appreciate that, guy. Joshua, last name P, last name redacted, says, JG, I know this is going in the past, but do you think Kirby would have taken the job if he wasn't strong-armed by boosters about the Alabama National Championship? My view is that he wasn't strong-armed. I just think it was probably a situation where they weren't sure about him, and then he got advice that he shouldn't go to Auburn at that point, so I'm not sure it mattered. Guys, it was only 3rd and 21. The good news is that they didn't get there. They were well short, but they are still kind of in no man's land. What are they, like plus 40? I don't think they can hit a field goal from here. Appreciate that, Joshua P. That's just a long time ago, like you said in your opening there, and I don't know, too much going on there. I'm on board believing that he would have left for Georgia anyway, like at some point, and that would have been a fucking disgrace, right? Like if they leave to go somewhere like Georgia, it makes it look like Georgia's a big step up from Auburn. And I know that like right now that's an obvious take, but at the time that you're talking about, it wouldn't have been an obvious take, and it would have sucked. Donnie, who is not out of his element, says Jackson Arnold wants to get sacked. He's a very willing sacker, isn't he? Jamie H says, so happy YouTube TV is not airing ESPN this week. Does that mean you're out? You weren't able to watch any of this because it's been ugly. P-Pass is looking for an in-game prop bet for a safety. Also, Schaefer Kias is over-under on a pick 6 from Arnold. God, don't speak it into existence. D Meek says, Jay, can we pay kids enough to stay regardless? You have to pick your spots, but yes, there's ways you can keep kids for sure. I think the whole concept of, Cam's gone, like Cam might be gone, Cam might not be gone. Like I don't. It's individual situation. For instance, I think Amaris is going to leave. He damn near left last year. You got to look at the guys that already almost left. It was him and Malcolm. Damn near left last year. I mean, but honestly, you look at Malcolm at this point, and I'm like, okay. Some of you guys would be like, well, yeah, he's a damn good player. I think he's a good player anyway. But you say, well, if he went to a team that would use him properly or whatever. But I don't know. I think he's like the 4th or 5th best receiver at Auburn right now. I like Perry more than him now at this point. Definitely Cam. Definitely Preston Howard. Just kidding. Cam, Eric Singleton. I think Horatio is better than him. I think Perry's better than him. To me, like Eric's a better version of, or maybe just more realized because he's older, of Malcolm. But anyway, I'm not trying to shit on Malcolm. I don't know. I just started talking about it. Abepo says, why can't keep Amaris? I just feel like he kind of wants to go. But he hadn't told me that. It's just kind of a personal feeling I get. My friend Chucky G says, a headline for your article, Auburn stoops to a new low. I like it. That's good stuff. Chucky, appreciate that, man. Also, I want to put this photo up here. This is Chipper. Chip, the legend himself. This is his shot from the stadium, and he says this is what it looks like right now. That does not look like the fourth quarter of an important SEC game in Jordan-Hare Stadium. It does not look like that. I know that's a lot of that is a student section, but it's just yuck. And you can see the flying Lego in the sky over there too. B-Mad's over there. Caleb's over there. All right. So they've made a change of quarterback. Not sure why. 8 of 16 for 59 is the way Daniels ends. Hugh was saying that he thought that Ashton wouldn't throw the ball down the field. If you think that Ashton's bad at that, I got another thing for you, buddy. Because Jackson ain't going to do that. So I'll go ahead and put Ashton's stats here. I mean, he doesn't have any yet, but nice run by Jeremiah there on the first play. I'm telling you, I love him, man. I think that kid plays with a lot of heart. There's somebody somewhere that don't pay attention to Auburn. They go, oh, wow, they made a quarterback. I wonder who this backup is. Pretty good throw to Cam, if you want to know my opinion, but a lot of work for 3 yards. 2nd and 7 now. Jackson throws over the middle for Omar. Gets a few extra yards after catch, and that's going to be a first down. JB makes a good point, though. Jackson does score touchdowns on his first drive. That's a great point. Now, we've never seen him have a first drive in the fourth quarter. I kind of feel like Ashton got a raw deal here, but I do respect the decision to make a change. I do think they needed a spark. I think it's more complicated than Ashton not playing well, but interesting that Omar goes second here. I thought they might have given Darrell a taste here because I felt like Darrell, back when he was healthy, was playing pretty well. He's been out for a while with got a weird injury in his thigh that he had to have surgery for, but he's back now. And Jackson gets sacked. It's not his fault, but nonetheless. 2 of 2 for 15 now for Jackson. That's a tackle for loss also. Two of 2 for 15, Jay. Get it right. All right. And also tackles for loss. Go ahead and bump that up to 7. Good golly, man. 76 is a little much, though. Jackson running for his life on 3rd and 14. That's not going to solve anything. 9 minutes to go, guys. Trent sent a super chat before that drive started saying, Action Jackson, we need you now. Ephesians says, JG, I believe Ashton just really wanted to save that red shirt, LOL. Oh, my God. Tackles for loss, Kentucky now has 9. Oh, my God. You could have made so much money betting on this. Saying, hey, do you think Kentucky would get to 10 tackles for loss? You'd be like, fuck no. And the next day they're going to finish with like 11. Somebody's making a butt ton of money on that. It would have been a cash money prop bet. Shit, I bet the threshold would have been like 4 or 5. And suddenly you're looking at Kentucky going, man, I wish we had a quarterback like that. Kentucky fans are like, that guy sucks. OG Barnes is turning off now. Night. Uh-oh. We're going to miss you, bro. Let's see. Ryan D says, JJ, in a Kiffin-led offense, do you think he would be good? I think he'd be better than this. I don't know if he'd be good. He does have a very strong arm, and I think he's got a confidence issue about throwing the ball downfield. But I suspect that Lane Kiffin would find a way to kind of get through to him, at least to some degree. And at that point, I think he'd be a pretty good player. Yeah, I don't think Jackson stinks. I really don't. I just think guys, let's be real. I mean, the situation says, yike. Colby says, Jay scoffed when I said O-line. No. I wasn't saying that it wasn't a problem. I was not defending the O-line. I think your comment was, this is all O-line, and it is way more than that, brother. Way more than that. This starts at the top and then it works its way down. And I'm not sure really anything outside of Jeremiah Cobb and B. Frazier, I think have done a good job tonight. Phil P, last name redacted, says boo. And Ryan D, that's interesting. You say, does Auburn throw bubble or tunnels? A little bit, but that's something that Coach Hunter mentioned. He said, listen, guys, why if you're having a hard time throwing the ball down the field, why don't you run bubbles and tunnels that are not a difficult throw for your quarterback, but actually give your wideout a good chance to, get launched? So it's a great question. I don't know why it doesn't happen. ACC Tiger thinks that Lane Kiffin would not get involved with Jackson Arnold. I don't know the answer to that. He did find he's kind of struck gold more or less with the Ferris State quarterback from last year, so respect there. Trinidad. Colby says, that's fair. I'm just pissed. No, I get it, bro. You're good. You're good. 100%. 100% good. With me, anyway. Okra, what's up, bro? Glad to have you here. This is trick or treat. Definitely no treats. What the song from Rex and Effects is? It ain't for tricks, just for treating, and I ain't treating every trick that I'm meeting. Nah. I don't know if you know that one, Okra. You might be too young. Some highlights from the OU Tennessee game. That's a pretty big one for OU anyway. Oh, geez. Tennessee just took off from the Oklahoma defense. Deuces. Let's see. We've got a couple other super chats bumping through here. James S. jumps in again. Appreciate you, bro. Says, I get the point that it's not best to fire a coach midseason, but what else do you suggest we do? My view is maybe changing here as we watch in real time because this is pitiful. As you guys have said, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but we're just looking at this and going, this is an absolute piece of poop. And again, it's 10-3 right now, and I don't have to remind you guys, but folks who maybe just swimmed in who are looking for the drama, Auburn's 3 points were set up by Elijah Melendez's interception, if we're being real about it. And even that drive was a fucking turd because they couldn't finish that drive. They ran out of time, but they still could have been able to get a little further down the field. Because they had like a minute or something like that. Oh, God. Kentucky got an end around to convert a second and short. Yeah, my opinion on that, James, let's actually circle back to this in like an hour because my view may be changing on this. Is that Elijah? I think that's Elijah Melendez. Don't want to see him down. Shane sends a super chat that just says, bye-bye, Hugh. I think that's a Car song, isn't it? Bye, Hugh. Down, bye, Hugh. I think Ben Orr sang that song, yeah. Rest in peace. One of the great Clevelanders of all time, in my opinion. Speaking of Clevelanders, Cleveland Brown is back. It says, freeze warning is over. We never even caught frost on the windshield in Hugh's tenure. Come on, guys. That's one. Oh, my goodness. Look at this. Poor Kenny. He says, I paid $65 to switch to Hulu Plus, and this game is all I got. You've had a better year. Personally, you deserve better. You really do. Reynolds asks, are timing routes ever utilized or simply survey the coverage and fire? I've seen a few timing routes today. I think Jackson's first throw to Cam was a timing route. So that was kind of interesting because a lot of times Jackson doesn't even want to throw those. But, yeah, a little bit. Uh-oh. Here's one of my friends here. Someone, a trusted associate, says, I'm close to going nuclear on Hugh. Yeah. Let's see. Mike says Dodgers just scored. I think it was 3-1, right? Last time we checked. Last time we checked, it was 3-1 Jays. Let's see. Donnie had a super chat. He is not in over his head. It says, do we change quarterbacks next drive? Maybe go to Deuce and see if Deuce can pull it out. I don't know. Oh, Cleve isn't here. There he's Cleve, the legend himself. Says, hello, Big JG. Unfortunately, it looks like our worst team effort of the year. Very sad. This is bad. It's really bad. It's bad. Defense has just been balling, though. I mean, I think they've been competing their nuts off, as is customary for them. But the offense is, yeah, this is the worst of the year, and it's one of the worst I can remember. And it's not just, you could say, oh, JG, yeah, breaking news, 3 points, no shit. Like, it's more than that. It's that, you know, if they were just running into a brick wall of like a defense having an incredible night, like you'd be like, just tip your hat to them. But I wouldn't do that. I mean, I give Kentucky credit. They're going to probably win this game, but like, it's just Auburn sucking really more than it is Kentucky thriving, in my opinion. Trent says, fired Gus, called it. Tennessee dark days. God, I wish I could play Sounds of Silence on here without getting a copyright strike. And I don't mean the Disturbed version. Hate to do it. Yeah, we're going to have some hard conversations after this game, I think. Julia jumps in to say, literally the worst offensive play calling. Like, why are they throwing quick slants? Why aren't they? Is probably what she means to say. Quick slants or quick passes. They know the offensive line is collapsing. What is this crap? Hard to throw over the middle, I guess, when you're everything's getting pushed into your face because it's hard to get the ball out. I mean, you got obstructions in your eyesight, I guess, eye line. You know what I mean? But fair enough. I think that's a concept. In fact, Kentucky just tried it right there. It's a concept that I think is underutilized, considering Auburn's strengths in the receiving game, honestly. They should take more advantage of that. Chris M. says, this is unforgivable, one of our legends. Schaefer Kia, who's also a legend, says, turn out the lights. I hear Don Meredith in my ear. Turn out the lights, the party's over. Schaefer showing his age on that one. I love it. Donnie K, last name redacted, says Cohen moved the game to Atlanta because the offense can't be effective in Auburn. Uh-oh. It's not good. Kentucky just picked up another third down, or another first down, I should say. I don't know what the down and distance was on that one. I was too focused on the chat there. AU88, who's been pretty hot tonight, says Freeze is worse than Harsin. Wow, now that is a take right there. But statistically, it either is true or close to true. Never would have thought that would happen. Don Properdickens says 3. I don't know what that means. He's probably talking about the number of points that Auburn has. May also be looking forward to basketball season where the Auburn is going to shoot a bunch of 3-pointers and hit them and win a lot of games. Just trying to be positive about it, guys. See, R2M says JG next week's going to be ugly against Vandy. Hey, man, I'm going to cross that bridge when I find it, okay? We still got plenty to adjudicate here, my guy. All right, 2nd and 9 for the Auburn defense. They've got to get a stop here, and then Auburn's got to try to make a miracle happen on the other end. Oh, Jesus. Oh, my goodness. The receiver had beaten Rayshon badly, but the quarterback missed him badly, too. 3rd and 9. Small Victory says, so how's the weather? Listen, let me go through all the great things that have gone on tonight, Small Victories, that you may have missed because you're so negative. I'm just kidding around. The Eagle flew good. The band played good. The pyrotechnics were second to none at the end of the third quarter. The weather was great. And I hate to tell you this, but, we got a sack from Kensley. A sack. The weather's been great, and the 25 or 30,000 fans that are in the stadium have been amazing. So just back the F up, okay? Look at DJ loading up. Kensley was the unblocked man and consummated the sack. Another tackle for loss. Been joking about how many tackle for losses Kentucky has, which is 9, but Auburn has 6 of their own. By the way, total yards right now, neither team doing much. Kentucky 230, Auburn 202. Oh, Malcolm got himself an extra 12 to 15 yards on that. Ashton Daniels out there cheering him on. Let's see. A. Robinson says, I'm now drunk. I wish I was, my guy. Let's see. Gunner says, JG, the fans are leaving the stadium early, and the ones who are staying are booing. Is that true? Are people booing? This has to be time for a change. He's got about 6 minutes to pull this shit out. I don't know how this is going to happen. That's a great question. Justin says, what's our average starting position? I think I can get that information. Where would I find it, though? We could probably just kind of eyeball it, honestly. Auburn's starts, the starts of their drive. Auburn 26, Auburn 34, Auburn 32, Auburn 16, Auburn 49, UK 9, which resulted in 3 points. UK 48, which resulted in a punt, and then Auburn 39. So the average start for the Auburn Tigers is the 19, and the average start for UK is their 28. Auburn has one scoring drive, which means 13% of their drives have been scoring drives. I bet that's really bad. Touchdown rate, of course, 0 because they can't score a touchdown. Oh, yeah. Peace and love, guys. See you next week. Pie Player is here. Says, what the heck is going on here? Auburn's turned into like Purdue last year. Of course, Pipe is a Purdue fan, and I know Purdue doesn't have a great record this year, but they're actually fighting now. It's just a step forward, and their head coach Barry Odom is he coaches with a lot of energy, unlike the guy that Auburn's got right now. Ay. Robert S. says, I wish they served hard liquor at the stadium. Cleveland, great question. This is such a complicated question, but it's a great one, and I think I'm going to have to spend an hour on that, or at least 30 minutes. He says, how did we get here, JG? Seriously. I mean, and Julia says, when we get compared to Purdue, that's pretty bad. Dude, Purdue was winless, I think, last year or close to it, and Auburn's better than that. In fact, coming into this game, I thought Auburn was still a pretty decent team. But no, don't say it like our Big Cat saying Deuce is gone. I mean, come on now. There's probably going to be a new coach, and maybe a new coach that like says things and you believe them. He has something that proves that he's good, and Deuce might say, hey, man, this guy really wants to feature me, and I'm an awesome player, and no problem. There's a lot to happen between now and let's just call it February 1st or whatever. Lots to go down. Beppo says, JG, who do you want as our next head coach? My choice would be John Summerall. There's a lot of people in the chat that like him. There's a lot of people in the chat that hate him. I think he's going to get it done or isn't going to get it done or whatever. But this is a very key drive right here. 5 minutes to go. Auburn starting with dog shit field position yet again at the 17, excuse me, which really is only 2 yards short of where they've been starting all damn night. First play of the drive goes almost hilariously off target. Lord have mercy. How can you be this? We know objectively that Jackson Arnold is not a terrible thrower of the football, but he's just lost. And I would argue that Ashton had his own problems too. There's a sweep, and they're just eating him up, man. Kentucky knows what we know, which is that Auburn is not going to be able to beat them through the air tonight. So now Auburn's got a 3rd and 11. Eric Edwards says, Early Collier said it best. Auburn sucks. Auburn sucks. I don't particularly care for Auburn. He doesn't care for Auburn. Oh, jeez, my God. All right, you're thinking maybe there's going to be another chance for another 3 and out. They may have another chance at another drive. But this drive is officially FUBAR, my guys and gals. Not looking good. Let me get back over here. Got to get some stats updated. Jackson's 2 of 3 for 15. Jeremiah's 20 carries for 77. And Cock has been kicking the ball a lot tonight. Way too much. Robert S. says the good thing is the bathrooms aren't crowded. There's another positive, Beppo. No problem there. AU88 says I'm Coach Hugh Freeze and I'm running for the U.S. Senate. I approve this message. Let's see. I'm sorry, Shay, excuse me. Yours is blue, so I'm having a hard time reading it. The boos are louder than ever. Now would be like the perfect time to put in Deuce. You know what I mean? Like he's got like a fucking avalanche of problems and then just put him in there and go, well, I don't know, man. He didn't get it done. Like, fuck. That'd be the perfect time to do it right now. And then blame him when it doesn't work, you know, like cut me and blame me for bleeding. Parker M, last name redacted, says, I thought I was sober enough for the game, but I just woke up midway through the fourth to see that we're down a touchdown. What in the actual F? Ryan D just says fart noises. Poppy Clan says, sorry, Jay, I think you're going to have to change your opinion on Hugh's future. Well, I've been saying I was probably the first major, I'm not trying to self-aggrandize here. I'm just saying first journalist in the Auburn sphere to actually come out and say, I don't think Hugh should be the head coach next year, because I did that like a month ago. So I was early on that train, but even earlier tonight in this game, I was like, I don't see a lot of advantage for firing him right now or in the season or whatever. And I still don't know that I would, but we got to talk through it. If they lose this game, we have to have a serious conversation about if he should be the coach on Monday morning. I don't know. The problem is that, you know, I said before that I think I would want to give DJ an honest to God look at interim head coach, and I wonder if we're just too far down the road for him to even get a fair shake. But it may not matter; it may just be time, you know, because he's going to have to do the Vanderbilt. I don't know what the right word would be. Reckoning. I don't know if you know reckoning. Humbling. I mean, Auburn's almost certainly going to get their ass beat at Vanderbilt next week, and then he's got an off week to regroup and get ready for Mercer and Alabama. But, sheesh, man. Four Uggles says, why does the outcome matter? Fair enough. And Mike says, must verify that Jay called this weeks ago. It might have been a month ago now. I feel like I was really on the front end of that, where I said he cannot be allowed to be the head coach next year. I did not advocate for firing him immediately. I just didn't. Even earlier today, I didn't see a lot of value in that. But I'm starting to wonder right now. It's really, really bad. Trent jumps in with a super chat to say, we fired Gus because there was no hope. SEC champ. Yeah, and even in Gus's last season, like, it wasn't that bad. Oh, geez. There's an interception of new boy Fagans. Just don't fumble the ball, new boy. He did fumble the ball. Tell me UK got that ball. Put the camera back on the field, bro. Tell me UK got this ball back. Tell me UK got this ball back. Oh, my God. We got no signals from the officials yet. There's only like 3 guys on the ground. Still haven't figured it out. Hey, man. Oh, my God. It's just like Keystone Cops. You get a free interception and then new boy gets fumbled and you could see the guy coming from a mile away from behind. Good effort by him. 100% fumble. There's no doubt about it. Oh, there's some coach blocking our view. Oh, my God. ACC Tiger just gives it the old LOL, and I can't say anything different. My goodness, you guys. All right, so Keldrick Falk, once again being Keldrick Falk, deflects that pass so that it lands to new boy Fagans for a freebie interception, and then he returns it and fumbles the frickin' ball. My goodness gracious. It's just like it's impossibly bad now. Alamo says JG the Drain is the only saving grace for a miserable night. Speak for yourself, my guy. I'm going to get beat up tonight on here. That's okay. Auburn Panic jumps in to say, can't wait for Hobo Hugh to claim that we're close at midfield after we lose as the rest of the field/stadium implodes around his Dark Knight style. Yeah, like the hospital, right, in that movie. Dallas Walker's still playing, though, with passion. Nice tackle there. Good effort. AU88, that's probably his 5th or 6th super chat of the night. It says, Poudrees for Senate 2026. I don't understand the Senate thing, but I know you'd like to see him do something other than coach the Auburn Tigers. I know that. I don't think you're alone on that one. Is it just me, or does Stoops have a different top on now? Wasn't he wearing a blue top earlier? Feel like a stranger says, Sunday tomorrow, column. My view of the truth. How did we get here, and how the hell do we get out? That's actually a good idea for a column if we're being real. My goodness. Let's see. Also, Donnie jumps in with another super chat. Says, are we getting a basketball brain drain? We're not going to be doing that for non-conference. I really want to write up some stuff, and I really want to watch that. And I don't think we're doing brain drains for non-con. We'll have to reconsider when it gets to be conference season and reassess that. But I'm going to be writing some stuff, and we're going to be doing shows right after the game. Not brain drains, but like podcasts type thing. Me and Hoke. So we're going to do that. Let's get back to football on that, though, since that's what everybody's talking about. Hayden jumps in with a super chat. My guy, what's up, man? Blue Jays have outscored us tonight. That's another prop bet that you could have made a lot of money on, Hayden. Say, oh, well, even Auburn's terrible offense can score more than 3, right? No, they can't. No, they can't. Let's see what else we got. Super chat coming through from Jack K, last name redacted, says, obviously there's Durkin's past. However, have there been any other things that have made the powers that be nervous about him while at Auburn? Not that I know of. No, not that I know of. I'm not aware of any like problems that he's had at Auburn or anything like that. AU256 says, hot board tomorrow, JGT, question mark? I put the hot board together, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago. I guess I got to kind of bone it up a little bit, make sure it's super ready to go. But we did. I've had a story about Hugh fired for probably a month now. We've had a hot board for probably 3 weeks now. Just a matter of pushing the button, you know. I had a feeling this was going to happen. A lot of you guys had a feeling this was going to happen. Hoke had a feeling this was going to happen. So we've been prepared, or preparing, I should say. Wow. This may end up being one of those absolutely epic nights on the brain drain. My God. Can't talk our way out of this one, guys and gals. It would help if the Kentucky wide receiver was looking for the ball, which he wasn't doing there. 4th and 4. Rayshawn Pleasant letting him know how he feels about that. All Trade says, what about Durkin's past? I don't know if it's a question mark. I don't know. You have to give me a little more background on what you mean there. Are you saying that what happened at Maryland doesn't matter, or are you saying you don't know about what happened at Maryland? I did go and kind of read a little bit more about, about the end of Durkin's tenure, and I had more questions than answers when I went through that, honestly. That guy, Rick, asking the question that a lot of people have asked, who is my pick for the next head coach? For me, and again, you can make arguments pro and con everybody, but for me, it would be John Summerall. Makes the most sense for me. And I know he lost the other night or whatever, but I think he brings that toughness. I think Auburn needs, and I went on a rant a couple games ago about how Auburn needs the next Pat Dye. I think you need a guy that's just super tough. I don't necessarily know that you got to be country strong, but I would prefer that. And I know that Summerall's from Huntsville, so he's not really country strong, but he's from their state, and he's just a tough guy, and I like that. And I think that's the kind of person it's going to take to turn this into an organization that has the fucking toughness to run people over. Do you know what I mean? Like Omar Mabson just did right there. He's a tough kid. I like him a lot. He's not the problem. That's for damn sure. All right. 2-minute timeout. The Auburn Tigers, of course, back to the wall as they have been since they gave up the touchdown about an hour and a half ago. What are they, around the 25 now? They're changing quarterbacks again. Ryan says, I think that, 1st and 10 on the 22 is what they're looking at here. I think it was Kozan that was saying, I don't know. I don't know if I wrote it down. I don't know if it was Hunter or Kozan was saying, just go ahead and switch the quarterbacks until you find somebody that actually gets the job done. Sounds a lot like Spurrier, honestly. Remember when he did that with Kresser and maybe was it Jesse Palmer? I think it was Jesse Palmer and Kresser that he was kind of going back and forth about. Real deal, my man, who's also a tough guy from North Alabama, like John Summerall, says, I'm here for the drama. The barn is on fire. He's talking about the greater Auburn sphere, I'm sure is what he's talking about. Jack Kirby says Golesh is Russian strong. Golesh would be on my list for sure, my personal list, 100%. I like Alex Golesh a lot. Born in the former Soviet Union. But if you listen to him do interviews, he's 100% American. But yeah, I like him. He's a tough dude, and I think he's going to be a good head coach. I mean, let me rephrase that. He's a good head coach right now. I think he's going to be a good head coach, at the top level, whether that's SEC or Big Ten, something like that. And of course, no matter who I say, All Trade says Summerall is definitely not it. There's always going to be people. You know what I mean? No matter what you do, user says not Summerall. Everybody, John Summerall sucks balls. You need to hire Brian Hartline, who's a fucking position coach at Ohio State. He knows how to win. Everybody's got, their little pet project. There's people in this chat that love John Gruden. I guarantee it. There's people that think that John Gruden is the solution to this fucking problem. And I ain't going to hate on it. Julia jumps in to say, Jay, you've done a great job, and I'm buying you a shot of whiskey with this super chat. Thanks, friend. Appreciate you, Julia. Julia comes on usually late in the show. I don't know if she may be here during the show, but she usually comments late in the show. And Julia would love to see Auburn be better. I think it's fair to say. And also, Robert, I give you so much credit. He says, your mom would be great. That's amazing, man. There's never a situation where your mom joke, a well done your mom joke doesn't pop. And I like that. Nature Nash says, I wouldn't say no to Gruden. And the exact next comment from Runner 24 says Gruden is definitely not the answer. Also, Slava Boyko says Jeff Fisher's son played here. That is absolutely true. Trent Fisher, who was a great guy to talk to back in the day. AU256, can we get angry BMAT tonight? I cannot imagine a situation where BMAT wouldn't be disgusted with what's going on, but we'll give him a chance. JB said, oh, God, Ashton really is back in the game and he had to throw the ball away on first down because he had people all over him. Let's see. JB says, is there – God dang it, I missed it went off the screen. Is there not a question on talent evaluation? Is this all talent legit or hearsay? It's a good question. I think it's a complicated calculus as to what exactly. I mean, there's a lot of things going wrong at Auburn right now. I don't really think it's. I don't think it's talent. You could probably make the argument that it is. I mean, the offensive line's underperforming right now. Catch by Perry there. We actually asked earlier, do they ever run a slant? I think Julie asked that, among others. And there was a slant right there. It actually worked. Got some yardage on it, 3rd and 2. Offensive line did a really nice job on that run. I haven't said that much tonight, but got a lot of push on that one. And so Omar didn't even get into trouble until he's 1 yard past the line to gain. Turns into about a 6-yard run. 1st and 10 for the Auburn Tigers. Looks like they're going strictly with Omar here at tailback. Daniel's going to have to dump that ball off to Perry. Got about 5. Julia says, I asked ChatGPT. I like it. I want to make sure I'm not missing. Ravin, super chat again. We love Ravin. He's a stud. Says, think we should try not practicing. We look worse. Everything is possible, okay? Everything should be on the table. Wizard D says, what happened to Cobb? I'm not sure. I'm surprised that he's not in here right now. I'm trying to see if there was a pass interference call in there, but there was. I didn't see it. Ashton just took a very kind of gambled. throw the ball deep for Eric and see if he can make a play. But the pass really didn't give him an opportunity really to compete for the ball. And I think that's probably what came in. I didn't really see pass interference there anyway, but I don't know. All Trade says, exit the chat and re-enter and see what the AI explanation of the chat is. I bet it's like, people pissed. Oh, boy. Let's go ahead and shock it up again, guy. Another tackle for loss. Is that double digits? They're up to 11 now. I must have missed one. 11 TFLs, guys. Oh, my God. 11 TFLs. I think Auburn gave up 14 in the Oklahoma game, and I said, we'll never see anything that bad again. Here we are. They've had another game or two that was an 8-9 or so. Oh, my goodness. User says, is this it? Please be it. Oh, my goodness, guys. This is ugly. Yowzers. Let me get the third downs updated. 6 of 13, 5 of 14, 6 of 13. Man, 4th and 6. See, so you got Perry in there. Still got Omar, I'm assuming, because that's the short guy. Yep. Perry, Cam. Looks like Malcolm. Preston Howard is in there. That scares me. Might be a temptation to give Preston the ball here. That's a first down catch for Cam Coleman right there. Put your hands down. What are you talking about, bro? Good golly. And they were putting up the hand like this. No. It's already 4th down. It wouldn't be then 4th down. He was not open. Perry Thompson was not open right there. Slava says, JJ, why did Auburn pay $2 million for Jackson when he was benched at OU? I'm not sure he got 2, but he got a lot of money regardless. There were a lot of extenuating factors that I think allowed Hugh and others to kind of make excuses for Jackson, to say that, he kept changing coordinators and the play calling was a disaster and he missing all his wideouts and the offensive line was hurt and sucked and blah, blah, blah. There were a lot of excuses for that. And he was also a hugely recruited player out of high school. So, and I do think he has a lot of arm talent. He has a strong arm, but he's got confidence issues, and just like Ashton, he's got a play caller that I don't think knows what's going on here. He's not connected to reality. All right, 3rd and 10, guys. I'm telling you, this is hanging by a thread. if that. My goodness gracious. 3rd and 10, 47 seconds to go. They got Preston Howard still on the field, guys. Looks like Malcolm, Cam, Eric Singleton. Oh, it's a hard lick. Preston Howard on a seam route gets Auburn down to the 35. Auburn has no timeouts left. Didn't realize they were completely out of timeouts here. Auburn going into the Miracle and Jordan Hare end zone, by the way. Ashton's got to throw this ball away, and more or less. 25 seconds, 2nd and 10. Chaotic says, why is Howard in the game? That is a great question. I feel like B. Frazier would be a B. Frazier. Oh, they got Ryan G in the game now. Holy cow. Really? They got Ryan G and Justin Jones in the game right now. I'm not shitting you. I'm not shitting you. This is unbelievable. Justin Jones? I'm not trying to hate on the kid, but my goodness. What? I can't believe my eyes. This is unbelievable. Julia says, who is Ryan G? It's such a great question. I understand why you're asking me that question. He's their, I guess, 4th tight end? Well, it'll technically be their 3rd if you're talking about a receiver, because Tate's not going to catch balls, right? But It's B. Frazier and then Preston and then Ryan G / Tate Johnson. Julie asks if I'm going to be asking questions at the presser. I mean, I'm about 50 miles away, so probably not. No. Oh my God, he's sacked. They have no timeouts, and they've got it. They got to run a play. They have to run a play. They can't spike this ball. They got to go. It's 4th down. This is such a poetic way to go down. Holy fucking shit. This is unbelievable. All right, clock's dead. So this is all you got. Ashton actually made a hell of a throw right there, but there's nobody there. Interception. That's a wrap. A fucking wrap right there.
Danger zone. This is your redheads, your strippers, anyone named Tiffany. This is where your car gets keyed. You get a bunny in the pot. Your tires get slashed, and you wind up in jail.
Fucking unbelievable. It's just unbelievable, dude. It's unbelievable. What is going on with the personnel on the field at the end there? What are we talking about? You've got to be shitting me. Is that Eddie Gran? It looks like Eddie Gran. It looks like an old version of Eddie Gran. It probably is actually Eddie Gran right there. I haven't seen Eddie in a while. Oh my God, guys. That's got to be it. That's absolutely the fucking end of it right there. Yeah, he's got to go. I mean, those of you who are just jumping in, I mean, I've been saying for probably a month now that Hugh is cooked and he's got to go. He can't be the coach at the end of the year. I didn't really care when they fired him. I still don't really care, I guess, but that's it. That is the end of the fucking road. We should cue up the Boys to Men song. Although we've come to the end of the road. 12 tackles for loss. I'm going to go ahead and give Kentucky their full due here. 12 tackles for loss. I thought we'd never see anything like that Oklahoma game. Pocket jumps in with a super chat, says, on I-85, excuse me, headed south, beat the traffic, was worried I had waited too late. Counting this as a win. Pocket Watch gets a W. The Auburn Tigers do not. Justin C. jumps in with a super chat as well, says, what a effing embarrassment. Super bad. Did you guys feel like you saw Eddie Gran too? Is that who? It probably was. I know Eddie like kind of works with the program, but I didn't know. I just didn't know how deep he was involved or whatever. All right, so here's the situation. Absolutely, that's got to be it. I'm sorry, man. There's no excuses or anything you can say there. Don says, Proper Dickens says, apathy level 1,000. Don't even give a shit which players hang in. I think that's possible. I mean, blow it up, man. This shit is over. There's players on this team that I absolutely don't. Look at Jay Boulware. Jay Boulware's stoked, man. He's happy. He got a big win, man, for his UK Wildcats. Mason Murphy just got beat straight up on that one, but I'm not going to blame him for everything, dude. I mean, there's been a lot of Perry. At least go compete for it, dude. Good golly, man. What? The personnel on that final drive was just like, what are we doing? Like, Justin Jones is the tailback in the most important plays of the entire season? Seriously? And obviously something's wrong with Jeremiah, and you were playing Omar, and he probably got gassed, but Omar hadn't played but about 12 snaps. He shouldn't be that damn gassed. Oh, my goodness. Parker M. jumps in with a super chat to say, legitimately, F this offense and F the QBs and F Freeze. People going to be pissed. I get it, man. This is a mess. Schaefer Kia says, we've been calling for it for 4 weeks, and it hasn't happened. What's going to change? Look at this score line. 3 points, and even that was set up by the daggone interception that put him at the 9, and they couldn't do anything more than a field goal when they were given the ball at the 9. This is it, man. This is it. That's it. That's just absolutely it, man. Poppy Clan, appreciate the super chat, bro. It says Hugh quit on AU. Give him the X out. Yeah. I just got to let this set in for a minute. I just can't believe it, man. 3 runs, dude. DCF says outscored by the Blue Jays in Game 7 of the World Series. Absolutely. I just can't believe it. Piss Jug, no, I'm not taking your call right now, bro. I appreciate you calling, though. War Eagle 0008 sends in a super chat as well. Says Swoogans had to listen on the app tonight. Hashtag blessing in disguise. Thanks for the show, JG. What's the time frame on a move? I'll tell you the time frame for a move is right fucking now. That's the time frame for a move. Right now. It's over. It's over. I've been saying it for a month. I think he's cooked, but he's really cooked now. He's got to go. Got to go. He's the one calling the plays, and so if you don't fire him, he'll continue being the one calling the plays, and he'll go to Arkansas next week, and he'll be the guy calling the plays there, and it'll be even worse because Vanderbilt's way better than Kentucky, and that's a mess. So I'll go back to saying what I said before. What happens now? You fire him, put Durkin in control, and at least they're going to probably play harder. Next thing, who's going to actually be the head coach at Auburn? You need to get somebody tough. You need to get somebody that has mental toughness, has fire, stands on the sideline, and you know he's involved in the game, and he really fucking cares, man. Got to have that. This pacifist, oh, I'm going to cry about shit when it doesn't go right. It filters down to your ball club. And then this is what happens. You have a team that's scared to win. They're scared to take command of a game. They're risk averse. That has nothing to do with the offensive line play, which was beyond abysmal tonight. It's a complicated calculus to be sure, but I would like to have a head coach that F-bombs and gets pissed off and animates and yells at people and hurts feelings, and that's okay. We've played the sensitive card. Guys, I have a background in psychology myself. I'm not trying to hate on it, but I'm done with this soft placation BS. Get somebody that's a bricklayer and will create a team and a personality that has toughness and wins a fucking game instead of being looking for excuses to lose. All right, let's get on to a few of these. Chipper says, first question from the presser has to be, what the F was that? I think that'd be a good question, Chip, honestly. Mike says he should not be allowed to make it to the parking lot. Capital L as our head coach. I don't know about that. I don't know if it's got to be tonight, but he cannot be the coach Monday. He's probably looking forward to his teaching moment on Monday, and I don't think that should happen. Even though it probably does have value, to be fair, but whatever. Schaefer Kia says Auburn isn't man enough to fire him. Sounds like a Tony Braxton song to me. We could probably do something like that. JP, DC Elite, my guy right there, who is a Kentucky grad, a proud Kentucky graduate, says, I guess that's a win for Kentucky, ? Great. I'm sure Stoops is ready to turn the program around. See you in a couple weeks, Commodore. I'm going to go up there and see my guy, JB DC Elite, and his outstanding, awesome wife, Crystal. Lifelong friends of mine. Got a lot going on between now and then, though. Gonna have to give Hugh the deuces. It's got to go. It's got to happen. Let me see. I got a text here I got to think about for a second. Man, it's overdue. DJ should be the interim coach. Sorry, guys. I'm kind of helping. We're kind of working on some of our editorial strategy here, too, while we're live on the. All right, guys. Sorry, I got some other stuff going on here. It has to do with the site, but we try to strategize a little bit about what's going on here. Justin O, my man, who I've been talking good about this week, he says, fire him on the field walking into the locker room. Locker room. I don't think people would be mad about that, Justin O. I don't. By the way, I'm drinking Backbone tonight, Backbone bourbon, because I don't want to drink Kentucky shit tonight, so we're drinking some Indiana stuff. It's been pretty good, honestly. It's been pretty good, and I'm probably going to be drinking a lot more before this night's over. Christopher B. jumping in with another super chat says, Cohen is a... won't say it. He won't do it. He's going to have to do it. He's going to have to do it. Look at the score. It's Kentucky. By the way, I'm going to update the records, which I haven't done yet. It's a bad Kentucky team that Kentucky fans don't even like. And now they just walk into Jordan Hare and they're going to hold the home team to 3 points. Are you shitting me? It's not acceptable. It's not good enough. And that's just the end of the story. I don't know what else to say. I know everybody in this chat agrees with me on this. It's a long story about how we got here. But the bottom line is Hugh is too soft. Hugh, in becoming a better man after the Ole Miss fiasco, became a soft man. He became a forgiving man. He has to be, because he needed to be forgiven himself, and I respect it. As a man, I think he's a much better person, but as a head coach, he's worse. He's definitely worse. And the team is not tough. The team is not tough enough to win in the SEC. This has been proven. We know this without a shadow of a doubt. We're 9 games in, and they're ass. They're ass. They're ass. They're ass. I think Auburn might be, at this point, the worst team in the SEC. And I realize, or no, they're not as bad as Arkansas. But that's a very, very low bar. It's an incredibly low bar to be better than this Arkansas team that exists right now that fired their coach, 5 weeks ago? Chipper jumps in with a super chat to say the bus ride to and from Mobile to Starkville for the 3-2 game was more fun than this. That's terrible. That's terrible. CFB Addict says Chris Roberts is making the call, not Cohen. Done. Done. Deuces. Jay says it's more complicated than that. We hired the dumber version of Gus. He's a mega church pastor. I completely agree. You know what I think he really gets fired up about, like personally? What you want him to be fired up about is winning football games and also taking younger players or just players and making them better people. It's an important part of it. It really is. But winning games is why you get paid, right? Because if you just wanted to make kids better, you would then be a counselor and do great work, like Feel Like a Stranger does, and others probably aren't going to make $6.5 million a year, but you're going to do great things for the world, and that may end up being what Hugh does a year from now. I think he's really gifted at that. But there is some truth to what you're saying. I think what he's passionate about is working with the kids and making them better people, which is a very, very valuable thing in our society, but it is not what you want in your head coach. You want more than that. You want him to be tough and make his players tough, and all they see at the front of the line from their head coach is deer in the headlights, soft, we're so put upon, hands in the air, like just, you've got to be tougher than that. And it's not necessarily all about being a cusser or a freak out guy, because if that's the case, Will Muschamp would have 3 national titles already, and he's not. He's not even working. Well, he's kind of working, but through his own choice. And I love Will Muschamp more than anybody but Carol Muschamp. But I just want to see the fire, man. I mean, I do think Muschamp would have this team in a better spot right now. I'm not advocating for Muschamp to be the next head coach at Auburn, which will be his 4th time here, by the way. But I'm just saying, somebody fucking make this team tougher, please. Instead of all this soft-ass bullshit, man. And I guarantee he's going to go to his press conference tonight. That's probably about to start right now. And he's going to have some bullshit excuse about, well, Ashton won't throw the ball down the field. Jackson doesn't look comfortable in the pocket. I don't know what's going on with the offense. We're so close. Like, no, you're not. You're close to the bottom of the SEC is what you are. And if it weren't for the win against Arkansas last week, which, by the way, was set up by the defense, we would all agree with that. Pick 6, 4 turnovers in the 4th quarter. I don't even know if they win that game without the defense being heroic. Then they're winless. Then they are the worst team in the league. They're the defense away from being the worst team in the league. It's disgusting. It's Auburn. This is not a bad program. It is right now, but come the fuck on. Christopher B says, gets worse every year, every season, every week. Thumbs down. Stock price down. Looks like KLC stock right now. Down, down, down. It's also with CMG. Nothing but down. Guy jumps in with another super chat. I appreciate you, bro. Says, Jay, Hugh makes things hard on his quarterback. He sure does. The position's hard enough. Why you got to make it so much harder? Wish we could stop blaming the players. You don't hear a lot of that from me, but I know you're probably talking about a wider group than just JG, you know. Julia says it's okay, Jay. I know it's gonna be all right. I'm bringing myself back. I just get a little bit carried away with it sometimes because I sit there and listen to the same shit y'all do when he has all these excuses, and it's just like, I know you're full of shit. Like, I know this is not actually happening. I know that you're not pulling the wool over anybody's eyes. Parker M says, fortunately for me, the citizens of Auckland. By the way, he's in I was gonna say New Jersey. What am I thinking? He's in New Zealand for work. He says the citizens of Auckland don't know what Auburn football is. Insanely pathetic offense. Still not the worst I've ever seen from Auburn, but pretty fucking close. The 98 offense got really bad. I don't know if you guys are old enough to remember, but in 98 they went to Florida and scored, I think, 3 or something. And like literally Terry Bowden after the game was like, "Thank you, Spurrier, for not beating us worse." I think it was 24-3. And Florida was just chilling in the second half. AU Law, you've got you can't. AU Law, I hope you're lying to me. AU Law, please don't be lying to me. He says Hugh just said they're close. If he said that, I swear, Julia, I'm gonna need the actual alprazolam if he said that. Please tell me he didn't say that. I'm gonna freak out, man. Let's see. Parker, appreciate you, bro. JD says, taking a shot of the worst bourbon in the cabinet. Looks like I found an old bottle of Elvin Williams small batch. Join me with something shitty. I will absolutely do that. I know the exact bourbon to get for this, too. Looks like small victories, and James S. said he did say that. You have got to be kidding me. Edward says you keep saying we're close. Close? To what? AU Taxman says he picked the wrong day to quit sniffing glue. Hey, a good airplane reference will always make me happier. Real Deal jumps in with a super chat to say cheers to the winners. Isn't that what Harson would say? And as a good wise man once said, Steven says, we want a leader, not a loser. Cody says, he said, I still believe we're very close. Just unbelievable, man. It's just like what we were talking in the chat earlier. It was not salty, and he said, I'm really close to dating Sydney Sweeney, as in we're both on the same continent. TJ Kidd also says he said we're close. CFB Addict says we're close to having a new head ball coach. That's just Cannon says he's close to super chatting me $100,000. I love it. I love it, man. Julia says he didn't say that. Come on now, guys. You're giving Jay a heart attack. Oh, my God. I'm going to have to ask my guys on the ground here. You guys are freaking me out, man. I'm trying to get through to the guys and see. I mean, I know there's a lot going on here. Sorry. Texting with some of the guys in the group and the on the staff here. I'm trying to get an answer from the guys if he actually said that. I mean, I know you guys sometimes you guys bullshit me just for fun. Yeah, Ray Robinson said I'm close. He hopes that he didn't say that. I really do too. My God, I'm just like, he's got to go. And so, and I feel bad because like, I think DJ is going to be put in a tough situation here because he's going to have to coach this bludgeoning that's going to happen at Vanderbilt. Although maybe something decent happens. I don't know. If you're like me and you believe there's a huge gulf between the talent level at Auburn and the performance, right? Because I don't think the team is lacking talent per se. I'm not saying they're Georgia. I'm not saying that they're Ole Miss or anything like that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I don't think the roster is dog shit. I think the coaching is dog shit. I think specifically the offensive game planning and sequencing and play calling is dog shit. And I just... Let's go ahead and get J-Head on It's just, what are we going to do? J-Head's going to get absolutely crushed on here. Anybody that comes on this airwave today is going to get crushed, but that's just the way it goes. Let's see. Robert Beast's Ferg tweeted it. My man Collins M jumping through with a super chat. This guy's he's been there for me. Believe me. Live the punt. He's cooked. Crank up the hot board, JG. It's ready to go. I probably need to reorganize it a little bit. But, yeah, it's ready. It's been ready to go. Shit. Like, we knew this was going to happen. Or at least I felt like it was as likely enough for me to be working on it 3 weeks ago. You know what I mean? I wasn't going to just write stories. It didn't matter. Gunner357 says, I don't care if DJ doesn't get a fair shake and loses some games. Show this fan base you give a shit and fire the guy. Schaefer Kia says, J-Head thinks we're close to. I can almost guarantee you that he's not going to say that. No. He's a man of calculated risks, just like me, but no. B. May says, Ferg says he said it twice. God bless. Once is bad enough. Cleveland Brown jumps in to say, I'd feel better if it was K. Ivy that publicly fired Hugh. Spelled K. Ivy correctly. Thank you, sir. We got to go. He got to go. Thank you, Governor. Appreciate that. Close. Somebody who was sober said that Auburn is close. Close to putting up more than 3 points on a bad defense. Although they played great tonight, to be fair. I mean, I thought their run defense was really good. And what happens is Auburn can't pass the ball. They know what we know. They load up against the run. UK actually has a decent run defense anyway. Shut Auburn down. And then it's just unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Just disgusting and unbelievable. I can't believe this is actually happening. War Eagle says, nothing, just a super chat. No message offered, no message needed. Appreciate you, bro. And also Robert says, per Nate King, former Auburn sports legend, says Hugh Freeze says we are close. Goodness gracious, guys. What a night this is. Jack K, last name redacted, says, I'm a transfer BYU fan this year, but if we had Charles Kelly, I might be a Cougar for life. There are people who like Charles Kelly a lot, but I just don't think it's going to be the kind of splash hire, obviously, that some people, that this program needs. Let's just be real about it. Let me see. Let me get J-Head queued up here. And I'm sure that our telephony is going to be working flawlessly, as it has been tonight, to be fair. Here he is. Let's get him on the horn.
JGT, what's up, brother?
What's up, J-Head? How you doing?
Do we want to talk game or coaching search? Like, how do we want to do this tonight?
Let's just talk about how in the hell we got here, bro. I've been freaking the fuck out for the last 30 minutes about this.
Well,
and he said in his press conference that they're close.
I have no idea. Honestly, I would throw up if I watched a Hugh Freeze press conference right now, because it would basically be him up there playing his greatest hits of we're close and, you know, Jackson's really good on first drives and Ashton's this and that. And, you know, look, I don't want to shit on the players, okay? But it's a tough look right now. There's nothing that Hugh can say that would make anybody feel any better about the situation. It's terminal. And if there ever was a death nail, tonight was tonight, right? Now, what I will say is I don't know when it's going to take place. I think there's a chance that they wait until the bye week. They probably won't. They probably take action tomorrow, I would think. But given how close you are to a bye week, I can see them stringing it out just to give the coaching staff an opportunity to reorganize with a week in between, so they can kind of figure out who's going to be who's going to be play calling and all the other stuff that's going to go into it from a logistics standpoint.
Yeah, it's kind of a mess, man.
It is. It's a big mess, Jay. And I don't know. I mean, I'm with you. I kind of heard some of your commentary earlier. The talent on the team is not reflective of the product that you're getting right now. Now, is this a championship level club right now? No. but they're certainly 8-4 better. And you haven't seen that minus maybe the Baylor game all year.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, it's been a series of letdowns, and I don't want to just trash Hugh. That's not my thing, but it's time to, to cut the cord and move on. Whether it's this week or next, you got to go ahead and make an announcement. And maybe they do a situation where he announces that he's stepping down, but he's going to do the Ed Orgeron deal where he coaches the team for the rest of the year. I don't know how they handle it. I honestly don't. I think you've got DJ right there if that's what you want to do. And he's a really good football coach, and I think he would handle things appropriately down the stretch. But I feel like they're probably going to kind of think through how they want to handle this from a variety of different angles. And do you want to, I don't know, do you want to put DJ in a tough spot next week, or do you want to make Hugh wear that loss and then you turn the page? I'm not exactly sure how you do that.
I mean, I guess, but you run the risk, right, of Hugh actually winning the Vanderbilt game. I don't know how he would do it, but
dude, there's no way. Like, and let's be honest here. When you go back and you look at the metrics of the Arkansas game, I mean, I know Auburn won on the scoreboard pretty convincingly. But when you go back and you look at all the different metrics that you can look at, Arkansas, other than the turnover battle, won every one of them, man. I mean, it was, it was kind of a little bit of fool's gold, or what, we in South Alabama call a dead cat bounce, for Hugh to win that game the way that he did. But tonight was, again, just a microcosm of the entire season, and plays within the game were a microcosm of the season. I mean, new boy Fagan's making a pick, and then all of a sudden making a nice return, just to fumble it and hand it back. That's the kind of things that have happened this year. And I think you and Justin have talked about this ad nauseum. I don't think Hugh's a bad person, okay? I don't think that from a football standpoint, as far as knowing football, I think Hugh is relatively knowledgeable. But the way he's handled the team, how he handles kind of attention to detail, some of the meticulous pieces of being a good head coach, and then the attitude, the demeanor with which he carries himself, I think it's affected this team. And it's more the same. And it's time, again, to start a coaching search and to put a new coach in charge of the team that is more reflective of the kind of personality I think that this fan base deserves and that can win and thrive here at Auburn.
Need a tough guy, don't they?
Yes, you do.
They need someone who's not afraid to hurt feelings.
You do. I mean, you need somebody that's willing to MF some guys occasionally. You know what I mean? Like a guy that's willing to push guys, okay? That you're not afraid to coach them hard because they're going to jump into the transfer portal. If they jump into the transfer portal, guess what? That means you can pull another one right back out.
Exactly.
So you have to have that kind of a mentality. And I'm not saying that we're not in a new day and age where you don't have to be cognizant of certain things, but there cannot be this coddling. There cannot be this softness that exists. You don't see that happening at Georgia. You don't see that happen at Ole Miss. Look, Lane Kiffin is a very, very different coach than Kirby Smart, but he's not soft, and he demands perfection. You need somebody that holds that level of accountability running the program here at Auburn.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what this program it's not talent anymore. It is mentality. It is coaching. It is execution. It is all the things in between. And it's time to move on, man. And I do think it's kind of funny, though, that we had people in the chat thinking that I was going to say we're close. Jeez,
no,
man.
I knew that. I knew that. But some people are saying, I don't care about a tough coach. I just want a winner. But I think you've got to be tough to win.
I think Auburn's a tough place to win. That's the thing. There's a mentality. And I get the whole, I just want a winner thing. But I think you have to be mentally tough to coach at Auburn. When your permanent rivals are Auburn and Alabama, okay, that's who you measure yourself against. That's who you recruit against. That's who you go against every day. You better be tough, man. And again, I think there are different ways to be tough, right? Like Jeff Brom is tough to me. He is a tough-ass dude. But he's not tough in the same way like Will Muschamp, right? It's different. It's toughness all the same. but there are different ways to do it. So I can understand what they're saying, but I think it still has to be a coach that's, you know what I mean, that's up to the challenge and that has some gumption to them.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can't, no offense, and I think Eli is great, but Eli to me does not fit at Auburn, period. Okay. Even though he's somebody I think in a coaching search that would get a lot of attention because of his connections to the university and to people here.
Charles Kelly too.
Yeah.
They love him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. And people won't like it, but if I had a hot board that I was putting out right now, Charles Kelly would be on it. Now he would be more towards the bottom, but he definitely is going to have some support. That's for sure.
All right. So when do you think it's going to happen? Tomorrow, probably, right?
Tomorrow makes sense, Jay. Again, I can see them stringing it out just to do it at a bye week because of, you know, organizationally speaking, it makes more sense to do it on a bye week. And there's no way in hell they're winning that game. Just no way. Now, I probably would have told you that there was no way that Kentucky would have won this game, as ugly as it was coming in before this one started. I thought Auburn would win similar to Kentucky. I did not think it was going to be a blowout. I thought when I saw the Vegas spread of 10 points, I thought they had lost their mind.
Yeah. Auburn can't score 10 points.
Right. I mean, when is the offense showed up that created the double digit other than Baylor, who stayed in too high all night and just let Auburn run the football down their throat? When has Auburn been able to score those kind of points on offense this season? So I wasn't quite sure on that. But again, maybe they let it go another week. I don't know. I don't know how John's going to handle all this. I really don't. What I do know and what I feel comfortable saying is we've been saying on this show for a while now that just let the string play out some. Well, I think the string has now officially played itself out. Yeah. And whether it's this week or next, it's coming.
I guess it's going to be a pivotal moment for John Cohen, right? I mean, this is going to be a defining decision that he's got to make here. And it's a tough one because I don't know if he's that super popular right now. The situation with the Baylor game was very unpopular. The way he went about it, I think his messaging has been poor.
Sure.
But now he's got to make a tough decision. And there's people in the chat that want to fire Cohen too.
And I can understand that. I mean, look, I think John was well-intentioned on the Baylor game situation, right? Like, I think his thought process was, I am trying to generate NIL, legitimate NIL, in a quantity or an amount that's going to help me supplement multiple sports at Auburn, not just football. Because you have to think in this new rev share world, you're giving what, 15.5 to 16 million to football and basketball. At most schools in the SEC is only getting 2.5. Well, that roster you've got at Auburn right now is worth 10 million. And I promise you, they're not looking to take a pay cut next year.
No.
So you have to figure out a way to subsidize income. And I think that's what John is thinking is if I can generate revenue in one sport, then that means that I can potentially free up cash available to use it at another sport or maybe even to cover my payroll in football. So I understand the thought process to it. I think in that kind of a situation, though, when you're going to be taking a home game out of Auburn, you have to be on the forefront with everybody and be very transparent about what your goal and agenda is. And if there's another workaround to not having to do that, choose that option. And I don't know that people in Auburn necessarily felt as though they were given that opportunity.
Yeah.
But again, I understand the decision. And I think if most people are being honest with you, they get it too. It just doesn't sit well. And I don't blame people for feeling that way at all.
Yeah. They're just frustrated. Auburn people want to win a goddamn game, man. Like
Exactly. And again, if Auburn were winning this season, I don't even know how much heartburn you'd have on that besides some of the local business owners in Auburn. I don't. Like if Auburn were 7-2 right now.
Fair point.
You know, I don't know how many people would be still upset about it, but because the situation is what it is in football with your head coach and you're having to make a change. And if you don't make a change, like your Q score is going to be as low as it possibly could. I mean, take the lowest it ever was for Alan Green or Jay Jacobs and shrink it even further. And you'll have where John Cohen will be if they don't fire Hugh within the next 2 weeks.
That's where we are.
That's where we are right now. And
Yeah.
again, I don't blame any person in this chat for being frustrated. I don't blame anybody for just being over it. I don't blame anybody for being apathetic about the position that Auburn has placed themselves in, because to go from where you ended things with Gus, which were 6-4, which would have been 8-4 on a normal regular year, to where we are now. I mean, when Gus left Auburn, that was a arguably top 10 job in the country with everything that he accomplished in his tenure and what Chizik had accomplished, winning a national championship.
Yeah.
And they have run it straight into the ground, my friend.
Yeah.
I mean, since Harsin, it's been bad. I mean, 5 straight years of mediocre or worse football.
That's the reality of the situation, man.
It is.
Sucks.
It does suck.
Sucks.
Now, the good thing is, this is the good thing. Now, coaching searches are crapshoots, and I want everybody to know that up front, right? They are 100% crapshoots. There are no sure things, because a coach can be fantastic one place, and then he comes to your place, and things don't align exactly just right. Or he misses one recruit that makes a difference in the entire program, or something happens. But it is an opportunity for hope, because if they do get it right, look, I watched Ole Miss flounder for years.
Decades.
Okay. And decades, right? And then they hit it with Lane Kiffin, who, by the way, was basically kicked out of Alabama by Nick Saban, rehabbed a program in FAU. So you can grab a coach at any level, right? It's just got to be the right guy for you. There has to be some fit there. And I think fit is a word that's overplayed some.
Agree.
Because if you can coach, you can coach. But I do think at certain programs, fit is more necessary than others. And I think Auburn does have to find a coach that fits the mentality of what you've been describing, Jay.
Yeah.
They do.
They got to.
To ultimately be successful. Because even Tommy had toughness about him, right?
He did.
Like as political as he is, Tommy had some toughness to him.
He sure gave his kickers hell. He wasn't scared about that.
No, he certainly wasn't, was he? Senator Tuberville.
That's where we are.
Soon to be Governor Tuberville.
I know.
By the way, what world are we living in? Maybe with AJ McCarron potentially as lieutenant governor.
I know. I told Tommy years ago. I said, "You're going to be the governor of this state someday," and we were joking, but it's going to be actually happening. All right.
Wild.
I think this went better than I thought it would, J-Head. I thought we were going to get killed in the chat during this, but everybody's pretty much just so pissed off. They just and you and I are in agreement here. It's time for him to go.
No, yeah, I don't. There's nothing that we can say that's going to make anybody feel any better, right? I mean, I have reconciled myself to the fact that anything that I say here is not going to make it better, other than the fact that I think everybody is in agreement that this tenure of Hugh Freeze is now over. I'm going to stay away from making things personal with him because I don't think that accomplishes anything.
Right.
And I will say this, and this is where I'm going to get hammered. I don't have any pity for Hugh, period. He's going to be fine. But there are people in that building that I hate this for because they're not going to be okay. They're going to walk away from this without the severance that he gets, without the golden parachute. Lower end guys that, have just been scrapping, and then this is where they wanted to work a large majority of their career.
Yeah.
And it's, they're going to go down on this situation, and that sucks. That sucks for them. That sucks for their families. That part I hate. But Hugh, I have no pity for. Okay. He's going to be just fine. He'll retire. I'm sure he'll go do whatever's going to be happening for him next, whether it's make his round on the touchdown club circuit or make his way to media, do TV, whatever he's going to do.
Or play golf.
You know what I mean? Go play golf. He's going to be fine.
Yeah. But these kids were sold a dream, and it's become a nightmare. Let's be real about it.
It
Yeah.
has.
Yeah.
It has. And I think you got to give them some relief. That's the bigger part of this, right? Is that they need to know that the athletic administration still gives a damn about them. And I think that's part of why you have to cut ties with Hugh sooner rather than later. And you also have to be able to show to them that you're accountable for the work that you put forward. And at this point, Hugh has not lived up to or coached up to the salary that he's been paid.
Correct.
And people need to see that there are repercussions for not holding up your end of the bargain. Okay. And I get that he walked into a completely terrible situation. Like the roster was decimated when he got there. But they played better in year one than they're playing in year three. And that kind of aggression speaks to coaching and culture,
100%.
not talent.
Yep. All right, Alan, Head, the legend himself. Thank you for gracing our airwaves for a little while.
No, thank you, Jay. I appreciate it. I hope everybody in the chat can have as good a night as they possibly can.
That's possible, yeah.
And we'll I guess we'll just have more news potentially to report tomorrow, hot boards to read, and coaching search news to discuss.
Yes, that will happen. Sir, thank you so much.
No, thank you, Jay.
See you, man.
Bye.
Bye. There he is, Jay Head, bringing it. He definitely thinks it's over. I mean, I think everybody here is in agreement. I don't think there's any debate about that. There is some debate about who the greatest chatter of them all is, and some could argue Patrick D., also known as Why Not AU from the board, with a big super chat saying Auburn is not serious about winning. If we were, then Hugh would not have been coaching this game. He will be there through the end of the year because we don't care. I don't agree with that, but I don't know that because John Cohen has been, to this point, allowing some things to happen that maybe I wouldn't have. Patrick D. and I are on the same page here. We thought that he was cooked 3-4 games ago. I think it was for me, it was probably the A&M game when they just looked confused. And then the Georgia game was, everybody can say, oh, there's a lot of bad calls in that game. That's true, 100% true. But I still didn't think they played well enough to win that game, even without the bad calls. In the Missouri game, they lose at home in overtime, and I'm like, I'm done. That's all there is to it. I think he's got to go right now. I've changed my mind. I was talking earlier today. I was like, I don't really see a lot of value in it, but I didn't think they were going to score 3 points and lose to Kentucky at home. Unbelievable. Can't get BMAT on the horn right now. BMAT is in the middle of doing interviews, but we are going to get BMAT on tonight. I mean, as soon as we reasonably can. Also, some other super chats that came through while we had folks on the horn. Jay Head specifically. Jack K says, I'm a transfer. We talked about that. I'm sorry, Jack K. My bad. Trent said, throw the damn towel, like the guy from Rocky IV when Apollo was getting beat up and eventually died. Sorry, spoiler alerts. But that movie did come out in 85. Guy Forks said Auburn needs a coach who can punch upward, meaning can fight up and not have to always shoot. This game to me was punching down and still couldn't land any punches. Trent said Rocky IV energy needed. That's what he's talking about. Good eye on that, Trent. And a Whale Driver also with a super chat that said the student section was chanting fire Hugh as he left the field. I've been going to games for 30 years, and that is a first. Wow, they really involved there. And they're certainly just saying the things that a lot of other people are certainly feeling. In this chat and other parts of the Auburn sphere, I doubt there's a lot of Hugh supporters at this point. I would be very interested to see what some of my friends who are supporters and people of note are going to think tomorrow about this. Are they still going to stand by some of their assertions that they had last week? But I'm not like mad at them or anything like that. I'm just curious to see what they think about it. Let's see. Not Salty said, read Hoke's recap of the presser. Jay, you'll laugh and cry at the same time. And Julia says, Jay, we are so close. Julia, stop it. Stop it. I know you're messing with me. I know you're poking at me now. All right, good news. Hoke says he is good to go. And so we're going to get Hoke on the line here. And I can almost guarantee you that Hoke's just had enough. He's had enough of this BS. Let's see. I get that. I had to turn up the volume a little bit for J-Head. We'll see how Justin's phone is.
Hello.
What's up, Jay Hokinson? How are you doing?
Good, man. How about Oklahoma? What a win!
Oh,
Wow.
they beat Tennessee?
They're about to win. They I think they just punched it in, and they're up 33-24, minute 44.
Damn, that's pretty big. The folks in the chat are
That's
talking about the World Series at this point. They're done
the
with
what?
Auburn. They're done with Auburn now.
It's about the Blue Jays World Series. That's how bad it is.
This is it, right, Hoke? I mean, that's the last game he's going to coach at Auburn, right?
I mean, the answer should be yes. The answer should be yes, but
That's what I'm talking
I'm not John Cohen. I mean, does that put the team in a, situation? Sure. Like, sure, you have a week to go to Vanderbilt and try to win. Does that put them does that put the players in a situation where, is that fair? No, that sucks for them.
Mm-hmm.
But, you got to ask yourself, like, do you think you have a chance if you keep him another week? Like, let's say you're like, all right, I'm out on him. He's literally gone before the season, but I want to do it in the bye week because I want to give the players a chance to like have 2 weeks with the new staff. Do you think they have any chance of going to Nashville with that offensive mess with the quarterback rotating? I mean, I would be like, no. So, I feel like the answer should be for the players because, you're going to be like, go to Nashville and try to beat a well-coached team, and it's just going to be an uphill battle. But those are, I don't know, that's how it is these days. But the answer needs to be yes. That felt like watching Carson against Arkansas. I mean, you're just like, what? I mean, what a mess.
What about this? So if Hugh is the one calling plays, they're absolutely going to lose at Vanderbilt. I have no doubt about it. At least it's possible if DJ's the interim coach, maybe something different happens. I don't know. It can't get worse.
Well, it can't get worse. It can't get worse. It cannot get worse. Here's the thing. I would pull the plug. And I would fire Jake Thornton first. I've been saying that for 2 years. And that guy's just collecting a paycheck at this point.
And make
Darren,
Darren.
if you fired
Would you make
tomorrow,
Darren the
I'm not even
coach?
sure he wants to coach.
And then make Darren the coach, I guess. Darren Hiller. I guess he'd be the OL coach then.
I would fire. I mean, look, Jake Thornton, Marcus Davis is fine. I don't. Receivers coach is like. I mean, I don't know. Like recruit and I don't know. I mean, you got to keep somebody over there. I guess. But like the offensive line play has been atrocious for 2 seasons. The communication, they haven't been able to pick up a stunt in 2 years.
I know. And Kozan was talking about it too. He said the stuff they did in high school. And he's getting beat on basic
we
stuff.
talked about this, and I wasn't on your show last year, and I don't know what the bunker talked about last year, but like we talked about in the corner, the stuff that I saw, like the game film from last year, from like the Alabama game. I mean, the end of the year would just the elementary stuff that they would screw up was mind blowing. So like he would be gone, Freeze would be gone, Ken Austin would be gone, Derek Nix would be gone, Ben Aguilar would be gone. And then that leaves you, like I'd leave somebody, maybe leave Marcus Davis. And then I would just be like, who wants to coach this week or the rest of the season? And just do it that way. But yeah, it has to be. I don't really know where the confidence is. Now you're talking about the whole team. Like even the defense, you might say, well, the defense is going to they're going to lock in and do what Durkin does. But like even they've got to be going, I mean, what's the point if that guy's coming back calling plays? So I don't know how you don't make a change at this point. Any booster that was fighting for Hugh Freeze, and there have been a few important ones, please make your argument. What is your argument at this point? What in the world are you thinking is going to happen? You're going to prop this guy up next year? You're going to go try to find like a Durkin equal as an OC and be like, well, we can just find an OC. And Hugh gives up all of the defense and he gives up all of the offense. What are we doing? We're just propping the dude up to what? Go play golf and fundraise and like, I mean, what are we doing?
Lessons. He teaches lessons. He teaches lessons. I think
that's my thing about the OC.
He has the most passion. Isn't the most passionate part of his job that teaching on Mondays? Isn't that what he gets most excited about? Would you think that?
Yes.
Yeah. He's essentially,
which is why, like,
yeah,
it is. It's like when, yes, it is. And when he gets out of coaching, if this is like it for Freeze, like it wouldn't shock me if he ends up in motivational speaking or ministry or something like that, because that is what he cares about. That's why he's decent at recruiting. He likes to get to know kids. I still think he's not a hard worker, but he likes to get to know kids or whatever. And I think that sometimes that works for him. But I don't get the hire the OC thing. I think that's what Cohen maybe was thinking. Like, if we could just keep this whole program together, like the recruiting, and sort of go hire a Dirk and equal, maybe what does it look like? But I'm like, well, then what are we doing? Like, we're just propping a dude up to be the head coach at that point who doesn't have an attention to detail and isn't a hard worker. He didn't deserve that at this point. He just doesn't.
I agree with you, man. He's basically a youth group leader at this point and a bad offensive coordinator, and he's making $6 or $7 million a year. It just doesn't work. So he's got to go.
I picked Auburn to score 31, by the way. So I'm going to quit.
Same.
I'm fired. I'm fired.
I didn't think they would keep sucking at some point. Jeez.
You think. I was like, you think.
All right, we're going to have to keep an eye out, Hoke. I think this might happen pretty quick.
Well, I told the corner, somebody asked about, they said, get the hot boards ready. I said, what do you think we're amateurs?
Yeah.
You don't think we've had that ready?
This ain't our first time. Me and you were working on a hot board in September.
Yeah. Like, hey, we should probably put this thing together.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right, brother. I guess we'll just keep moving on, I guess. I'll be in touch with you shortly. Okay.
All right.
See you, bro.
Bye.
Bye. There he is, Hoke. Justin Hokinson, great teammate of mine here at Auburn Sports, our website there, part of the On3 network. And some good stuff there from Hoke when he's like, what are we even doing here? Like, if he's a bad offensive coordinator and he doesn't offer anything on the defensive side of the ball, what are we doing here? And that's a fine question. Somebody was asking earlier, can we just fire all the coaches? I know that you're kind of kidding, but somebody's got to coach the team. And I don't necessarily think that all the coaches are terrible, but I understand why you guys are just ready to get out of here. Reynolds says, what's the knock on Charles Kelly? Is he a yes man? No, I think it's more like people see him as being too aligned with, I can't remember what the phrase was earlier in the night, but it was like the 80s barbecue brigade or whatever. Like, some people feel like he's just too close with some of the, I hate to say influencers, but the people who do influence decisions. And he's been a head coach for all of 8 or 9 games, and they haven't exactly been awesome at Jacksonville State this year. So it would just be like, why would Auburn gamble on Charles Kelly, who is an Auburn guy, obviously played here, coached here, and has a lot of record of success as an assistant coach. But again, defensive coordinator, not a head coach. I just don't think that he's got enough of a record as a head coach for people to be really involved, to be really on board with that. That's all. And I love Charles Kelly. I don't know that he has the experience to do this job, my opinion. I like Tigers 34 says Bob Stoops. That's good. Oklahoma was another job that I thought was going to come open this cycle, but with them beating Tennessee, I guess he is Gucci now. Also, Chandler mentions that Charles Kelly is too old, which is fair. I think he is. I'm going to throw a number out there, 55 to 60, somewhere in that range, and just now getting his first head coaching gig. And he's going to probably be good at Jacksonville State, if you want to know my opinion. But for the Auburn job, guys, I know Hugh and Harsin have devalued this program to a pretty astonishing level, but it's still better than that, I think. So, although you might be able to say, JG, you're advocating for Summerall and he coaches at Tulane. How big is the difference there? Yeah, these are fair questions. I would argue that Summerall was at Troy, which is equal to Jacksonville State, although he did a great job at Troy, and then now he's a step up at Tulane. But these are all fair criticisms. The good news, B-Matt said that he is Gucci. So it is time for us to get B-Matt on the horn. He said he's good to go, so let me get B-Matt on the horn, and we're going to have some fun because I guarantee you he's in a bad place. not really, but you know what I mean.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
What up, B-Matt? Thanks for giving us some time while I know you're doing a lot. We got a lot going on.
Yeah, I'm in a very quiet press box. I'm very, very quiet Jordan Hare Stadium where Hugh Freeze heard the boos as he was walking off the field, and I wasn't out for it, but I think somebody said that there were chants about firing him or something. I don't know the exact chant because I was in the media interview room already. But yeah, not a good scene at all. Bad.
Did he say that they were close?
Yeah, yes. I think more than once in the frickin' post game. Yes.
How does he say that?
I don't know. No, I did say, he did give the, I know y'all don't want to hear this or whatever it was, but it was still, yes. He said that. He did. He certainly did. Yep.
All right. You think he's cooked? I mean, he
has to be.
He won't coach Vanderbilt, right?
How could you have any self-respect if you were in charge of Auburn right now? If you're one of the leaders of this university and athletic department, there's no way that you can allow this to continue. You have invested so much time and money into this team, into building into year 3 of his time here. Think about the NIL and revenue sharing that you put into the quarterback room and the wide receiver room and getting 2 expensive offensive tackles from the portal. And you have the worst passing offense in the SEC, one of the worst in the country. You have an offense now that's gone against the 2 worst defenses in the SEC, Arkansas and Kentucky, back-to-back, and scored 1 offensive touchdown, and that was on the very first drive of the Arkansas game. No offensive touchdowns in Jordan-Hare Stadium against a terrible Kentucky team that just won its first SEC game. I mean, there's just no excuse for this. And I'm not trying to, be that guy, but I did ask him at the end of the interview if he felt like he was holding. Yeah, I did. I felt like I had to ask something because I figured it's probably the last time I speak to him, right? At least in a public manner. I asked him if he felt like he was holding, him and his staff are holding the offensive side of the ball to the same accountability, to the same attention to detail that they are on the defensive side. And he said, well, we've been looking at that, really hard for the last few weeks, blah, blah, blah. But he didn't come out and say it, you know what I'm saying? I just, and it's clear, right? The answer, I already know the answer to that question, right? The answer is absolutely fucking not. It's not even close. There is not some great difference of talent on defense compared to offense. The defense is just so much better because the coaching staff has done so much better job on that side of the ball, led by DJ Durkin.
Yeah. Because Auburn needs a tough head coach, and they've got a tough defensive coordinator, and therefore their guys are tough.
Did you just see that catch the Dodgers made?
No.
In the ninth? Yeah. They just ran into each other and made a leaping catch and deep, I think, left or left center. I'm watching it on the TV to send it to extra innings. What a game.
Wow.
But sorry. But yeah, it's ridiculous that this has happened, right? There are no excuses for this. This is all on you, Freeze. And I've really come around to some things that Justin has said. I'm sure he's mentioned this on the show about that attention to detail. You can see that it's not there on offense, right?
Yeah.
When Hugh Freeze talks about execution and blames the players for it, what he's really talking about is his lack of attention to detail and lack of accountability and all the things that happen on defense during practice and don't happen to the offense, right?
You think he's gone tomorrow?
I do. I think that's exactly the way they're going to do it.
I
mean,
too.
If it was me, I would have been like it was, 10 or 15 years ago. Just hand me a piece of paper. I'm sitting there waiting for the interview and be done with it. But I don't think that's the way it's going to go down. I think it'll be Sunday.
Yeah.
Yep. I think they'll let them handle all the football stuff tonight and then have a meeting early Sunday morning, and that'll be that.
And then DJ takes over, and he's got to take on this Vanderbilt game, which is going to be fun, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they won't be fired up, after that loss, knowing that they have to win or win out. I don't know exactly what their situation is, but they probably have to win out. So, yeah, they won't be fired up to play Auburn well at all, I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tough situation, but he's a tough guy, so he can maybe handle it.
But, I mean, how can you be this bad on offense?
I don't know. He has players.
I looked it up, and this is going to be my story, but Kentucky was 15th in the SEC in tackles for loss and sacks coming into this game. So they were not good at that. And they just completely dominated Auburn up front.
11 tackles for 11 tackles for loss.
Oh, it's now 12 and 7. They've readjusted stats. It's 12 tackles for loss and 7. Yeah. They're averaging coming in, I think it was 4.7 tackles for loss and like under 2 sacks a game. And they completely dominated Auburn up front. It was a pathetic performance by the offensive line, but I don't think it's necessarily the offensive line. I think it's the entire offense not working together.
Yeah.
I really do.
Right. It's this problem we've been talking about all year where like the people who are putting the game plan together are not the guy calling the plays. And so there's like this disjointed.
Right. And we go out to practice and we see it. We don't see all of it, but I can see it when I look at the defense, always fired up, and then the practice always doing stuff, raising hell, and the offense just kind of trots off and goes, into the locker room. When we go out there on Thursday, at least this is a walkthrough, so not that big of a deal, but it's just something that just sticks in the back of your mind, like why are these two units this totally different at the end of a Thursday practice all the time? Just maybe it wouldn't matter if they were 7-1 or whatever, but it does matter when they're 4-5 and 1-5 in the SEC.
Yeah, for sure. I guess we'll just talk tomorrow. Maybe be mad about which coach you think would be best fit for Auburn, but they need someone who's fucking tough, and they don't have that right now.
They do, and if you look at the situation right now, it's either going to be a coordinator or a power six. I mean, not power, but a group of six type team coach. I mean, who out there in the power four is available and going to come to Auburn right now?
James Franklin.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, okay. That's exactly what Auburn does not need, in my opinion. Right? He's already proven that he can't beat the fucking best two teams in the Big Ten, and there's 3 or 4 or 5 teams in the SEC like that every fucking year.
Yeah.
The last thing Auburn needs is another guy that gets his ass beat by Alabama and Georgia and every other fucking good team in this conference.
I was just kind of fucking with him. I was just fucking with you, man.
I got you. But I know a lot of people are all for him because he went on Game Day, I guess, a week or two ago and said a lot of good things when he got a little, a bunch of, easy little questions thrown at him.
Yeah, I think it should be Summerall because I think he's tough and I think he's young and I think he would be happy to be at Auburn. I think he would like it and I think he would kick ass here.
Well, they're going to have to roll the dice, but every fucking coaching hire is a roll the dice. I would say, well, maybe not everyone, but 90% of them are, right? You just don't know what you're getting. You don't.
I know.
So that's where Auburn is. Here we go again.
Here we go again.
Yep.
B. Matt, appreciate you jumping on with us, big dog.
All right, man. Ready to roll it out tomorrow.
Yes, sir. See you, bro.
Board 1.0. See you. Bye.
Bye. There he is. B. Matt's going to be there in the flying Lego in the sky, doing his thing. Let's see. I got one of my someone I trust a lot in the journalism world saying we should do the unprecedented and launch a hot board before he's fired. Yeah, I don't know, man. Even I'm going to put some thought into that. First of all, I want to tell you guys something that Patrick D had another super chat, by the way, that came through. The guy is unbelievable. There's a reason he's a pillar of the community. He says, we won't do shit. He thinks that Auburn's going to continue kicking the can down the road on this, but I don't think there's even a possibility of that. I think this is just, he's so cooked that like there's no way. There's absolutely no way. This is completely done. Mr. Matzer says, do it, JG. He's got the Ben Stiller gif, I'm sure, going, do it. Do it. Let's see. Cat Fan says Kentucky wants Summerall, but likely will not get him. The problem is that there's going to be a lot of suitors, I think, for Summerall. I mean, LSU is one. Arkansas is going to want to get in on that. I don't know if I think Auburn's a much better job than Arkansas. So, I mean, if Auburn gets in and starts working on him. Rick Hood said, what's with all the profanity from this show? Oh, boy. I've been speaking for 4.5 hours. I bet I've probably said 25,000 words, 5 of them are cuss words, and this guy's mad. Okay, cool. Let's see. Irish Saint says, does Brother Hugh get the Circle K biscuit on the way out of town next tomorrow, I guess? He's going to be in Auburn, I promise you. He loves it in Auburn. He's going to stay in Auburn. He just won't be the head coach. That's fine with me. Our Big Cat says, Summerall gives me Venable vibes. Listen, bro, if he could get Auburn to beat Tennessee, god dang, one time, I'd be happy with that. Can't even beat Kentucky at home right now. So that's the situation. Blake R. thinks that Arkansas should hire the Gustav Malzahn. That would be good. I'd like to see that. Doug, 3020 Doug says BMAT is in form. Joko says, this is the grown-ups channel. I like that. I don't think there's that much profanity, is there? I don't think there's been a bunch. B-Match just kind of got pissed off, and I don't blame him. I got good news. Jay Lee says he's good to go. And those of you who don't like cussing may be mad about this one because Jay Lee will probably say a few cuss words, as I do as well. Sometimes when you get frustrated, you say cuss words, and I blame Hugh instead of me. So if you want to talk about some stuff, better bring it up with Hugh. He's the reason we're cussing anyway. All right, let's get Jay Lee on the horn here. Yep. Yep, right there. This telephony's been good. I don't know if Runner 24 is still on here, but it's been working out pretty well.
How about you, big dog?
What up, big boy?
You gonna do my intro?
Oh, yeah, I am going to do your intro. It's right here.
How about you, fella?
Oh.
How about you?
How about you?
Did you hear it?
How about you?
Yeah, you did. All right, so tell me, bro, when does this happen? Soon? Real fucking soon?
Yeah. If I'm the AD, it's got to happen tomorrow. It's over.
Agree.
I just that was dog shit. I mean, it was two dog shit teams, and Auburn was the worst of the two. I was thinking about Auburn's offense. The past 2 weekends have played the worst defense in the SEC and the second worst defense in the SEC. I think Kentucky was 123 in the country in passing defense. I don't know if Auburn eclipsed 100 yards passing until maybe the fourth quarter, if they ever did. I don't know. Did they?
I got the stats up here. Hold on. Yeah, they were bad.
It was pathetic.
So
but here's the
timid.
thing, JG. I don't think talking about the game. I think we're wasting our time. I think it's a bigger picture now, and I think it's like, what's next? What's next for this program? What's next for this, this university? Really? I mean, what are you doing?
All right, so DJ is next, right?
Yeah, I think if I'm John Cohen, Hugh Freeze is stepping down tomorrow, or he's been relieved of his duties. I'm promoting DJ Durkin to interim head coach. I'm sending him to Nashville next week, and with low expectations. But then you've got a bye week. You've got Mercer, and then you're hoping for like some Iron Bowl magic against Alabama to kind of, a Cornell Williams versus Texas A&M type magic. But, I just don't know that Hugh Freeze can come back from tonight. And what little I saw from his press conference while I was talking to some recruits afterwards, all I heard him say at one point was, patience. And he understands there's not a lot of that around here, but he believes they're just so very close. Dude, you're not close to anything but a big pile of dog shit on offense. That's the only thing you're close to.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Hey, walk out front of me and see what happens. Yeah, come on. Walk on, keep on walking.
Jay Lee, don't be such an angry driver, man.
Chest, motherfucker. Knees to chest.
Man, you are fired up, brother.
Oh, well, me and Christian got kicked out of our south end zone exit from dude, Booze, some idiot named Booze, a compliance guy. And then the whole time during the game, they're always going, "Oh, step back behind the line. Shut up talking to me." I mean, I'm sick of it.
You've been there longer than they have.
That's what I told him. Susan, you know Susan, sweet Susan.
Yeah.
Yeah. She was like, what's going on? Like, you've been doing this for how many years? I was like, yeah. I mean, Susan, no offense, but compliance is nothing now. Nobody complies with anything.
Yeah, those days are over.
Freaking booty cheeks, Booze, whatever his name is.
Which coach intrigues you the most? You got a couple coaches you feel like would be a good fit at Auburn?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I'm not sold. I'm not sold on anyone. I don't know yet if I want to go head coach route or if I want to go maybe defensive coordinator. Don't want to dip over into Kirby's tree. Don't want to get Schumann. Don't want to see what happens with the cat at Tulane, John Sumrall. Do I want to, I'm not there yet. But, is Drinkwitz an option? Is, Brent Key? I think those are all names that we're going to hear if and when this happens. And I just feel like you got to rip the Band-Aid off at this point. I really thought Auburn would come out of there tonight with a sloppy ho-hum 10-point victory that wouldn't move the needle for anybody, just like the Arkansas win did a week ago.
Mm-hmm.
But when you lose to Kentucky at home in a night game and you only score 3 points, and those 3 points came off of a defensive interception,
it's time to go.
Seriously, Jay, you can't score against the second worst defense in the SEC, the almost bottom tier passing defense in the country, and you can't even eclipse 100 yards passing, and you tried 2 different quarterbacks.
I know, dude. Can you imagine how bad it is? Jesus.
It's bad, and I feel so bad for the defensive staff. I feel so bad for the recruiting staff because these guys, they're going down with you, and they don't deserve that. This defensive staff, I said it over and over and over. I'm not the only one. I mean, hell, we all say this. That defense is a championship caliber defense. If Auburn's, 24 points. That's all Auburn needs.
Yeah, I know the defense is just so good, and it's just wasted. It's fucking wasted.
Wasted, right? You're exactly right.
Totally.
And then my job obviously centers around recruiting, and it's like, there's not an angle at this point. There hasn't been for about 3 weeks now. It's I talked to Shadarius Tootle tonight, who flipped from Georgia, after Auburn lost to Georgia, and and I talked to Jacquez Wills, and it's mostly defensive guys, but all they care about is DJ Durkin, man, and that defense. And if DJ Durkin's future relies on Hugh Freeze being the head coach, then they want Hugh Freeze to be head coach, just because that's how badly they want to play for DJ Durkin.
Yeah, he's a fucking warrior, dude. He's a swashbuckler.
He's really good, except for third and long. Other than that, man, he's really good.
I know. Third and long, not so good.
He's freaking terrible. I mean, let's be honest here.
Dude, I got people.
There's
folks in the chat that are like, "Hey, man, have you worked on your hot board?" I said, "Have I worked on my hot board, bro? We put this shit together in September. I mean, come on now."
I was going to say last of August.
Yeah, it was a while ago.
I was reading it in the admin like 2 months ago.
We were canvassing folks for opinions 2 months ago. Yeah. So we've already got a whole. We're already ready to go when this happens. We've already gotten shit written months ago. So that's good.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist or anybody to see that things were spiraling out of control. Even though they were quote unquote close, you could see the offense wasn't going anywhere. And if and we talked about this one show, JG. If Hugh Freeze doesn't bring offense to the team, what value does he provide other than recruiting? And with NIL, anybody that puts forth any effort at Auburn right now with the backing of the money and the boosters and NIL, anybody that tries can recruit at Auburn.
Oh yeah, I know.
So what value do you bring?
Nothing. I said earlier, I think he's a youth, like a young life, a youth minister who also is a bad play caller and gets paid $6 or $7 million a year. I mean,
that's the problem. I don't like his offensive system. Like the common denominator here for the 3 years is Hugh Freeze. We all thought it was Peyton Thorne. We couldn't believe he went back with Peyton Thorne. Now we couldn't believe, Jackson Arnold sucks. Ashton Daniels sucks. And the common denominator here is the play calls, the play designs, the games, the game planning or lack thereof. And, the one common denominator here is Hugh Freeze. And I feel bad for Derek Nix. He's in a no-win situation, dude. He is in a no-win situation. He left Ole Miss. He left Lane Kiffin fighting for him to keep him publicly. Lane Kiffin fighting to keep Derek Nix because he liked him so much. He brought value to their team. Derek Nix left. And, and now, this time last week, we thought, if anything, maybe we keep Hugh Freeze and make him overhaul the offensive staff. We'll bring in an OC. He's had an OC. He had Philip Montgomery the first year.
I know.
He had, he's got Derek. If you, booty call late night.
I need to play-by-play on that, bro.
I'm gonna see who that is. Is EJ Bukakis.
Who the fuck is that?
Wakakis, man, from
Oh,
Fairfield
Tim.
North.
Oh, Tim. Yeah. I know who you're talking about.
That's Tim's brother. Tim's the head coach at Spain Park. Jim Wakakis was a legend there at Fairfield.
Hell yeah. Badass.
Let's see what EJ said. It's a middle school level offense. I completely agree, EJ. That's my problem. Is I don't think this scheme, regardless of who's playing quarterback, the play calls, the play designs, it's like, what are you doing? I just don't get it. Offensive line is atrocious. I mean, bad.
Yeah. Actually, Hoke was saying that the first person got to go was Thornton.
Yeah, I mean, look, are we going to do scapegoats? Is that what we're going to do?
Well, that's what Hugh's doing.
Is that what we're going to do? Fire position coaches?
That ain't enough. Head coach got to go right now.
It's not working. It's not working. You cannot lose to Kentucky. I don't give a shit if you're on your third string quarterback. Auburn does not lose to Kentucky at home, night game with Kentucky. What was that? Was that the third win of the year?
Yeah, I think so. They were 2-5 coming in. So yeah.
One of their 3 wins is at Auburn at night, shutting them out.
Damn
Shut
near.
out Auburn.
Damn near.
Basically.
And the only reason Auburn scored at all was because Elijah Melendez gave possession at the 9, and they still couldn't score a fucking touchdown.
Right. Exactly. They didn't even get close. The play call's there. The play call's inside the red zone. And I think EJ brought this up last week. You run the football. This was against Arkansas. Run the football down their throats all the way into the red zone. And then what do? You start throwing the fucking ball.
I know.
You start throwing the football.
I know.
Like, what are you doing? You settle for 6 field goals? You scored 1 touchdown against Arkansas and Kentucky, the 2 worst defenses in the conference. You scored 1 total touchdown. It was the first drive against Arkansas. You haven't scored a touchdown since. That's pathetic.
I know. That's why he's got to go, bro.
That's unacceptable, big dog.
Jay Lee, I appreciate you always being yourself, bro, and bringing the passion.
That's the only person I know how to be, big dog.
I know. That's why I love you. I'm the same way.
Yeah.
Hey, you're a hell of a teammate. I'm glad to be on the same team with you again.
Same team.
I got shit I got to write tonight.
Yeah, I do too. I got a couple of things because if I don't write them tonight, they might be moot tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. All right, bro. Appreciate you.
You got it, big dog. Appreciate you, man.
See you, man.
All right.
There he goes, Jay Lee, who was in traffic at the beginning, told the guy, knees to chest. That was amazing. I'm trying to coordinate some of our editorial decisions here in real time. So I appreciated Jay Lee kind of talking a little bit there to give me a second to kind of shore some of this up, making sure we've got everything put together for this situation that's definitely going to be happening in the next, probably in the next 12 hours. And someone was saying that Jake Crane was suggesting or saying, I don't know, of course I'm here with you guys full time, so I don't really know what's going on, but saying that he thinks it'll go down tonight. I'm definitely taking this call. This is going to be Patrick D right here. What's up, big dog? How you doing?
What is up, man? How you doing, JG?
Good. I appreciate you jumping in with me in the super chats as well. I know.
Man, it's.
I know you're not happy. I know you're not happy because you think Auburn should be in a much better situation.
Oh no, I'm happy because I love Auburn University. So I'm always happy. I'm sad for this loser culture that we've created in our football program. It's a disease, man, and it really started kind of at the end of Gus's tenure, and we have not recovered. You could argue it started. I mean, some people would say it started with the COVID year and all that kind of stuff, but I want you to just look back. This 25, it's just so bad, man, from 2025 to 2020. And I don't know, man. It's a loser culture that we've created. Vanderbilt's coach said it best. He had to go to Vandy and chip away at that. Just the whole mentality, it just takes root. And we have a diseased football team, football program.
I agree.
And I just think you have to get rid of, I'm talking about from the administrative assistant, everybody. Anybody that's touched that program I don't wish ill will on anyone, but this is a lot of money we're talking about here, and you really have to start over. And in my opinion, you've got whoever comes in as head coach, you got to tell them nobody's here. You got to bring every single brick by brick, but you get to do it. It's going to be yours, and we got to go with something like that because there's nothing there salvageable in my opinion.
Because, like you
just,
said, the loser mentality takes root, right?
it has. I'm afraid it just. The thing about it is, even when we were bad, Jordan Hare was a competitive place. And, the fans show up and they're just apathetic at this point. And that just shows you what's happened. I mean, you've got one of the best fan bases in college football, in college sports, period, who comes, who gives, who over and over again is there. That they're done, man.
Yeah.
And tonight showed it. And it's sad, but we got to move on. The fact that Hugh is still there is indicative of the loser culture. If we weren't a loser culture, he wouldn't even have been coaching this game tonight. Because it's not about the wins and losses, too. And this was the thing with Gus. You can just see what's going on or not going on with the program and the little things. B. Matt was saying that too about Hugh, but it's a sad state of affairs. It's going to take a complete blow up. I don't know that Cohen's the right person for this job. I don't know. I don't know a lot about athletic directors and what they're supposed to do or not supposed to do, but I can tell you this: they're supposed to find ways to win,
yes,
and make money.
100%.
I know
100%,
that.
100%. I know. A lot of people would say you're being harsh with the loser mentality, but look, man, the numbers bear that out. I know you don't like it, and I know you want to see Auburn win and be tough. But the truth is, look at the numbers.
Yeah, I hate it. But I have to look at what's happened at Jordan Hare. A night game SEC against a 2-5 team, and we scored 3 points.
I know, and that was set up by the defense.
We lost to Pavia this is not Auburn football, man. It's not even competitive.
I know. Shit was pathetic tonight. 3 points, and they gave Elijah Melendez's interception gave Auburn possession at the 9, and they got a field goal out of it. A fucking field goal.
Yeah, man. It's bad. So here's where I'm at is it's got to be a total overhaul. I'm not even sure if we're ready as an organization and institution for this. I don't think we are. It's got to be a situation like it really, people are going to hate this, but here it is. It's got to be a situation like Alabama found themselves in, where finally somebody stood up and said, screw all of you. I'm going to hire the best coach in the country right now, and nobody's going to get in his way. Nobody, not a single board of trustee member, zero. Stay out of his way. Let him do his thing. And that is the only way this program resurfaces, in my opinion. If not, we're going to keep with this loser mentality. Yeah, we may win 6 games and go to a bowl with somebody here shortly. But if we do not do exactly what Alabama did and basically tell everybody, screw you, get away, it's never going to change. That's where we're at. That's where this football program's at right now.
Can you believe that he sat in his press conference today and more than once said that they're close?
Yes, because that's part of the loser culture.
Where you have an excuse, right?
Yes, he is part of that, unfortunately. Again, great. I'm sure he is great as a, like you said, youth minister, pastor. We need people like that for sure. But Hugh Freeze is not a SEC football coach, probably not even a college football coach anymore. I don't even think he wants to be. I mean, the guy looks like he's going to die every time he steps on the field. He just looks like he's miserable.
I think you're right.
And that does, and see, that's the other thing. everybody's like, oh, that doesn't mean, well, it means something because the players see it. People feed off that negativity. They feed off that weakness. And he's part of the problem. And I wish him well. I wish his family well. I don't wish any of these folks ill will at all. But Auburn is not Auburn right now. There is nothing that we're doing that is what I know Auburn to be at its core. And that's sad to me. It's disgusting to me, actually. And again, wins or losses, yeah, that's the wins you want to have more of than the losses. But how you do it, how you go to bat, how you get up there every day and play, that's what means the most to me. And we just don't have it.
I know.
On
Somebody's
the
got to be
offensive
tough.
side of the ball, especially.
Somebody's got to be tough, man. And on defense, they're tough. And look what they do. They play hard.
Yeah, we've lost our way in terms of, if you go back to the mold of a Pat Dye, you go back to the mold of a Tuberville, you go back even to the mold of a Chiswick when he came in. That I just feel like that's the kind of attitude we need. And again, the things have changed so much. You can't. You gotta move along with the times. I know that too. But
yeah,
that toughness. Look at what Clark's doing at Vandy. Good gosh.
I know.
I mean, they even though they lost today,
they played hard.
Did you see how they fought?
Spirited, man. Absolutely.
I mean, way out talented. That's the kind of guy. That's the kind of attitude and toughness we need. And I just don't. First of all, I don't see any coach who wants to come there. Who wants to come there and fight against Yellow Fella and all these idiots up there that think they know what they're doing? And yeah, they can stroke a check, but look at what they've got us into, man. I mean, it's a joke.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think that Jimmy Raines lost any games for Auburn. He's given a lot of money.
He's given a lot of money, and by God, I'm very happy he has.
I know you have too, to be fair. So.
Man, you can. Well, I mean, nothing like that. Come on, man.
I know.
But and I give mine to academics.
I know you do.
I do believe that's where we shine.
But you do more than money. You do more than money. You give time too.
Well, thank you.
I know.
I try, but look, man, I'm going to cut this off because I know people don't want to hear me. But look, I think we have got to blow everything up. That is anything and everything with that football program should be questioned. Any person that touches it, even from a person that shows up and picks the trash up out of the building, we need to look at every aspect of it. If we're serious, if we want to be serious about reestablishing what Auburn's about and winning in football, we've got to do that. If we're not willing to do that, just keep Hugh Freeze.
Well said, sir.
That's what I got to say.
Appreciate you, man.
War Eagle to everybody. Hey, Auburn will always be part of me. It'll always be in my heart. That'll never change for the rest of my life. I just want to see us live out what we can. And right now, that this is not Auburn. What's happening on that football field? It's just not.
All right, brother. Appreciate you calling in and being the legend you are, man.
Thanks, brother.
See you, bro.
See ya.
Bye. There he is, Patrick D, a.k.a. Why Not AU. And also in the chat, we went ahead and sent Tennis Girl on her way. I think it was time. I think Blake kind of sniffed that one out pretty early. But and I really appreciate that call from Patrick D. I didn't know what to put up there. He's Why Not AU on the bunker. He's Patrick D here. It's kind of a same guy doing the great work that he does. Appreciate that. Let's see some other super chats that I missed. Patrick D's had a few come through. Also, Parker M. I had this up for a while now. Let me get it back up there. Says, I've unfortunately won a decent amount of money today, especially with that Kentucky win, paying it forward to say F Hugh. That's all. Appreciate you. Parker M. Last name redacted. And also Stoop Up coming in with the second super chat. He super chatted us every single show we've ever done. Says Auburn is about to have their 5th different head coach for the Iron Bowl since 2020. That's kind of crazy to think about. That's a level of instability that is hard to fathom. Good point there, Stu Pup. I will give you, I think I have a sound for that. There it is. Good stuff there, Stu Pup. Appreciate you, of course. Been here. 3020 Doug says, we laughed at Tennessee, and here we are. James C. also says Jimmy Rain is not the problem. I want to very clearly that I don't think that Patrick D was saying that Jimmy Rain is the problem. I think he's saying that that Jimmy Rain and others, he wasn't really saying Jimmy specifically, but that sometimes they are willing, in his opinion, to let things slide that maybe shouldn't slide. I don't really have an opinion on that myself, but I certainly respect Patrick D having an opinion on that as well. AU Mike says Hugh Freeze couldn't motivate my toddler to eat candy. Wow. I'll say what I said earlier. I think that Hugh is at this point, I think he's a youth pastor. I mean, I think he's a good one, and I'm not being belittling of that. That's a very important job that I think America needs more now than it ever has, honestly. But it's not a $7 million a year job, right? You need people to run an offense here capably. And the problem is that it's imbalanced. Auburn, as Jay Lee said during his call, Auburn has a championship caliber defense. I completely agree with that. I mean, look at these losses, guys. Oklahoma, they lose 17-24. And I'm not going to go down the road about the officiating. That's a fair thing to talk about, but I'm not talking about it right now. Take away the cheat play that they had, Oklahoma, that they shouldn't have gotten. You score 20, you win that game. Texas A&M at home. I'm sorry, Texas A&M there. You lose 10-16, you score 20 points, you win the game. Georgia, 21 points, you win the game. Missouri, you score 20 points in regulation, you win the game. Arkansas, they won. Tonight, you win 20, you score 20, you win easily. 20 points is the fucking threshold. And they can't get there. Ever. Unless you're playing Arkansas. With a long ago canned head coach and Bob P, last name redacted, as the head coach. We're following along the World Series here. The Dodgers scored a run in the whatever inning they're in now. We're in extra innings, and Ephesians says the Blue Jays had a leadoff double. So there is some intrigue there for sure. Some ideas about the head coach. Patrick D was talking about how he thinks everything's got to be wiped out from Auburn football to begin healing, to begin rebuilding from scratch, a new attitude about winning, and the threshold for bullshit and or a losing mentality's got to be incredibly low. And I think he's right. I do think that the next coach is going to have the complete freedom to make a complete overhaul in damn near every part of the organization. I am not of the opinion that this organization is awful from top to bottom. I've said a number of times that I actually would send my son to play at Auburn. I think a lot of Hugh Freeze as a person. I think that he's a very good youth pastor. I think that he is serious. I think his biggest passion right now is making a difference in the lives of kids that are, 18. I guess we got to lower it for Kale. 17 to 23. I think he has a gift. I think he's really good at that. And I think that he's making some really good dads, husbands, community leaders, mentors, managers. And that's a good thing. But he's not paid $7 million a year to do that. He's paid to do that and win football games. And I think at this point, he is antithetical to Auburn winning football games. I think that's the truth. We've had some folks say that. Justin said that. Jay Lee said that. I don't know that J-Head went quite that far. And Patrick D certainly said that as well. Scoring run or is it the tying run? I guess, Frank G, y'all trying to give me some play-by-play on this Blue Jays game. The tying run's on third. It apparently looks that way. So that's interesting. I had to ban somebody, tennis girl. I had to ban her. Sad. I don't like banning people very much, but sometimes when you call Auburn War Chickens in Jordan Bear Stadium? I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Frank G says tying runs on third. That's very interesting. Crawdaddy says, yeah, I'm thinking NFL GM strategy. The athletes want to get to the league. They don't need Bible study. Again, it's, when you're a head coach these days, you got to balance it. You're doing different things. There's a lot of responsibilities. That's why you're paid a lot of money. Again, when Tuberville got the job here in 98, at the end of the year of 98, ahead of the 99 season, he was paid $400,000. There are coaches now that make $11 or $12 million. It's a lot different. It's a lot different. Stoop Up says Hugh is not a CEO of a $100 million organization. That's what an SEC football coach really is. Okay, so Idrak says we got the tying. Well, Frank G actually and Idrak say tying run on third, winning run on first. Gus Bus says, ha ha ha, they definitely don't need Bible study. That's hilarious. Wait. Hey, you got to be well-rounded. And I don't want to be mocking Bible study. I'm not on board with that at all. But again, as a lot of people, including my old friend, former friend, Neil McCready likes to say, it is a scoreboard business. And you got to do that. We're going to take this call right here from the man himself, M.W. Deeve. What up, bro?
What up, Jay?
You got to put that on mute. I think you just did it. How you doing, man?
I'm good. They said a stat
Appreciate
at the end of the broadcast. Yeah, they said a stat at the end of the broadcast. The only thing I want to say about the game. The last time that Auburn lost a game where the opponent scored 10 points or less. Did you hear that? You probably had it muted, so you probably didn't hear it.
I did.
1991 against Southern Miss.
Oh,
Think
wow.
about how many years we have had inept offense with great defense. The last time we lost a game with the opponent scoring 10 points or less was when Pat Dye was coach.
I hadn't even met my wife yet.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, as many bad years as Auburn football as there have been, there's been some great ones, there's been some bad ones. This was the first time that happened in that long a period of time. And that's where the program is right now.
It's bad. It's bad.
Yeah.
Patrick D was saying you gotta wipe out every single part of the organization and start over.
I don't agree with that. I think that what we have on defense is exactly what you want. And so if there's a world where you can keep what we got on defense going, you should.
Okay.
It's hard-nosed, physical, mental discipline. It's high energy. It's resilience. It's guys knowing their jobs, doing their jobs. It's roster management, building and recruiting a roster. Everything that we thought as a head coach that our last three coaches were doing wrong, Durkin's actually doing right. You can take the problems with each one of those, and he's actually doing all three of those things right with the defense. Whether he would do that as a head coach for a whole team, that's a different question. I think he would. I think you at least that's something you want to give a shot. I think we should have. I think what's going to happen tomorrow should have happened probably after the A&M game, definitely after the Georgia game. And we would have had an opportunity to really know what Durkin could do. I don't think if he's coaching on a short week for Vanderbilt and then, the last two games, you're really going to get a flavor for that. I think that's just going to leave people questioning. If anything, I don't know if anybody's ever checked on this, but I think interims almost always lose the first game when they're named an interim. So the chances he's going to turn this into a team that's going to beat a very good Vanderbilt team on the road in a week are slim. So then you're just looking at an open week, Mercer in Alabama, that he gets a chance for his audition when he could have had. I mean, imagine Auburn was sitting at 2 losses after A&M. He had an open week for Georgia, Missouri, Arkansas, Kentucky. I mean, he could have potentially, who knows, had a playoff team. The talent's there. Maybe not the quarterback. That might be the one thing. But, who knows what could have happened.
I know.
But
I'm a big fan.
Frankly, they threw these players under the bus by making them wait until what happened tonight happened instead of seeing that it was coming down the tracks like they should have and making a change.
Mm-hmm. I've been advocating for a while to give him a proper audition, but.
Yeah, but this administration basically told the players, we don't care about you. We're not making a change. We're going to ride this thing out as Alan said many times, let the string play out. I mean, if they really cared about these players, they would have seen what was going on and made a change weeks ago. But it is what it is.
It's going to be Durkin, and it's going to be tomorrow. And I bet you the team plays better at Vanderbilt as a result.
They absolutely will. I mean, you've probably heard some of the same things I've heard behind the scenes, and this is not a slight to Hugh at all, but there was more energy, support, and motivation for the defensive coordinator than there was for the head coach, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it'll spread. There's definitely been some of that already in the offense. I think it'll spread in the offense, so they'll play hard. But whether they can beat Vanderbilt on the road or not, that's tough to say.
Mm.
But
who are you thinking for the next head coach? Who do you like?
I mean, there's a lot of things I like. I think me, you, J-Head, Justin, we're all kind of the same mindset. It's got to be somebody that is a fit for what works at Auburn, which isn't necessarily the same thing as saying generic college football job. This would be a good coach for it. It's got to be a guy that, like I said, the physical toughness, the mental discipline. I mean, it's got to be somebody that mediocrity is just unacceptable. Complacency is unacceptable. It's got to be, my old offensive line coach, we'd watch film and he'd say, you guys are playing average. I never asked you to be average. You were asked to be more than average. Like, the expectation here isn't to be average.
Yeah.
The expectation isn't, everybody talks about, historically we're an 8-4 program. If you expect 8-4, you're going to get 6-6. That's what's going to happen. The expectation has to be, we're competing for championships.
Yes, has to be.
And
that's what fucking BP did.
Yeah. It's totally. I mean, BP came to a place where the historic expectation was, frankly, jack shit, with the exception of like 2 little runs in history. But he expected championships. He said from day one, we're going to win championships.
Plural. Yeah.
That's what you got to have. And I mean, sometimes it works out like Howard Schnellenberger at Oklahoma when he said they were going to write books about things they do there, and 10 games later he's fired. Sometimes it goes that way. But, if you don't have that expectation, you're never going to get there, because you're only going to attract a mentality of people who aren't going to give it all every play, who are going to take plays off. Like, you got to have that you're competing against perfection, nothing less.
Exactly. You got to have a new standard. That's kind of what Patrick D was talking about earlier.
Yeah. And I will say this, and I know I see all the things about why, you kind of like Summerall and a lot of other people do. But Jay, he's never been a part of a major program. He's never been inside the athletic complex of a top 50 all-time type program. It would be a new world to him. And except for Bobby Bowden, nobody's ever won at a high level that hasn't been part of it coming up. That's a concern for me. I'm not saying there's a lot I like about him, but I think at some point we have to do what we've avoided doing for so long and go out and pick these coaches that have worked for the big boys, worked for these great coaches, and know how to run a program at this level. If we want to compete with the Alabamas, the Georgias, et cetera, we got to have somebody who knows that's what Pat Dye knew. He knew he'd been part of Georgia, he'd been part of Alabama, he knew how to beat them.
So who do you like then?
Part of that,
who fits you? Who fits what you're saying?
Well, I mean, Durkin's one of them. I mean, he comes out of those networks. He's been part of those programs. He's worked for 2 Saban disciples, Urban Meyer and Bob Davie, who worked for Lou Holtz, of course. Like, he's been several places. He worked for Harbaugh. So, I mean, like, he's got a lot of that background. He knows what it takes for these coaches that coach at a very high level. He's been part of that. Whether he would do it as a head coach, I don't know. He's just one, though. I mean, there's others. Obviously, Lane, he may be off the table for us. I mean, I think if you start looking for Fran Brown's a guy that has been. I mean, you can start looking around. There's lots of guys that I think you would take a chance on. I just feel like Summerall's a bit outside the box. It's not to say he won't come here and be great. He definitely has a mentality of toughness. I'm not questioning that.
I like tough. I like Patrick Fain Dye tough. What I like.
Yeah. But I mean, when you see offenses go out there and, like, beginning of the year, we were getting off tons of motion penalties and they're not getting set, and then receivers are dropping balls and taking plays off. That's a lack of discipline. That means that these guys, and you heard about it in fall camp, how they were lightening up on the offense in practice to build confidence. That was a bunch of BS. Practice has to be tougher than the game. You want it to be easy for them when they get to the game.
Yeah.
And if you got to go in that direction with a mentality that instills physical and mental discipline and creates resilience. So when they go through the game, it's all automatic.
It's a good point. Nothing's automatic except them fucking up right now on offense.
No. I mean, it's just everything is such a struggle. Every play, just to get an 8-yard pass, just to get, the play call, the scheme is one thing, but there's just not, guys are not set up to succeed. I want a coach that prepares guys to win.
That's what I'm talking about. Hey, Patrick D loves your call, MWD. So that's a good thing.
Appreciate it, Patrick D. All right, man. Brent Key, his name just popped in the chat. That's another one.
I like him.
Brent Key would fit that bill.
I like him. Alabama background, tough dude. Teams are tough. He lost a bad one today, but
I'm watching it real time. Somebody said Summerall was at Ole Miss and Kentucky. Neither Ole Miss or Kentucky are top 50 all-time programs.
Okay, I think I agree with that. Yeah.
And their coaches. I mean, it was what's his name? The offensive line coach at Ole Miss for 1 year. And the guy that was an offensive line coach, head coach, I can't think of his name right now, at Clemson. He's at Clemson. And then at Kentucky under Mark Stoops, who a lot of people don't even realize Mark never even coached for his brother. That's not saying he's not a good coach, but he's never been part of one of those big programs either.
It's good stuff, MWD. Thanks for calling in, Big Daddy.
Talk to you later, man.
See you, bro. There he goes. Great caller. Every single time we get him. We're lucky to have him. Here's kind of where I'm standing right now on the show. So I need to write a column. This is going to go down in the next 12 hours. I mean, I'd be shocked if we got to noon tomorrow and we didn't have another, we didn't have an announcement of some kind. So what I think I need to do here is probably end the show here, and then I need to write until the early morning hours because we're pretty close to that anyway. And then when this happens, when Hugh gets fired and that announcement comes out, we need to get some content out, and then we need to probably need to do a podcast real quick, and then I need to get on the show here with you guys. So that's kind of what I'm thinking right now. I got a couple of things I need to work on. I need to update the hot board. I mean, I've got the names on it, but I need to go ahead and reorder it because I haven't checked it in a couple of weeks. And then need to get a column put together because this is going down. I mean, it's 100% going down. And I want you guys to have coverage to talk about and chat about the instant that it happens. So make sure that I do that. Blake says, no, Jay, more drain, please. We're going to be doing more draining. I just think it's going to be tomorrow. That's all. Walt says Signetti's buyout is only $15 million for him to leave. It's a whole lot more if Indiana fires him. It's kind of an interesting duality there, but he was pretty smart about that. Dan says, geez. I think Dan wants to chat tomorrow. A. Robinson says 100% going down. I don't want to say anything's 100, but yeah, I mean 95% going down tomorrow. Well, let me put it this way. There's going to have to be an announcement some way tomorrow. Now, it could be he's fired and DJ's taken over. That's the most likely scenario by far. But, there could be a situation where it's like, okay, he's agreed to step down and he's going to coach out. He's going to play out the season or whatever, which I think would be all right. I think that'd be okay, honestly, based on what's going on. Now, the folks who think the DJ deserves a shot would be pissed about that, so I get it. But Runner24 says, brew some coffee and get to writing JG chat tomorrow. Yeah, I can't do that, bro. AFib. There's no coffee for this heart, my guy, or I'll be screwed. I do want to tell you something, though, Runner24. I think we've hit the end of the road. And no telephony problems, and everything worked great on the show tonight. No screw-ups at all, including user screw-ups, no less. So I do want to give a shout-out, of course, to all super chatters for making this possible. We did this very show right here, with a whole new computer and everything's new, actually, on the computing side. New monitor, new computer. We've got a Mac Studio M4 Max in this bitch with 64 gigs of RAM, so we're Gucci. And I just want to make the show as stable and entertaining as possible because those of you who have been with me as long enough to remember the COVID shows when they kept failing, I said I will never have this happen again, and we haven't really had it happen again, so that's good. Our Big Cat says special coach search drain needed. We will definitely be filling that need for sure as we move along. And that's going to be a long search, though, because if he gets fired on the 2nd, I thought, I said we would never have a search as long as the one in 98, and we won't because Terry resigned on the 23rd of October. So we're just like, a week short or week and a half short of that. But it's going to be a long search. Although if they're smart, it shouldn't be much of a search. They should have this shit fixed up within a week, and then maybe they just announce it later. But anyway, guys, I'm going to wrap it up there. I appreciate you all. Joko says you did good tonight today, JG. Thank you so much, bro, for being here. I think you went wire to wire. Hornatius is working on these strawberry cupcakes for tomorrow, and I need pictures at the absolute minimum. We're going to have probably 5 pieces of content that are going to hit you right away as soon as this goes down tomorrow because we've been doing our homework and been working ahead. So definitely, I wasn't sure about writing a column 2 weeks ahead of time, but now I've got a real good feeling about how this is going to go, what needs to be written. So I'm going to probably work on that now, guys. I appreciate you all giving me a little extra time to kind of get ready. And tomorrow, again, we'll have obviously full coverage, and we'll probably have a podcast out real fast after this goes down. And then we'll probably brain drain either then or a little bit later in the night. We'll just kind of see how it goes. But until then, guys, thank you so much for being here and hanging with me for these last 5 hours. I'm sorry that the Auburn Tigers shit the bed yet again. Although for some folks, that's probably a good thing because they felt like Hugh was at the end of his rope and this is going to knock him out. And that means that Auburn at least has an opportunity to do something better and get someone better, get some folks better in here to fix this problem. Forrest says, what time, Jay, tomorrow? I just don't know. The only thing that I care about is getting this stuff out on time, and we'll just kind of figure it out from there. And I will communicate with you guys on the bunker and also on Twitter, too. Also, Stu Pub, great point. You get an extra hour tonight. That's right. We get the time change. We'll see. Spring forward, fall back. So we're going to go back and get an extra hour. All right. Got a lot of work ahead. And y'all do too. So I will check you guys tomorrow at some point in some way. Until then, keep your feet on the ground. Keep reaching for the stars. Love you guys. Ryan did say, did you get your new computer yet? Do you love it? Yes. I put it up here on the screen in the very beginning. I don't think you were here. This is it right here. You can't really see it real good, but it's that computer on the left side right there. It's a Mac Studio, and it's amazing. This thing is, nothing goes slow on it anymore. Everything works great. So I'm really happy. Appreciate the iMac Pro for doing what it did for 5 years with us, but the time had come. All right, guys. Appreciate it. See you guys tomorrow. Until then, keep your feet on the ground. Keep reaching for the stars. Love each and every one of you, and I will see you guys soon. Peace.